The story opens high above the battlefield, where an angel floats in the air with both wings stretched wide, pouring out a blinding golden radiance. Around that holy light, dragon-like monsters cut across the sky, while more creatures gather below on the ground, making the whole scene feel like a final war has already begun. An armored foot comes down hard beside the body of a fallen creature, planting itself against the ground with absolute confidence. Looking over the battlefield, the man coldly mutters that these bastards really are persistent, then continues as if nothing can shake him, saying that no matter how desperately they struggle, everything they do is still useless. With the sky burning red behind him, the protagonist stands before a glowing game interface, one hand raised close to the floating window while a massive golem waits at his back. His voice stays firm as he declares that he will soon clear the 100th floor, and then introduces himself as God Jainu, the #1 ranked player in Battle of Summoners. Battle of Summoners, better known as BOS, is the kind of dead game almost nobody touches anymore. It has no real popularity left, the difficulty is brutal, and at this point only hardened veterans are still hanging on. But the moment God Jainu appears, the comments explode. Some viewers marvel that he is actually ranked first, others question whether the rankings even make sense, while some point out that he is free to play and still holds record clears. A few even accuse him of hacking, but God Jainu makes it clear that every impossible record he set was real, and that those transcendent achievements turned him into a living legend inside the game. In the chat, Beakshin suddenly messages him, asking, "God Jainu bro, you busy?" Then another line pops up, asking whether he is still working on the 99th floor. God Jainu answers calmly that he cleared the 99th floor ages ago, then asks what is going on and whether Beakshin is having trouble with something. His reputation is so overwhelming that even most rankers lower their heads to him without question. A finger taps against the phone screen, where a huge amount of in-game currency is displayed in bright numbers. Even with everything happening in front of him, he simply answers that he is sorry, but he is a little busy right now. Holding the phone in both hands beneath the bright open sky, the protagonist lets a faint smile tug at his face. He looks down at the screen with quiet determination and says that once he clears this last challenge, he is quitting games for good. The truth is, his real life has already fallen apart. In a dim hallway, he stands there clutching his phone, his expression tight and uneasy, while his parents silently watch him from the doorway. He admits that he wasted 10 full years obsessing over games, never went to college, and still does not have anything close to a proper job. His parents may not have said a word to him, but he knows deep down that watching him live like this must be eating them alive. Dark energy seems to swallow the space around him as he makes up his mind. He will quit this dead game, fix his ruined life, and start acting like a normal functioning person, because at 24 years old, he can no longer keep living this way. For him, clearing the final floor is not just about winning anymore, it is the first step toward getting himself back on track. God Jainu faces forward with his body tense and his eyes fixed ahead, but a glowing purple arrow suddenly cuts past his face. The shot is so close that the light flashes across his cheek as it streaks by. He snaps his head to the side, his eye widening the instant he realizes how close that attack came. Even so, his resolve does not waver, because he has already decided that he will bring God Jainu's journey to a proper and successful end. Ahead of him, two angelic figures raise their bows in perfect unison, their glowing purple arrows already drawn and aimed straight toward him. God Jainu braces himself and makes his decision clear: he will clear this round, and then he will finally quit. God Jainu throws his arm upward and shouts for the summon window. In response, a glowing interface flashes into existence before him, lighting up the space around his hand. He leans in toward the floating interface, scanning the creature icons packed across the panels. Multiple summon windows hover in front of him at once, each one offering a different monster as he searches for the right answer under pressure. Meanwhile, the chat keeps moving without him. Beakshin sends a message guessing that God Jainu must be busy, and Rachel follows up by reminding everyone that he usually does not check the chat window anyway, telling them to just give him a little time. A massive magic circle opens with a brilliant surge of water and light, and from within it, the enormous form of the white whale begins to take shape. As the creature emerges, God Jainu calls out its name and unleashes its ultimate skill, bringing the white whale fully into battle. Rachel's chat bubble appears again as she suddenly brings up another thought. She points out that if God Jainu reaches the 100th floor right now, then it will line up perfectly with the game's 10-year mark. One of the winged armored figures pulls her bowstring tight, the glowing purple arrow blazing at full strength. Then, with a sharp release, she fires it straight toward the battlefield below. Purple arrows rain toward God Jainu from above, tearing through the air with deadly speed. He stands in the middle of swirling water as the white whale looms behind him, its massive presence turning the battlefield into a storm around him. God Jainu thrusts his arm forward, and the water around him erupts into a huge shield that spreads outward in front of his body. The incoming purple arrows slam into it one after another, each impact bursting like an explosion against the barrier. He clenches his teeth hard as sweat runs down his face, holding his ground while the force of the attack presses in. Water churns all around him, absorbing the violent impacts as he refuses to let the defense break. The chat reacts instantly to what they are seeing. Zenas calls it pure madness and says it is giving him goosebumps, while Sugoi admits he cannot bring himself to drop the game before witnessing the ending of the 100th floor. A blinding explosion tears across the ground, spreading purple energy outward in a violent wave. Above the blast, the winged armored figures remain suspended in the air, watching the destruction unfold beneath them. The two winged armored figures lower their heads, their attention drawn to something below the rising cloud of dust. The smoke rolls upward beneath them as they stare down, trying to understand what just happened. In the next instant, both winged armored figures are pierced straight through the torso. Blood bursts outward from their bodies as the impact rips between them, turning their confidence into shock in a single brutal moment. God Jainu stands with one arm still extended, water spiraling around him like a living weapon. Above him, the white whale hovers in the air, its massive form backing him like a summoned force of nature. His expression settles into a calm, focused stare as glowing droplets of water drift slowly around his face. Even after the chaos, he looks forward without flinching, as if this outcome was already within his calculations. The chat surges again with excitement. Sugoi says that God Jainu never disappoints, while Bikshin suddenly shifts the conversation and asks whether everyone saw the announcement. God Jainu turns his head over his shoulder, his attention pulled away for just a moment. A bead of sweat forms on his face, showing that even he can feel something dangerous approaching. A massive dragon pushes forward, its jaws stretched wide as flames gather deep inside its mouth, aimed directly at God Jainu. At the same time, Bikshin continues talking about the announcement, the one that said a new world would open if someone cleared the 100th floor. The dragon releases the attack, sending a blazing fireball roaring through the air toward God Jainu. Flames surge forward with overwhelming force, turning the space between them into a tunnel of heat and light. God Jainu's eyes widen as the fiery glow reflects across them. A drop of sweat slides down his face while he takes in the incoming blast, knowing he has only a split second to respond. Swirling waves rise violently around him, and from the water, a massive blue dragon forms above his head. God Jainu raises his hand and shouts its name, calling forth the blue dragon to meet the attack head-on. The blue dragon opens its jaws wide, gathering the water into a powerful stream. Then it releases a concentrated torrent straight ahead, blasting forward with enough force to collide directly against the incoming flames. In the chat, Bikshin keeps questioning what the announcement could mean. He wonders whether clearing the 100th floor means the entire framework of the game will change, and asks what that kind of message is even supposed to imply. Rachel replies that it was probably just a joke, saying the developers likely never expected anyone to actually clear the 100th floor. At the same time, fire and water crash together in a spiraling vortex, twisting around each other with flashes of lightning tearing through the collision. God Jainu stands in the middle of splashing water and drifting embers, his face pulled tight with concentration. Around him, steam, sparks, and waves mix together as the battlefield shakes from the clash. Bikshin's next message appears, pushing the idea even further. He says that if the world really changes, then their own reality might turn into a world of summoners. A massive explosion bursts outward, filling the area with blazing light. Debris scatters in every direction as the force of the impact swallows the battlefield. The protagonist's face is reflected on the phone screen as he stares down at the glowing message in front of him. The words make it unmistakable: the 100th floor of the Tower of Trials has finally been cleared. Overcome with emotion, he throws both arms straight into the air while still gripping his phone. His mouth opens wide in pure excitement as he shouts that he actually beat it. He leans back laughing, lifting his phone high in both hands like a trophy as he yells that he finally cleared it. Nearby pedestrians turn to stare at him, confused and uncomfortable, muttering things like, "What's with him?" and wondering if he must be crazy. The protagonist presses the phone against his cheek, tears streaming down his face while a huge smile spreads across it. The moment confirms everything: God Jainu has cleared the 100th floor, and now he can finally quit the game. Still holding the phone, he looks down at the screen where the 100th floor clear message remains shining. Before walking away for good, he decides there is one last thing he has to do: brag about it to the veteran players who would understand exactly how impossible it was. In the foreground, a man stares ahead with a tense, uneasy expression, sensing that something strange is happening. Behind him, the protagonist keeps looking down at his phone and tapping the screen, while another man beside him watches the situation and asks what is going on. The protagonist pauses with the phone in his hand and slowly looks upward. A blue glow spreads across his face and body from above, pulling his attention away from the screen. High in the sky, a huge glowing blue panel has appeared, declaring that the 100th floor of the Tower of Trials has been cleared. People all along the street stop moving and lift their heads, staring up at the impossible message hanging over them. The giant blue panel stretches across the sky, now announcing that the beta testing period has ended. Down on the street, someone looks up in confusion and asks what that thing is. The protagonist tilts his head back, his expression tightening as he stares at the sky in disbelief. Still holding his phone, he can only question why the game screen is suddenly appearing above the city. Red scrolls begin drifting down through the air, floating over the street as pedestrians stop in their tracks and look around in confusion. In the middle of it all, the protagonist stands frozen with his phone in hand, watching reality shift around him. A boy picks up one of the red scrolls drifting through the street and brings it close to his face, studying it with obvious confusion. Beside him, a girl holds another scroll in her hands, staring down at the strange object as he asks what this thing is supposed to be. The boy keeps the red scroll in his hand, turning his attention fully toward it. Right in front of him, a glowing instruction suddenly appears, clearly telling him to tear open the summoning scroll. A small smile rises on the boy's face as he looks at the scroll, treating the whole thing like some harmless surprise. He wonders out loud if this is some kind of event, and the girl beside him, still watching with curiosity, immediately agrees and tells him they should tear it. The boy grips the red scroll tightly with both hands, pulling the two ends apart. Without understanding what he is holding, he tears it open right there in the middle of the street. The protagonist instantly stretches one hand out toward the boy, his face twisting with panic. He shouts for him to stop, yelling, "No, don't do it," but the warning comes a moment too late. The student's hands finish ripping the red scroll apart, splitting it completely open. The torn paper separates in his grip, and the action triggers whatever power had been sealed inside. A burst of fire explodes from the torn scroll in the boy's hands, engulfing the space in front of him with sudden heat and light. He recoils in pain, his expression crumpling as the blast erupts right against him. A massive blue display suddenly fills the view, glowing with an unreal brightness. Across the panel, the message appears clearly, announcing that a new world is now being created. The protagonist stares straight ahead, his eyes stretched wide as the message sinks in. His face tightens with shock, as if he is watching the impossible become real right in front of him. A gigantic stone golem towers in the middle of the collapsing city, its red eyes glowing like burning coals while buildings crumble around it. Above the chaos, a winged creature hovers in the air, and down below, countless monsters surge forward through the ruined streets. The protagonist stands frozen in place, his widened eyes locked on the destruction unfolding before him. Barely able to process what he is seeing, he mutters that this cannot be happening. He whips his head sharply over his shoulder, reacting to something behind him. His expression is filled with disbelief and alarm, like every new sound is dragging him deeper into the nightmare. A woman trembles violently, her eyes blown wide with terror and her mouth open in a scream. Fear completely takes over her face as she cries out at the horror happening in front of her. The street is a wreck of scattered debris and panic, with a truck stopped nearby and the protagonist lying on the ground close to it. Bystanders rush in from every direction, shouting that someone has been hit by a truck and begging for help. The protagonist lies face down on the crosswalk, completely motionless, with blood pooling beside his head on the pavement. People gather around him in panic, and someone urgently shouts for someone to call 911. He lies weakly on his side, his eyes half open and unfocused as the strength drains from his face. With the last bit of anger left in him, he curses under his breath, blaming this damned game for everything. His cracked phone rests on the ground nearby, smeared with blood from the accident. Even through the broken screen, the glowing message remains visible, still declaring that a new world is being created. Time passes, and the protagonist lies unconscious in a hospital bed, connected to medical equipment while his parents stay anxiously beside him. In the background, a news broadcast talks about the new season of the International Player League beginning, while also reporting that South Korea has once again recorded bottom-tier results. On the bedsheet, his hand gives the faintest twitch, barely moving after so long without response. At the same time, the broadcast continues, saying that more high-ranked summons must be secured, while experts discuss the importance of obtaining summoning scrolls. His mother is sitting nearby with a peeled apple and a knife in her hands when she suddenly freezes. The moment she notices the movement, her eyes widen in shock, and the quiet room instantly feels charged with disbelief. The knife slips from his mother's fingers and clatters loudly onto the hospital floor. She cries out for her husband, and another urgent voice calls for someone to hurry and bring a doctor. The protagonist lies in the hospital bed with bandages wrapped around his head and across his cheek. Slowly, his eyes open just a little, and someone nearby announces in relief that Jinwoo is awake. Outside the hospital, bright daylight spreads across the sky, and soft clouds drift past the windows. The calm view outside stands in sharp contrast to everything Jinwoo is about to hear. Jinwoo sits upright in his hospital bed, looking toward his parents as they stand beside him with worried faces. They begin explaining everything that happened while he was unconscious, filling in the long gap he has no memory of. Jinwoo's eye widens as the truth hits him all at once. The news waiting for him after waking up is far more shocking than he expected, because 3 full years have already passed since the accident. Inside the hospital room, a small stone golem with glowing eyes raises its arm as if responding to someone nearby. Jinwoo realizes it belongs to his father, and that detail alone makes it clear this is not some dream. Jinwoo looks down in stunned silence, still trying to accept the strange new reality around him. His father casually explains that the golem helps him load and unload delivery packages, calling it a surprisingly useful summon. On a broadcast, a blonde woman stands before a cluster of microphones as reporters focus all attention on her. The report says that world rankers are searching for God Jainu, and the woman is identified as Rachel, world rank 1, before she declares that the 5 emperors are waiting for him. Jinwoo remains in the hospital bed, staring toward the monitor as the broadcast continues. As he hears that the entire world is searching for God Jainu, the realization settles heavily in his mind, because that name belongs to him. The screen continues showing Rachel standing at the podium, speaking under the pressure of the broadcast. Watching her, Jinwoo quietly confirms to himself that the name everyone is chasing is definitely his. In his memory, Jinwoo stands with a glowing blue shard held in his hand, while several powerful-looking figures stand and sit behind him across jagged stone formations. Seeing Rachel again, he recognizes her for certain as Rachel from One Heaven 5 Emperors. A blue interface appears in front of him, filling his vision with a simple question. It asks whether he wants to start the tutorial. Jinwoo sits on the hospital bed as the floating interface hovers before him, offering him the option to begin. A laugh slips out of him as the absurd truth becomes impossible to deny: the world of Battle of Summoners has really turned into reality. Facing his parents from the hospital bed, Jinwoo listens as his mother clutches her chest in worry and his father stands close beside her. She tells him to rest first before starting the tutorial, but Jinwoo refuses, telling her no, then explains that he needs to adapt quickly and that his body feels fine, so they should not worry too much. A faint smirk appears on Jinwoo's face, even as a drop of sweat runs down his cheek. He admits that he still has nothing and does not fully understand this changed world yet, but even so, he believes this will be a piece of cake. Jinwoo grips the blanket from his hospital bed and looks forward with a confident smile. When it comes to this game, he knows exactly what kind of player he is, and he says that every time it involves Battle of Summoners, he can become the best in the world. After being discharged from the hospital, Jinwoo finally returns home. Back in his room, he sits at his desk in front of the computer, ready to start digging into the world he woke up to. He focuses on the computer screen, where articles about God Jainu and Rachel fill the page. From there, Jinwoo begins searching for everything he can find about how the world changed after BOS became reality. An arena comes into view, with 2 opponents facing each other while their summons stand ready under bright-colored lights. Player battles, raids, dungeons, and the Tower of Trials are no longer just game content, they have all become part of everyday reality. A long-haired woman stands across from a massive armored figure wrapped in roaring flames, showing just how far people have come in this new era. 3 years have passed since the change, and humanity has already started adapting to a life built around summons. Jinwoo pushes himself up from the chair beside his desk as a blue interface floats in front of him. Even after all that time, he is convinced that the people of this world still cannot match his level of skill. With a confident smile, Jinwoo raises his hand toward the floating interface. Since the situation is clear now, he decides there is no point in delaying and says they might as well get started. The blue interface flashes brightly in response. A confirmation appears, announcing that the tutorial is now starting. Jinwoo's foot steps down onto the ground, landing firmly as he takes in his surroundings. Just as he expected, there is no one else around. He stands alone in an empty outdoor park, surrounded by benches, trees, and open space. Jinwoo explains that he had to come to a deserted place like this because he has no idea what kind of summon might appear once he begins. Jinwoo holds 2 low-grade summoning scrolls in his hand, and a smile forms on his face as he looks down at them. For the first time since waking up, the reality of the new world truly starts to sink in. He grips the two red summoning scrolls carefully, his attention fixed on them. Hoping for the best possible outcome, he quietly asks for something useful to appear. A glowing scroll floats in front of a magic circle, radiating light as the summoning process begins. Even Baek Jin-woo, known as Ayeol-chun, would be in serious trouble if he pulled a useless summon here, because BOS is infamous for having brutally terrible pull rates. A probability chart for a low-grade summoning scroll appears, laying out the harsh odds in plain numbers. F rank sits at 94%, E rank at only 5%, and D rank at just 1%. The chances are so low that getting anything decent is already close to a miracle. Jin-woo squeezes the red scroll tightly with both hands, sweat forming as he braces himself for the result. With real pressure weighing on him now, he silently begs God to give him something useful. Jinwoo's eyes sharpen with tension as he stares at the scroll in his hands, feeling the pressure build before the result even appears. At this point, he would honestly be grateful for even an E-rank summon, so he quietly begs for anything useful to come out. He grips the red scroll firmly with both hands and pulls it apart in one decisive motion. The paper tears open between his fingers, finally triggering the summoning process. Jin-woo lifts his gaze toward the floating interface, his face tight with anticipation. The low-grade summoning scroll activates in front of him, and all he can do is brace himself for whatever is about to appear. With the torn halves of the scroll still spread apart in his hands, a soft blue glow begins shining between them. Jin-woo watches the light carefully and wonders if the summon actually worked, then questions how the creatures are even supposed to come out in this new reality. The moment he hesitates, bright blue lightning suddenly bursts out from the torn scroll. Jin-woo flinches hard as the energy crackles around his hands, whipping through the air with a sharp electric flash. Jin-woo staggers back with both hands raised, his face frozen in shock as the blue energy lashes around him. Completely caught off guard, he shouts, "What the?" while the summoning light spirals out of control. The torn red scroll pieces fall to the ground, lying there as golden light swirls around them in a glowing circle. A new message appears, confirming that player Baek Jin-woo has obtained something. From the shimmer of light, a tiny winged fairy begins to materialize, her small body glowing as she takes form in the air. The result appears before Jin-woo. He has obtained a wind fairy summon of X rank. Jinwoo's eye widens the instant he sees the rank displayed. He blurts out, "X rank," in disbelief, unable to understand whether a rank like that had ever even existed. The small fairy floats gently among the glowing flowers, looking half awake as she rubs one eye with a tiny hand. She tilts her head in confusion, as if she has just opened her eyes in a completely unfamiliar place. Suddenly, the fairy jerks in midair, her hands flying up as surprise hits her all at once. Her eyes snap open, and she blurts out, "What?" as if she cannot believe what just happened either. The fairy hovers right in front of Jin-woo in the quiet park, speaking with sudden excitement while he stares back at her in complete shock. She asks if she was really summoned, and Jin-woo can only question how a summon is actually talking to him. Jin-woo leans forward slightly, confusion written all over his face as a sweat drop forms near his cheek. Trying to slow the situation down, he says, "Wait a minute," as he studies the fairy more closely. He fixes his tense gaze on the fairy and asks if she is Ramba. Floating beside him, the tiny fairy answers that she is a wind fairy, but her reaction makes it clear the name struck something deep inside her. Ramba leans forward with her eyes wide, sweat forming on her face as she processes what he just called her. She says the only person who ever used that name for her was God Jinu. Her face flushes bright red as realization crashes over her, and her mouth opens wide in pure shock. Staring at Jin-woo, she asks if he is really God Jinu. Before Jin-woo can properly respond, Ramba flies straight into his face, crying as she shouts that she missed him. Jin-woo recoils with one hand raised, awkwardly answering, "Right," while trying to handle the tiny fairy clinging to him. Ramba grabs onto Jinwoo's cheek and shakes him with all her tiny strength, overwhelmed by emotion. Jin-woo stares forward blankly as the memory finally returns. She was the E-rank summon known as Wind Fairy. In Jinwoo's memories, Ramba appears wrapped in a glowing green aura, holding a staff as her true value becomes clear. If her hidden potential is used properly and the right runes are equipped, she can produce incredible results, especially with a massive attack speed boost. A green emblem floats inside a magic circle as Jin-woo remembers how long he had been with her. After raising and using her for so much time, he had eventually given her the nickname Ramba. Now Ramba clings tightly to his cheek while Jin-woo stands stiffly in place, his expression tense as another memory surfaces. This summon had been removed during the first year because of a bug patch. In his mind, Jin-woo remembers standing in a forest with one hand raised toward a floating blue interface while the fairy sat on his shoulder. Her usage had eventually been restricted because the balance problems around her were too extreme, and back then, he had been furious that a summon he raised for an entire year was removed without any compensation. Now, seeing her here again, he can only wonder what actually happened. The display shows the result clearly. He has obtained a level 1 X-rank Wind Fairy marked as isolated. Her skill increases a single target's attack speed by 3% every time she swings her staff. Jin Woo stares forward with his eyes widening again, caught by one particular word on the display. The term isolated makes his expression stiffen with immediate suspicion. Ramba floats in front of the glowing flowers with tears streaming down her face, her voice breaking as she explains what happened to her. She says she was suddenly dragged into a strange place, trapped there without any way to escape, and then begs God Jainu never to leave her again. Jin Woo raises his hand between them, trying to calm her down as Ramba pushes desperately against his palm. He tells her to wait a minute, calling her by name as he tries to get a proper answer. He turns his head toward Ramba with surprise on his face and sweat on his cheek. Focusing on the most important part of what she said, he asks who trapped her. Ramba suddenly starts sweating nervously, hovering in place with one finger pressed near her lips and a forced smile on her face. She stumbles over her words, awkwardly saying, well, before pretending to ask what she had said again. A moment later, she hovers beside Jin Woo while clutching her head in pain. She cries out that her head suddenly hurts terribly, and Jin Woo watches her with a confused expression, unsure what is happening to her. Ramba presses one hand tightly against her head, tilting weakly in the air among the flowers with a dazed look on her face. She says her head hurts so much that she cannot remember anything, then claims someone must have placed a restriction on her. Jin Woo faces Ramba as she hovers lower than before, her posture exhausted and unsteady. Seeing that forcing her will not help, he tells her to just say whatever she can still remember. Ramba floats forward with one hand near her mouth, looking genuinely apologetic. She says she is sorry because there is not much she can explain, but she does remember that they were isolated, and that no matter how hard players tried to summon them, they originally could not leave that place. Leaves drift through the forest air as Jin Woo presses her on what she means by we, asking whether there are other isolated summons besides her. Ramba answers that they were not kept in the same room, so she does not know who the others were, but she is certain there were more of them. Jin Woo stands still with one hand resting against his chin, thinking through the information carefully. He estimates that there were probably around 10 of them, repeating the number as the pieces begin to connect in his mind. His head lowers slightly, and his expression grows tense as the possibility sinks in. Under his breath, he mutters that this is insane, and that there is no way it could be true. A glowing framed silhouette of a fairy appears before his memory, surrounded by golden light and shining eyes. Jin Woo recalls the 10 summons that disappeared while he was using them, all of them written off because of bug classifications. More golden framed silhouettes overlap in the air as Jin Woo follows that thought to its conclusion. If all of those vanished summons were actually classified as X rank and isolated, then tearing a summoning scroll might give them a chance to answer the call again, just like Ramba did when she heard the pull of a low-grade summoning scroll. Jin Woo stands on the ground beside the torn red scroll fragments, staring at the remains of what triggered it. He realizes that the phenomenon only reacts to summoning scrolls that he personally tears open. With a firm expression, Jin Woo holds another red scroll in his hand and locks onto the possibility in front of him. There is no doubt anymore, he may be the only person capable of pulling X-rank summons. He grips both sides of the scroll and tears it apart, blue energy splitting between his hands as the power activates. While using another low-grade summoning scroll, he wonders if every scroll he tears will produce an X-rank summon. A large blue gorilla bursts into existence amid crackling energy, roaring with both fists raised as it appears before him. The result immediately confirms that he has obtained a hairy gorilla of F rank. Jin Woo looks toward the summoned gorilla with a sweat drop on his face, while Ramba hovers nearby and the gorilla crouches heavily on the ground. Realizing the result is only F rank, he admits that his theory was not quite right, meaning the X rank drop rate must still be random. He touches his chin and falls into thought, already calculating the next step. If the X rank result is based on chance, then he needs to tear through as many summoning scrolls as possible to maximize his odds, because if he can gather all of them, he might become even stronger than he was back when he was active as Il-chun. Ramba hovers near the gorilla's shoulder with her tiny fists clenched and a bright, eager look on her face. Jin Woo calls out to her, and she immediately answers with enthusiasm, "Yeah, God Jainu." Jin Woo faces Ramba as she floats in front of him and tells her to stop calling him God Jainu. Instead, he says she should simply call him Jin Woo, which makes Ramba blink in surprise and ask why. Jin Woo looks ahead with a calm but serious expression as he explains the reason. Because of the 5 emperors, the name God Jainu has already spread across the entire world. Warning like red visuals close in around the scene as Jin Woo thinks through the danger. No matter how superior his information and experience may be, he still does not know whether the 3-year gap will work against him, and if people find out that God Jainu now controls X-rank summons too, the situation could turn dangerous fast. He faces forward with a grave expression, understanding the risk clearly now. If his identity and these summons are exposed, he could easily become the target of envy and jealousy. Birds suddenly burst upward past a tall tree, their wings scattering through the air as if something in the distance has startled them. The quiet atmosphere of the park breaks in an instant. Jin Woo stands facing the gorilla with Ramba hovering between them, but his body suddenly stiffens. A strange sensation washes over him out of nowhere, and he mutters, "What the hell is this sudden feeling?" The gorilla suddenly throws its head back, jaws stretched wide as a deafening roar bursts out of him. Ramba flinches in midair and recoils with a scream of her own, while the heavy sound echoes through the space around them. A glowing blue portal opens beside Jin Woo, spinning with a strange light that immediately pulls his attention. He leans forward with a tense look on his face as the system message appears, declaring that the tutorial is now proceeding to the next step. Jin Woo stands with both fists clenched, staring down the swirling blue portal in front of him while his newly summoned allies wait behind his back. A basic beginner dungeon has been created, and the sudden timing makes him tense up as he blurts out, "What, right now?" His hand tightens into a firm fist as frustration slips out of him. Even though he has conquered more dungeons than he can count, he still clicks his tongue and wonders if he really has to step into one immediately. The blue portal spins harder, its bright energy twisting like a vortex in front of him. Jin Woo knows better than anyone that this is not the same as sitting behind a screen, because reality is completely different from a game. Jin Woo lowers his head slightly, his jaw tense as a bead of sweat trails down his cheek. He tells himself to stay calm, but he cannot deny the truth, deep down, he is honestly scared. He slowly raises his head, forcing determination back into his eyes. Since he will not be fighting directly and this is only a tutorial dungeon, he tries to steady himself while the system identifies him as player Baek Jin Woo. Ramba hovers close beside Jin Woo as he steps toward the glowing portal, with the gorilla following behind like a heavy shadow. The message urges him to enter, and Jin Woo reminds himself that if he wants to survive in this changed reality, he has to adapt as quickly as possible. Inside the dungeon, Jin Woo comes to a stop and stands completely still. His expression settles into a calm, focused look as he takes in the new surroundings and prepares himself for whatever comes next. Jin Woo finds himself alone in a dim rocky cave corridor, the rough stone walls stretching into darkness around him. He glances to the side and questions whether he has really entered the dungeon, while admitting that the place feels seriously creepy. A system message appears in the darkness, confirming the situation in clear terms. Player Baek Jin Woo has entered the beginner dungeon. Jin Woo swallows nervously as he keeps his eyes fixed on the interface in front of him. The moment has finally arrived, and he realizes that this is where the real tutorial begins. 2 summon cards appear within a glowing space, each one framed by light like a selection screen made real. One card displays an ice golem, while the other reveals a gargoyle, showing how summons are meant to be prepared for battle. A system message explains that to fight inside a dungeon, he must form a proper team using his summons. As the instructions appear, 2 creatures clash in the display, making it clear that dungeon combat will depend entirely on how he builds his lineup. 5 empty card slots appear in front of him, marking the maximum number of summons he can assign to one team. Then a prompt asks whether he wants to place Wind Fairy, X rank, and Hairy Gorilla, F rank, into the team. Jin Woo studies the interface with a calm look, already thinking through the standard approach. Normally, if someone wanted to raise the success rate of clearing a dungeon, they would fill all 5 team slots without hesitation. In his memory, Jin Woo sits alone at a desk in a dark room, with only the glow of a screen lighting his face. Entering a dungeon with just 2 summons might look reckless to anyone else, but with the right strategy, it is not completely impossible. Under the dim light, his eyes narrow with the confidence of someone who has repeated this situation endlessly. He has already tested this kind of strategy thousands, no, tens of thousands, of times. Jin Woo extends his finger and presses the yes option without wavering. The strategy is already arranged inside his head, and now he only needs to put it into motion. Ramba appears first, floating with her hands gathered neatly together, while the gorilla bursts forward with a powerful leap and a roaring cry. Both summons materialize inside the dungeon, ready to move under Jin Woo's command. Jin Woo stands upright inside the cave with Ramba hovering beside him, his gaze moving through the darkness ahead. He begins thinking aloud that the monsters in the tutorial dungeon should be something predictable. Then his eye widens, and a bead of sweat forms on his cheek. From somewhere deeper in the cave, a low growling sound echoes toward them. A gray wolf steps onto the cave floor, baring its teeth as a rough growl rolls from its throat. The system identifies it as a starving gray wolf, and the objective becomes clear: defeat the wolf and escape the cave. Jinwoo stares straight ahead with a serious expression, a drop of sweat sliding down his face as he confirms what he is dealing with. It is an F-rank gray wolf. His shoes press firmly against the cave ground as golden energy begins to gather around his feet. The light rises from below him, spreading upward in a quiet but steady surge. Golden energy wraps around Jinwoo's body, forming a protective barrier that glows between him and the dungeon's danger. A shield is generated around him, separating the player from direct harm. Jinwoo stands inside the shining barrier and looks toward the floating blue panel in front of him. The player protection system has been implemented perfectly, but that does not erase the biggest problem: this is still reality. A red warning flashes into view, harsh and unmistakable. If he is attacked without a protective shield, he will die. Jinwoo stares forward with his face drawn tight, sweat forming again as the warning settles in. If he fails here, this will not end with a simple game over. The gray wolf advances with glowing red eyes, each step heavy against the cave floor. Its teeth remain bared as it growls, closing the distance with a predator's focus. Jinwoo thrusts his arm forward and shouts for Harry to attack. The gorilla responds immediately, charging ahead with a roar as his heavy body barrels toward the wolf. But the gorilla suddenly stops in the middle of his charge, reacting with startled hesitation. Jinwoo remains with his arm extended, while the wolf faces them from the other side, the gap between them still dangerously open. Jinwoo's expression strains as he watches the failed rush unfold. The problem is obvious right away: Harry is too slow. Jinwoo clenches his fist and shouts that he expected at least this much, then immediately calls out to Ramba. She shoots forward with a bright smile, spinning her staff through currents of glowing green wind as she answers with an easy, "Okie dokie." Ramba twists through the air and raises her staff high above her head, green wind swirling around her tiny body. With her energy gathering fast, she cries out, "Here goes." As Ramba boosts the summon's attack speed, green wind energy begins wrapping around the gorilla. He squints his eyes and tilts his head slightly, as if feeling the sudden change spreading through his body. The gorilla's glowing eyes snap open wide, and his fangs show as power surges through him. Green energy circles his face, sharpening his presence into something far more dangerous. With his mouth stretched open in a roar, the gorilla lunges forward, one arm driving out in front of him. Behind him, Ramba keeps swinging her staff, pushing the green wind around his body to make him faster. Jinwoo's mouth curls into a smirk as he clenches his fist, watching the speed boost take effect. This is exactly what he expected from Ramba, and he cannot help thinking that it feels good to see her perform so well. The gray wolf launches itself forward, teeth bared and claws extended as it snarls through the air. It charges directly at the gorilla with the full force of a starving beast. Jinwoo's face tightens as he watches the wolf rush in. A tense thought crosses his mind: was that thing always this big back when it was only in the game? The gorilla swings his arm downward, green wind energy trailing around his body with every movement. Behind him, Ramba continues swinging her staff, while Jinwoo tells himself that surely Fuzzball will not lose here. Wrapped in green energy, the gorilla charges straight ahead while the gray wolf dashes at him from the opposite direction. According to all the data Jinwoo knows, there is absolutely no way the gorilla should lose, but since this is reality, he cannot completely ignore the possibility of unexpected variables. The gorilla lunges forward with his mouth wide open, roaring as he throws himself into the clash. At the same time, the wolf leaps toward him with a vicious snarl, aiming straight for him. The moment they collide, blood and slashing force burst across the impact point. The clash lands with a brutal weight, sending a violent shock through the cave. The wolf sinks its teeth into the gorilla, biting hard as blood sprays from the gorilla's face under the impact. The fight instantly turns far worse than Jinwoo expected. The wolf forces the gorilla down and pins him against the ground, its jaws locked tightly around his neck. Harry roars in pain beneath it, struggling as the wolf refuses to let go. Jinwoo's eyes snap forward, his expression twisting with shock at the sudden reversal. He shouts Ramba's name, knowing they need her support immediately. Ramba squeezes her eyes shut and grips her staff with both hands, swinging it with every bit of strength she has. She cries out that she is already swinging as hard as she can. A fist wrapped in swirling green wind energy drives forward with explosive force. The boosted strike cuts through the air, carrying all of Ramba's support behind it. Gorilla's wind-covered fist slams straight into the wolf with a heavy, bone-rattling impact. The wolf's body jerks upward from the force, and blood sprays from its mouth as the blow finally breaks through its attack. The gray wolf crashes onto its back against the cave floor, hitting hard enough to scatter dust, stone chips, and loose debris around its body. For a moment, the entire cavern seems to shake from the fall. Ramba lifts her staff high over her head with both hands, her tiny body glowing as green wind spirals faster around her. With a fierce shout, she declares that this will be the final blow. She hovers firmly in place, her expression sharpening with total focus as glowing magic circles unfold behind her. Wind energy gathers around her body in thick currents, building up power for one decisive attack. The gorilla rises into the air, wrapped completely in green energy as his body arches backward. His roar echoes through the cave, turning the gathered wind into raw momentum. Then he comes crashing down onto the wolf with crushing force. The impact drives into the ground beneath them, splitting cracks through the stone floor as the whole cave trembles. The gorilla follows up without stopping, hammering rapid strikes into the wolf's battered body, each blow infused with swirling green wind. One impact after another lands in quick succession, leaving the wolf with no chance to recover. A massive dust cloud explodes outward from the point of impact, swallowing the area in gray smoke. Broken chunks of stone and debris scatter across the cave floor from the force of the final assault. Jinwoo stands there staring forward, his face still tense from the close call. Beside him, Ramba hovers with her staff clutched tightly in both hands, panting hard after pouring everything into the support. The gray wolf lies motionless on the ground, its body battered and completely unable to move. The gorilla stands beside the fallen beast, towering over it after the brutal finish. The gorilla throws his head back in victory and pounds his chest with both fists. His roar bursts through the cave, loud enough to echo off the rocky walls around them. Jinwoo finally lets out the breath he had been holding, his body loosening now that the danger has passed. Ramba jumps beside him with her staff raised high, shouting in pure celebration that they won. A system interface appears in front of Jinwoo, showing that he has obtained 2 lesser strength runes. Seeing the reward appear after the battle, he exhales and admits the most important thing: he survived. Under the warm glow of the sunset sky, a tall city tower rises above the skyline, its outline standing bright against the fading light. A voice thanks everyone and says they will see them next time. A hand holds up a thick stack of bills, the money fanned out with obvious satisfaction. The person holding it can hardly hide their excitement, saying they hit the jackpot by making 200,000 won in just one day. A pink-haired girl beams brightly while holding stacks of cash in both hands, her smile full of pride at the day's earnings. This is Baek Ajin, Baek Jinwoo's younger sister. Golden coins tumble through a glowing space, emphasizing just how much money can move through this new world. 3 years ago, when reality changed, Ajin found herself working a new kind of job as a rune farming player. Stacks of gold coins pile higher and higher as Ajin explains how she makes her living. She usually enters lower-level dungeons, collects runes, and then sells them to promising players for profit. Inside a dungeon, Ajin kneels while holding a glowing book carefully in both hands. She explains that after her brother's accident, she became a player herself, and by chance, she found an intermediate-grade summoning scroll that gave her a C-rank summon. Ajin slips the money into her bag with a satisfied look, thinking back on how lucky she was. Thanks to her C-rank shadow elf, she has been able to earn steady income through rune farming. Her phone lights up in her hand, and the caller ID shows Jinwoo Appa. The moment she sees the name, she immediately recognizes it and says that it is her brother calling. Standing on a busy street under the sunset, Ajin lifts the phone to her ear and answers right away. She asks, "Hello, Appa? Have you been discharged?" while people move around her in the evening crowd. Ajin frowns with her eyes squeezed shut, gripping the phone tightly as Jinwoo answers from the other side. He tells her that he has been discharged, then immediately brings up what their dad told him, saying he heard she has become a rune hawker. In an exaggerated burst of anger, a chibi version of Ajin shouts that she is not a rune hawker and demands to be called a rune farming player. Jinwoo recoils slightly on the other end of the call, still holding the phone as her protest hits him full force. Jinwoo keeps the phone pressed to his ear with a tired expression as the conversation shifts toward the player zone. A glowing world map appears, covered with bright connection lines and shining nodes, showing the places where these facilities exist. After the Tower of Trials appeared around the world, people needed dedicated locations to handle summon-related business. A tall futuristic tower rises beneath a bright sky, standing as the center of this new system. That need eventually created the player zones, where not only dungeons, but also synthesis shops and enhancement centers were built around the towers so players could handle everything in one place. The view shifts into a quiet cafe, where soft indoor lighting settles over the tables and counter. Away from the noise outside, the conversation continues in a calmer setting. Ajin sits at the table with a glass in her hand, looking straight at Jinwoo as she starts explaining the local situation. She asks if he knows that Jamcell Tower and Hyendi Tower both turned into towers of trials. The siblings sit across from each other beside a large window, the city visible beyond the glass. Ajin explains that in Korea, the towers of trials only appeared in those two places, which is why the player zone is located only around those areas. Jinwoo rests his chin on his hand, listening with a thoughtful expression as the explanation clicks into place. He says that if these facilities exist to help clear the Tower of Trials, then it makes sense for them to be built nearby for convenience. Ajin looks at him from across the table, curiosity showing clearly on her face. Then she asks what rank his summon was, wondering whether he pulled an F rank or an E rank. Facing her calmly, Jinwoo answers that he got E and F. Ajin's face immediately brightens, her eyes sparkling with surprise as she says that means he actually hit the 5% chance. Jinwoo turns his head slightly with a small, casual smile, saying that he must have been lucky then. But inside, he quietly apologizes to his little sister, because that answer is a lie. With the cafe counter and menu boards visible behind them, Jinwoo changes the subject and gets to the point. He tells Ajin that he needs her help, because he also wants to get used to this new system as quickly as possible. They sit across from each other at the table as Jinwoo crosses his arms and adds that he will give her some pocket money later. Ajin fires back without hesitation, pointing out that she already makes way more money than he does. From above, Ajin raises her hand while Jinwoo leans into his older brother confidence, telling her that she never knows how the world will turn out. He says he might just become the world's best player, but Ajin immediately brushes it off with a flat, "Yeah right." Images of Rachel and Zenas appear surrounded by swirling energy, representing the kind of players Ajin is talking about. She says people say things like that all the time, but Rachel and Zenas are always at the top, because people like them are the chosen ones, not ordinary players like her brother. Jinwoo smirks faintly as Ajin continues, insisting that those top rankers are all geniuses and that people like them can never reach that level. He simply responds, "Is that so?" with a look that suggests he is not convinced at all. Ajin looks up at him from the table with a surprised expression as Jinwoo stands beside her. He tells her that he understands, so she should just show him around instead of arguing. Facing forward with a slight smile, Jinwoo makes his real intention clear. He wants to see with his own eyes what a player zone actually looks like. Night falls over the city, and a tall illuminated tower rises into the sky, its lights glowing all along the massive structure. Against the dark backdrop, it looks less like a building and more like the center of a new world. People walk and gather along the city walkway beneath the night sky, moving through the glow of the surrounding lights. In the background, the towering structure looms over everything, impossible to ignore. Jinwoo and Ajin walk side by side along a riverside path, the night air calm around them. Ajin looks over at him and asks what he pulled since he said he had just summoned something, and Jinwoo answers simply that it was a wind fairy. Ajin turns her head with a curious look, repeating the name Wind Fairy as if she is trying to place it. Since she has never heard of that summon before, she immediately asks him to let her see it. Jinwoo keeps walking ahead with a tense expression, clearly not planning to show her. Ajin follows behind him with irritation building on her face, and when he refuses, she snaps back that they are not strangers and that showing a summon will not wear it out. The two continue walking under the trees at night, their footsteps carrying them along the path. Jinwoo looks forward and tells her to show him hers first, and Ajin glances at him in surprise, repeating, "Mine?" Ajin's confidence returns instantly as she smiles and stretches one hand forward. Purple energy begins swirling around her palm, and she warns him not to be too shocked by what he is about to see. Jinwoo looks to the side with a slightly tense expression, watching his sister's sudden confidence carefully. He wonders what kind of summon she could possibly have that makes her act so sure of herself. A masked elf appears in a flash of glowing energy, moving with a dagger already in hand. The figure reveals Ajin's summon, a C-rank shadow elf. Jinwoo stares forward in stunned silence, his face going completely blank. For a moment, he has no reaction at all, as if the summon in front of him has left him genuinely speechless. Ajin leaned closer to him, her brows knitting together in clear irritation as she stared right at his face. "What's with that lukewarm reaction?" she snapped, obviously dissatisfied. "You might not know this, Appa, but anything C rank or higher is already treated as noble tier. Jinwoo only looked back at her calmly and gave a simple reply. I see. Under the dark night sky, the shadow elf remained perfectly still, almost like a quiet figure carved out of darkness. Jinwoo, meanwhile, brushed off the whole idea of noble tier and C ranks in his head, not looking particularly impressed at all, before casually calling out, "Hey, Miss Elf." With a relaxed smile on his face, he lifted one hand toward the small elf floating beside Ajin. His expression was almost too friendly for the situation as he asked, "Can shadow elves speak Korean?" "Hello." The little elf gave no response at all, simply hovering there in silence while Jinwoo kept his hand raised as if waiting for a greeting back. Beside him, Ajin's patience visibly thinned, her face tightening with annoyance. "What are you doing right now?" she asked. Jinwoo answered like it was the most natural thing in the world. "What does it look like I'm doing? I'm just saying hello and asking my little sister's proud summon to take good care of her." Ajin folded her arms across her chest and stared at him with the tired look of someone who could not believe what she was hearing. "Hello, my foot," she said flatly. "How is a summon supposed to talk?" Jinwoo froze for a second, his gaze fixed ahead as the tension crept into one eye. A small bead of sweat formed on his cheek, and his voice dropped in realization. They can't talk. The memory of Ramba immediately flashed through his mind, with her clinging tightly to his face and crying out at the top of her voice, "God Jinu, do you know how much I missed you?" Jinwoo's expression stiffened as the thought hit him. "But Ramba talked when we first met." Jinwoo looked genuinely startled now, his eyes widening as he stared straight ahead. "Wait," he muttered, as if only now putting the pieces together. Summons couldn't originally talk. Ajin stood beside him with her arms still crossed, completely unimpressed, and shot back, "Who's ever heard of a talking summon?" Ramba appeared beside him in his thoughts as Jinwoo's face stayed tense, his mind trying to rationalize what had happened. "No, I mean, that's true," he admitted. "But since Ramba talked, I thought all humanoid summons could talk now because of the reality patch." Ajin turned toward him with a more serious look, clearly done with the side conversation. "Okay, now show me your summon, Appa," she said. Jinwoo immediately turned his back to her, avoiding the request as naturally as possible. "Later." Ajin leaned forward in frustration, her voice rising sharply. "What? Why? I showed you mine." But Jinwoo had already started walking away, waving her off as he said, "I told you, I'll show you later." Inside, though, he knew it was better not to attract attention right now, and from this point on, he would have to be careful whenever he spoke to Ramba. Beneath the night sky stretching over the city, Jinwoo continued forward without looking back. His tone stayed casual but firm as he told her, "Just hurry up and guide me." Ajin quickly hurried after him, her voice chasing him down from behind. "Wait for me." Jinwoo's eyes opened a little wider as he stopped and looked ahead. His lips parted slightly, and a quiet sound of amazement slipped out. "Wow." He stood in the middle of a street glowing with neon signs and bright storefront lights, taking in the view with clear surprise. Ajin stood beside him as he looked around, still trying to process the scene. "Is this really Jamcell World?" Ajin walked ahead with one hand raised, explaining as Jinwoo followed behind her with confusion written across his face. "That's right," she said. "When the Tower of Trials appeared, the company just tore the whole place down." Jinwoo blinked at that and immediately asked, "Why?" She kept facing forward with a flat, matter-of-fact expression while images of toy figures and the massive dark tower rose behind her under a stormy sky. "Why, you ask?" she said. "Who'd want to play around next to that gloomy tower?" What had once been called a land of dreams and hope had clearly changed. Jinwoo stood there with a blank expression as the image of a roller coaster packed with screaming people flashed behind him against a fiery, intense backdrop. "Wouldn't that make it even more thrilling?" he asked, as if the danger only added to the attraction. After all, now it felt less like a dream park and more like a land of adventure and thrills. In a more simplified, almost comedic moment, Jinwoo and Ajin faced each other directly. Ajin gestured with both hands as if the answer should have been obvious. Dungeons literally took root right in the middle of Jamcell World. Who would come here to play? Jinwoo finally backed down a little and answered, "I guess that's true." Jinwoo looked ahead with a tense expression, his thoughts settling into a more honest feeling. Dungeons were definitely scary, no question about that, but seeing places from the game standing right in front of him in real life was something completely different. With his back turned toward the glowing street, he stood surrounded by bright neon signs and shifting city lights. Despite everything, the feeling rising in his chest was undeniable. "Honestly," he said, "it's exhilarating." His gaze moved toward a row of brightly lit booths where people were gathered at counters, trading items back and forth. "Is that the marketplace?" he asked. Ajin nodded and answered, "Yeah. Here, users can freely trade all kinds of things, from summoning scrolls to runes." A faint smile touched Jinwoo's face as he looked ahead, and for a moment, an old memory surfaced brightly in his mind. Two younger boys laughed with their mouths wide open, tossing scrolls and coins into the air like they had the whole world in their hands. Back then, he used to open summoning scrolls and runes with the rich guy Bixin, who would shout, "God Jaina bro, pick whatever you want." Beside him in the present, Ajin pointed forward and said, "See that pamphlet over there? Almost everything you need is written there, so if you need a guide, just go to the information desk." Jinwoo turned his eyes toward Ajin as she continued giving him advice with a serious older sister-like tone, even though she was the younger one. "Also, you're still a beginner, Appa. You need to learn the basics one step at a time." Then she pointed him toward another place. "So why don't you check out the academy run by the player headquarters over there?" Neon signs glowed across the buildings behind them as Jinwoo answered without much hesitation. "No, it's alright, little sis." In his mind, there was nothing here that he really needed to learn or be curious about, especially since from now on, he would be stuck in this place raising his level anyway. Ajin looked up at him, concern softening her face. "Are you sure you'll be okay?" Jinwoo raised one hand toward Ajin as if to reassure her and kept his voice steady. "Yeah. You head back first." Ajin looked at him and asked, "You're going to stay here?" Jinwoo was already walking away with his back turned, casually waving one hand over his shoulder. "I'm gonna look around by myself for a bit," he said. Ajin stayed where she was, watching him leave from behind, and quietly answered, "I see." Ajin stood alone with one hand resting against her chest, her gaze fixed in the direction Jinwoo had gone. Worry lingered clearly on her face. Appa has been acting really weird lately, she thought. He kept behaving like something had taken hold of him, and considering he had only just woken up not long ago, he was probably just desperately trying to make sense of everything. For now, all she could really do was watch over him. Jinwoo turned his head slightly as he raised a hand, a small smile appearing on his face. From behind him, Ajin's voice called out with concern, "Don't overdo it, okay? Call me if you need help." The quiet hallway ahead was washed in soft neon light, empty enough for his voice to carry. Jinwoo answered simply, "Got it." Jinwoo glanced around the area with a tense look, checking the corners and the empty path around him. "No one will come around here, right?" he thought. A glowing green wing suddenly filled the frame, surrounded by tiny golden particles of light drifting through the air. Jinwoo called her name in a low voice. "Ramba." Ramba appeared in midair with her wings spread wide, her whole face lighting up with a bright smile as she happily flew straight toward him. Before she could get too close, Jinwoo snapped his hand forward and pressed one finger right against Ramba's face. She froze in midair on the spot, completely startled by the sudden stop. Jinwoo crouched down on one knee and carefully held Ramba close between his hands, bringing her near enough to speak quietly. She stared back at him in confusion, her expression asking the question before her words did. "What is it?" Jinwoo's eyes widened with intense seriousness as he held Ramba close to his face. "Ramba," he said firmly, making sure she understood every word, "you aren't allowed to talk outside anymore, okay?" Ramba looked back at him, puzzled. "Why?" Still holding her near his face, Jinwoo kept his expression serious and lowered his voice. "Because from now on, we can't let people notice you. Only talk when we're inside a dungeon, understand?" Ramba nodded over and over in quick little motions, and Jinwoo finally eased up a bit. "Good, then." Jinwoo crouched near the wall with his phone held in both hands, letting out a heavy breath while Ramba hovered beside him, glowing softly in the dim space. "I'll need some initial capital," he muttered, staring at the screen, "if I'm going to start running dungeons and all that." He gripped the phone tightly with both hands, his eyes locked on the screen. The number staring back at him was painfully small, his account balance was only 12,501 won. Jinwoo's shoulders sank as he lowered his head and stared down at the phone with a tired, defeated expression. What a life. A large clock appeared in his mind, surrounded by drifting bills floating through the air like a cruel reminder. Could things possibly get any worse than this? Even after getting into an accident, this was all he had left in his bank account. And going back to part-time work like before would only waste time he could not afford to lose. Jinwoo dropped down on the ground and clutched his head with both hands, frustration pressing down on him from every side. Ramba hovered nearby quietly as he cursed under his breath. "Damn it. The image of his mother came to mind, standing at the sink and washing dishes while wiping her face with her arm. Some people might simply ask why he did not just get help from his parents, but to Jin Woo, that idea was absolute nonsense. Then came the image of his father at a construction site, wearing a helmet and carrying a heavy beam over one shoulder, sweat running down his face. His parents were still working 3 jobs just to keep the family afloat. And on top of that, he was supposed to rely on the parent card? There was no way. He remembered his mother smiling gently as she handed over a bag, that kindness making the thought even harder to bear. If he did something like that, he would not even feel human anymore. In his own eyes, he would be no better than a beast. Jin Woo stared down at his phone again, but this time his expression sharpened with resolve. Whatever, he said quietly. Even if I have to start from scratch, I can do it. A golden crown shone brilliantly amid swirling light, carrying the memory of his old reputation. The reason God Jainu had stood on a level no one else could compare to was simple: he was an F2P ranker. Jin Woo walked forward with his phone clenched tightly in his hand while Ramba floated beside him. The game had been packed with brutal pay-to-win elements, and there had even been someone who spent 300 million won. But Jin Woo had still climbed his way up without spending a single dime. His eyes narrowed into a sharp glare, determination hardening across his face. You think I can't do it just because it's reality now? He thought. Just watch. I'll absolutely claw my way back. Just then, Jin Woo held up his phone as it suddenly vibrated in his hand. A message lit up the screen, announcing that 500,000 won had been deposited. His confidence vanished for a split second as his eyes went wide and his mouth fell open in complete shock. Jin Woo stared down at his phone, completely frozen, while Ramba hovered at his side with curious eyes. His face twisted in shock as he shouted, where did this money suddenly come from? Then another possibility hit him, and he looked even more confused. Don't tell me, is this some kind of new player benefit or something? He kept his eyes on the phone screen, scrolling through the messages from his mom. She had written that she knew he was trying his best, and since he probably would not ask for allowance on his own, he should use this money for now. Jin Woo's grip on the phone loosened a little, and the shock on his face slowly softened into something quieter. His voice came out low and gentle as he whispered, "Mom." A memory rose in his mind of his mother sitting on a small stool beside his hospital bed. All that time, while he had been unconscious, she had stayed near him, nursing him and caring for him through nothing but exhaustion and hardship. Her hand reached out toward him with careful tenderness, then gently settled over his own, as if she was afraid even the slightest touch might hurt him. His mother smiled at him warmly, her hand moving from his hand to his cheek as she spoke with aching hope in her voice. "Mom's right here, so please open your eyes. Please be healthy again, and come back to us well." Back in the present, Jin Woo lifted one hand and covered his eyes, trying to hold back the emotion pressing up inside him. In a quiet voice, he said, "Thank you, Mom." Then his hand curled into a tight fist, his knuckles firming as his resolve returned. "Please wait for me," he said, carrying the weight of that promise in every word. "I'll definitely succeed." Jin Woo stared straight ahead with a firm, unwavering expression, his eyes no longer drifting or uncertain. "And I'll make sure our whole family can live comfortably." Soon after, he stood before a glowing display filled with items, the light from the screen reflecting across his face. Other players had already spent the past 3 years racing far ahead of him, so if he wanted to catch up, every single minute and every single second mattered. With Ramba hovering beside him, Jin Woo stood there with determination hardening across his face. If he wanted to become the best again, then he had to start acting like someone aiming for the top. And to gather the materials needed for growth, clearing dungeons was unavoidable. He gripped a glowing red scroll tightly with both hands and tore it open in one sharp motion. Energy burst out from the torn paper, flashing around him as he obtained 3 low-grade summoning scrolls. "First," he said, watching the light scatter, "I need to build a team." A wet, dripping mass of sludge slowly rose into view, its hollow eyes staring blankly from within its unstable body. The first summon had appeared, an F-rank summon sludge. Next, a small butterfly-like creature floated into the glowing space, delicate wings fluttering as tiny horns curved from its head. The second summon was the horned butterfly, also F-rank. Then a long, lizard-like creature emerged, its body low and sleek, with sharp claws ready to dig into the ground. This one was different. The poison lizard had arrived as an E-rank summon. Jin Woo crouched down in front of the lizard, studying it closely with a pleased look. "I got an E-rank," he said, sounding genuinely satisfied. "That's pretty lucky." Counting Ramba as E-rank too, that meant he had hit the 5% odds twice in only 5 pulls. He glanced to the side, already evaluating the new summon like a veteran player checking a build. A poison lizard's cost-effectiveness is pretty decent. The slime-like creature wobbled in place, its soft body jiggling uselessly as it sat there. Jinwoo's face tightened with mild annoyance. "I'll use this one for a bit," he muttered, "then throw it away." The newly summoned creatures gathered together around him, forming the first rough version of his team. For now, this lineup would have to do. From here on, the cycle was clear: pull summons, equip runes when needed, fight, level them up, farm more runes, hunt more enemies, and tear open more summoning scrolls. That was the core of this entire growth system. Jinwoo leaned forward with a confident grin, clenching his fist as if the grind had already begun. "That level of farming," he said, eyes bright with determination. "I can handle that any day." Dark silhouettes of several powerful figures filled the space, their eyes glowing ominously from the shadows. If he could gather all 10 X-rank summons, then even S-rank teams or the 100th floor of the Tower of Trials would not be impossible. He would be able to wipe out anything that stood in his path. Ramba flew forward with her staff in hand, her wings spread and her smile shining brightly. Jinwoo's goal became even clearer. First, he was going to track down every single one of the remaining X-ranks. His foot came down firmly against the ground, the step carrying the weight of his decision. "All right," he said. Now that the preparation was done, all that remained was the real deal. Jinwoo stood with a faint smile on his face, the tension from earlier replaced by focused confidence, while Ramba hovered quietly beside him. He raised his phone in one hand and looked down at the screen, already moving on to the next problem. "First, I should look for a dungeon." A pixelated map appeared on the screen, and a highlighted dungeon icon lit up as the cursor tapped it. Back when this was just a mobile game, entering was simple, all he had to do was tap the stage. But reality probably would not let him walk in that easily. Jinwoo kept walking while checking his phone, a slight smile tugging at his mouth as curiosity crept in. "So how does it work now that it's real?" Then his eyes suddenly widened, and a bead of sweat formed on his cheek as he saw something he clearly had not expected. In the middle of a crowded area, Jinwoo stiffened so abruptly that people nearby turned to look at him. His voice burst out before he could stop it. "What the hell is this?" He gripped his phone while sweat ran down his face, his hands trembling slightly as he read the details. "Even if you have a summon." A cartoon-like panel popped into mind, showing a small horned character gasping dramatically as the topic shifted to dungeon access. The lesson was painfully clear: having a summon did not mean someone could simply enter a dungeon whenever they wanted. Jinwoo stared at the explanation in disbelief. "So I can't just go in?" A map spread out with glowing dungeon markers scattered across different regions. Dungeon gates appeared at random, no matter the location, and their difficulty could be judged from the kind of energy they released. Behind him, a massive swirling portal opened with bright energy twisting inside it, while Jinwoo stood in front of it with a nervous look. Even if a dungeon seemed easy, the rules were no longer as loose as before. A chibi version of Jinwoo and Ramba were shoved backward at the entrance, stopped cold by an invisible barrier. The rule was blunt: only people who had formally registered as players were allowed to enter. Jinwoo sat slumped on a bench, his head lowered and one hand covering his face, looking like the life had been drained straight out of him. His eyes narrowed slightly beneath the shadow of his hand as frustration settled in. "My luck is terrible," he muttered. "Why did I have to wake up right after the law changed?" Just then, a tiny hand reached out from behind him and gently tapped him, pulling him out of his gloomy thoughts. Ramba appeared in an adorable chibi form, puffing out her cheeks as she tried to encourage him. "Cheer up, Jinwoo." Jinwoo lifted his head, and a faint smile slowly formed as he looked at Ramba beside him. He reached out and gently patted her on the head. "Thanks, Ramba," he said. Ramba closed her eyes with a bright, delighted smile, clearly thrilled by the praise. Jinwoo leaned back slightly, the edge of his frustration fading as a more thoughtful expression settled over his face. Night had already fallen over the building, the dark sky stretching above it quietly, when Ajin's voice came through the phone. "Hello, Appa." Ajin lay on her stomach across the bed, holding the phone to her ear as she spoke casually. "What time are you coming home?" she asked. "Mom's asking what you want to do for dinner." Still holding the phone against her ear, Ajin's expression shifted into mild confusion as Jinwoo answered that he would get dinner himself. Then he asked, "Did you know about this?" She blinked and replied, "About what?" Ajin suddenly pushed herself upright on the bed, kneeling in place with a startled look as Jinwoo said, "You need to complete player registration before you can enter a dungeon." Her face changed at once. "Oh, right. Jin Woo immediately pressed her on it, asking if she had kept that information from him on purpose. Ajin flailed in embarrassment, waving her hands as she hurried to deny it. No way. I really just forgot. Jin Woo held the phone to his ear while Ramba sat comfortably on top of his head. The rule was apparently new, created after too many people had been dying inside dungeons, forcing the government to step in. Jin Woo's brows tightened as he asked, did that many people really die? A crowd of people stood packed in front of a glowing portal, where suited staff blocked the entrance and kept order. The situation had become chaotic, with people being told they could not enter without permission. Jin Woo listened and grimaced. This has gotten pretty annoying. He pressed his fingers lightly against his lips as he listened to the rest of the details. There were tests, battles, and registration steps involved now, turning the whole process into a hassle. Is it to control the number of players? He asked. A glowing blue sphere of energy floated above an open hand, surrounded by drifting coins while shadowy hands stretched upward greedily from below. If everyone chased power and became a player out of pure desire, the balance of society itself could start to crack. Jin Woo kept the phone pressed to his ear, his brows slightly drawn together as he tried to make sense of what Ajin was saying. Then she added one more detail that caught his attention: there was also a ranking system for players. A ranking board filled the screen, lined with names and national flags from different countries. Every year, the system ranked the top 100 players both domestically and internationally. But the harsh part was that their own country was not even listed anywhere in the global rankings. Jin Woo's face stiffened into an awkward smile, a small bead of sweat sliding down his cheek as Ajin kept talking. She said that if the legendary god Jainu appeared, their country's position would skyrocket at once. Jin Woo could only answer with a strained, well, right, before quickly adding, I'm hanging up now. After ending the call, Jin Woo stood there with his back turned, phone still in his hand, and for a moment he said absolutely nothing. The city stretched out beneath the night sky, tall buildings glowing with neon signs and scattered lights. Jin Woo looked over the scene and decided that, since his setup was ready for now, it was probably best to call it a night. At home, a pot sat on the stove with its lid rattling from the heat. Inside, the soup boiled hard, bubbling up until it spilled over the edges and ran down the sides. Jin Woo's mother stood in the kitchen, busy cooking by the stove, while his father sat at the table nearby with a newspaper in his hands, quietly reading through the morning news. His father slowly lowered the newspaper just enough to look over it, his attention shifting toward the front of the house. Jin Woo stood in the doorway with one hand holding the strap of his backpack, looking inside with a hint of surprise. His mother turned toward him and asked why he was already up at 6 in the morning. Jin Woo answered simply, saying he needed to head out early. He sat near the entrance, facing the door as he prepared to leave. His mother looked at him with obvious concern and told him to eat some rice balls before going, but Jin Woo shook it off and said he was fine. Bending forward, Jin Woo gripped his shoe with both hands and pulled it into place, finishing the last bit of adjustment before standing up. Near the doorway, Jin Woo paused for a moment while his parents stood behind him in the hallway. Without turning away completely, he called out to them, "Mom. Dad." He looked back at them with a small, quiet smile on his face. "I'm sorry," he said, his voice steadier than before, "for only showing you my shortcomings all this time. And, thank you." Then Jin Woo stepped forward toward the exit, leaving his parents standing behind him in surprise. Before walking out, he gave them one last simple farewell. "I'll be going now." His father rubbed the back of his neck with an awkward, strained look, as if the sudden sincerity had caught him off guard. "That kid really knows how to make things awkward," he muttered. His mother, still uneasy, asked if their Jin Woo would truly be okay, and his father reassured her that these days, the government provided safety training. His mother stood quietly by the window, her hands clasped tightly together in front of her. Worry stayed written across her face, and for a while, she could not bring herself to say anything. The closed front door stood in the quiet entryway, sunlight spilling gently across the floor. From inside the home, a soft wish followed after him. "Please stay safe, Jin Woo." In this era, a silhouetted man raised both hands beneath a glowing scroll, radiant light pouring down around him like a blessing. It had become a time when all of humanity could potentially become players. A death certificate lay among scattered papers, stark and lifeless against the mess. Among many nations, South Korea had drawn attention very early on for one grim reason: its dungeon mortality rate was exceptionally high, and the cause was even more disturbing. A distorted, smiling man appeared surrounded by monsters, his expression twisted with reckless confidence. The cause was a kind of greed-fueled main character syndrome, where ordinary players convinced themselves they were the chosen protagonists of a fantasy world. A glowing eye filled the view, sharp and ominous. Driven by those delusions, players would charge through dungeons far beyond their ability, pushing ahead carelessly until they died. A monster with a single red eye loomed over blood-stained ground, while a lifeless hand lay nearby, showing the brutal end that waited for people who mistook fantasy for reality. Stacks of newspapers filled the scene, each headline carrying another grim report. Foreign press outlets speculated that many talented gamers had been lost during this period, and some even argued that this was the reason South Korea now sat at the bottom of the rankings. The headlines spoke of men in their 20s dying in dungeons and the country sinking deeper into the abyss. A hand held up a phone showing a news broadcast, where an anchor faced the camera with a serious expression and began the report. Mr. Kwon and 4 others died in a dungeon, the report continued from the phone screen. Jin-woo stood in a crowded indoor hall, looking down at the broadcast as the words settled heavily in his mind. So many people had really died just because of delusions. A close view of Jin-woo's eye showed a bead of sweat forming near his cheek. He knew he was not exactly in a position to judge, considering he had been addicted to the game for 10 whole years. But even so, if he was being honest, the whole thing sounded a little pathetic. Jin-woo stood in line in front of the registration counter, with more applicants waiting behind him. When the clerk called, "Next person, please," he stepped forward and answered, "Yes." He reached out and placed his document neatly onto the counter, sliding it toward the clerk's hand. "Here's my application," he said. The clerk checked it and responded without delay, "All right, you're all registered." Jin-woo leaned forward slightly, still facing the clerk, and asked in a careful voice, "Excuse me, how many people will be granted player qualifications?" A close view of his face showed a tense expression and a light sheen of sweat as he heard the answer. Only 50 people who passed the final exam would receive the official title of player. Jin-woo's mind immediately went to the line behind him. There had to be well over 1,000 people waiting right now. His feet stayed planted firmly on the floor as he stood there, taking in the odds for a brief moment. But in the end, he simply thought, whatever. Jin-woo walked forward through a bright hallway filled with moving silhouettes, lowering his head slightly as his thoughts sharpened. If he could not even pass something like this, then there was no point talking about anything beyond it. Outside, he moved through the crowd with his eyes fixed ahead, his expression firm and unshaken. If he could not overcome this much, then how could he ever have been called Ail-chun? Elsewhere, a calm cafe interior stretched wide, filled with customers sitting at tables, drinking and chatting, while others stood near the counter and waited for their orders. A thick stack of application papers lay on a desk, and as one page was turned over, a profile photo came into view. Someone looked over the pile and remarked that they had to select only 50 people from all of these applicants. A bearded man in a shirt and tie sat at the table, one hand wrapped around a glass of iced drink while the other rested near the stack of documents. This was Park Chang-suk, an examiner from headquarters. He said they needed to pick more candidates if they wanted to scout proper talent. Without warning, the wall exploded inward, chunks of debris and clouds of dust blasting through the cafe in a violent burst. Chang-suk jolted in his seat, his face tightening in shock as dust and shattered debris filled the room. People in the background panicked, scrambling away from the blast, while he shouted, "What was that?" Through the settling dust, a figure stepped forward, their presence cutting straight through the chaos. A voice called out with deliberate familiarity, "Hey there, Park Chang-suk." A suited man stood there wearing a smug smile, flanked by a massive red-skinned orc, a floating eyeball creature, and a horned beast. He looked at Chang-suk with open hostility and said, "You look pretty relaxed after killing all my boys." Chang-suk narrowed his eyes, letting out a slow breath as irritation and recognition crossed his face. Under his breath, he muttered, "This crazy bastard." Thick wooden roots suddenly burst up from the ground, tearing through the floor as debris scattered outward in every direction. Chang-suk stood with both fists clenched, surrounded by his own summons, a towering tree-like humanoid, a floating red bat-like creature, and a flaming wolf. Fire arced across the shattered cafe, turning the air tense and dangerous. A boy nearby stared toward the confrontation with wide, sweating eyes, while Jin-woo sat at a table in the background with his phone still in hand. The boy recognized the danger at once and said, "It's the syndicate and headquarters." Then he swallowed nervously and asked, "Why here, of all places?" Jin-woo tilted his head slightly, catching the commotion and the scattered voices around him as his attention shifted toward the unfolding clash. Inside the damaged cafe, both sides faced each other across the wreckage, broken pieces of wall and furniture scattered across the floor. Jin-woo looked at the scene and asked, "What is going on?" He turned his head and looked back with a tense expression, his confusion only growing as the situation became more absurd by the second. What is this crazy situation? Across the shattered cafe, the two groups stood off against each other in the open space, debris littering everything around them. A nearby bystander trembled and nervously asked, "What's going on all of a sudden?" Two people stood sweating and shaking as they watched the confrontation, with Jinwoo positioned just behind them. The girl's voice trembled as she asked what they should do and whether they were going to die. The boy tried to reassure her, saying it would be okay, because Park Chang-suk was the Yiksha known for crushing gangs. Jinwoo looked forward with a puzzled expression, trying to process the name and the situation unfolding right in front of him. The suited man stood with his arms crossed, wearing a faint, arrogant smirk as if the ruined cafe belonged to him. Behind him, the towering orc loomed like a wall of muscle, while the floating eyeball creature hovered at his side, quietly watching the room. Chang-suk whipped his head to the side, his mouth opening wide as his voice cut through the chaos. "This is an emergency," he yelled, glaring at the intruder. "Are you seriously acting like common thugs now, using summons to throw your weight around?" All around the cafe, people crouched low or stood frozen in fear as glowing blue barriers began forming around them. They clutched their summons close, trying to protect themselves, while someone shouted for everyone to call out their summons and raise protective shields immediately. Jinwoo found himself standing inside a blue protective barrier, the light wrapping around him like a thin wall. He turned his head sharply and called out, "Ramba," and in the next moment, she appeared beside him. Ramba hovered there with a blank, slightly dazed expression, her posture drooping just a little as she stared at the mess around them. She looked more confused than scared, as if she could not quite understand why everything had suddenly turned so noisy. Before Ramba could properly speak, Jinwoo quickly pressed one finger against her lips. Her cheeks flushed at once, and she managed to call out his name in surprise before stopping under his warning touch. Ramba fluttered beside his shoulder with a pout on her flushed face, gesturing as if she had plenty to say. Jinwoo glanced at her and reminded her in a low voice that she had promised not to talk outside, making it clear this was not the time to break that rule. The suited man tilted his head slightly, his smirk widening as he looked at Chang-suk with mocking amusement. "Well, aren't you quite the apostle of justice?" With a lazy gesture from behind, the suited man gave his command. The massive orc roared, tightening its grip around a huge axe before charging forward with terrifying force, while the man shouted to see just how long Chang-suk could last. Jinwoo crouched behind a flipped table, keeping low while Ramba perched on top of his head. He watched the confrontation unfold and muttered that stepping in for no reason would only create more trouble than it was worth. His eyes narrowed as he focused on the battle in front of him, carefully observing every movement. "For now," he murmured, "let's see how they fight." A section of the wall erupted in a fierce fiery explosion, sending broken debris flying outward as flames spread across the damaged interior of the cafe. A flaming butterfly hovered in the air, its wings glowing as it released several blazing fireballs. The burning orbs rained down toward the charging orc, lighting up the space between them. The fireballs slammed into the cafe floor and detonated in a massive burst of flame. Heat, smoke, and debris blasted outward in every direction, swallowing the orc in the explosion. But when the flames began to clear, the orc still stood there, completely unfazed. Heat shimmered across its body as it gripped its axe, barely moved by the attack that had just exploded around it. The suited man leaned forward with a wide grin, laughter spilling out as he looked at Chang-suk in open mockery. "Is that all you've got?" Chang-suk clenched his teeth, his face twisting into a grimace as a bead of sweat slid down his cheek. Nearby, a trembling hand gripped the edge of a table so tightly that sweat dripped down the fingers. The person hiding there could barely get the words out, stuttering in fear. "This is..." Jinwoo stared ahead with a blank expression, Ramba still perched on his head while gripping his hair a little too tightly. "It hurts, Ramba," he said quietly, before looking back at the fight with a flat comment. "They're absolute scrubs." Still crouched behind the overturned table, Jinwoo glanced back as the frightened voices around him grew louder. Someone whispered that Park Chang-suk was being pushed back, while another person worried what would happen if he lost, insisting those guys would not hesitate to kill ordinary people. Jinwoo's face appeared in profile, a drop of sweat trailing down as he stared toward the battle. His thoughts tightened with pressure. What was he supposed to do here, and what would happen if he got dragged into this mess? The huge axe blade gleamed in the air as it rose high overhead, catching the light for one dangerous instant before the strike came down. The orc swung the axe downward with brutal force, flames rippling across its massive body. The impact split through the huge roots in front of it, tearing them apart like brittle wood. Chang-suk stared forward, bracing himself, when someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder from behind. At the same time, Jin Woo's thoughts darkened. If this kept going, he might die here before he ever got the chance to live quietly. Jin Woo stepped out from behind Changsuk with one hand raised slightly, as if asking for a moment. "Excuse me," he said. Changsuk immediately shouted back at him, warning that it was dangerous and ordering him to step away. Changsuk's focused eyes sharpened as Jin Woo spoke calmly beside him. "The fire turtle's skill timing is a bit off." Standing beside Changsuk, Jin Woo raised one finger and pointed past the blood orc. "Look at the buffers behind it," he said, directing Changsuk's attention toward the real problem. The floating eyeball creature hovered in the air behind the orc, quietly working from a safe distance. Its role was clear, it was applying a fire resistance buff. Behind the blood orc, the horned beast and slime also stayed in position, helping reinforce it. With support like that active at the wrong moment, there was no way a fire attack would work properly. Changsuk stared ahead with a tense expression, a bead of sweat running down his face as he finally understood. Every time the rear buffers used a skill, the orc's body turned red. So that was fire resistance? Inside the burning cafe, the tree-like humanoid faced the blood orc, its massive body standing firm against the heat and wreckage. Changsuk narrowed his eyes and said, "In that case." The orc's eye narrowed as tension tightened across its face, flames flickering around its body while it sensed the shift in the fight. Changsuk thrust his arm forward and shouted, "Now! Fire turtle!" The flaming turtle unleashed a concentrated blast, sending a blazing beam tearing across the cracked floor until it slammed straight into the orc. Changsuk clenched his fist, a wide grin breaking across his face as he saw the attack connect properly. It actually worked. The suited man jerked his head back in shock, his smug expression collapsing in an instant. "How did you know?" A massive wooden root came crashing down with violent force, smashing into the ground so hard that debris and broken fragments exploded outward. At the same time, a thick wooden vine shot upward and snatched the small winged eyeball creature out of the air. The suited man recoiled, his mouth falling open as he shouted in disbelief, "Crazy!" A flaming creature with blazing hair opened its mouth and released a continuous stream of fire, while the butterfly fired off several glowing fireballs alongside it, layering the attacks one after another. A massive column of fire crashed down onto the orc, swallowing it in a violent explosion. Flames and debris burst outward, shaking the ruined cafe under the force of the combined attack. Changsuk stared toward the scorched battlefield as blue distortions flickered and faded, marking the places where the defeated summons vanished. His voice trembled with disbelief. How can this be?" The suited man leaned backward with one hand raised, a shattered translucent barrier fading around him as his last defense broke apart. Panic finally reached his face, and he shouted, "Wait!" Sweat ran down his trembling face as he raised his voice in desperation. "I'll turn myself in. I'll surrender. I was wrong." Then he twisted his head to look behind him, his eyes widening as dark wooden vines filled the foreground around him. His breath caught in his throat. "Ha!" Thick wooden vines wrapped tightly around the suited man's body and lifted him off the ground as he struggled helplessly. "Please spare me," he pleaded. "I'll never act like a thug again." Changsuk faced him without softening at all and cut him off. "Shut up." The wooden vine raised the suited man higher into the air, his bound legs kicking uselessly as Changsuk spoke in a cold, firm voice. "Gang members," he declared, "were subject to immediate execution." A close view of the suited man's eye showed tears gathering as his face trembled with pure terror. His voice cracked as he whispered, "No." Changsuk stood upright with a stern expression, raising one hand as if delivering the final judgment. "Right." The massive wooden vine crushed the suited man in an instant, blood bursting outward as Changsuk stood nearby and watched without looking away. Two people stared forward with tense, frozen faces, sweat still clinging to their cheeks. One of them could barely speak as they asked, "Is it over?" From behind, several onlookers raised their fists and broke into relieved cheers, their voices filling the wrecked cafe. "We won. Park Changsuk won," they shouted, praising him as amazing while he stood facing the crushed body. The crowd around Jin Woo erupted into cheers, arms shooting into the air as if they had just watched a victory match instead of an execution. Voices rang out from every direction, shouting that the gangster got what he deserved and that headquarters was truly the best. Jin Woo stood still in the middle of that cheering crowd, with Ramba perched quietly on top of his head. Even if that man had been a criminal, everyone was celebrating moments after watching someone get killed right in front of them. The sight left Jin Woo with a heavy realization, this world no longer felt like the one he remembered. His eye widened just a little as he stared ahead, the noise of the crowd pressing in around him. If this was what the world had become, then surviving here would take far more than casual determination. He would need serious resolve. Changsuk stepped forward across the cracked floor, bits of debris still scattered around his feet. His gaze locked onto Jinwoo as he called out to him. "Sir." Changsuk stopped in front of Jinwoo and gestured politely with one hand at his side. "Thank you very much for what you did earlier," he said in a formal tone. "I'm Park Changsuk, an examiner from the player HQ." The two men faced each other and clasped hands in a firm handshake. Changsuk looked him straight in the eye and said, "Thanks to you, I was able to apprehend that terrorist." Jinwoo kept his response modest, simply answering, "It was nothing." As their hands loosened from the handshake, Changsuk continued with a more official tone. "I'd like to offer you a reward. May I ask which guild you belong to?" Jinwoo gave him a slightly awkward look and replied, "Well, I haven't registered with headquarters yet. Is that okay?" Changsuk's entire expression stiffened, his eyes widening as if he had just heard something completely impossible. "Pardon?" He had recognized a summon buff at a glance among tens of thousands of possible types, yet he was not even officially registered. Changsuk quickly composed himself and asked, "Do you have your ID card? We only need to verify your identity." Jinwoo answered without hesitation, "Yes." A hand extended an identification card forward, Jinwoo's photo clearly visible on the surface. The card was received as a polite voice said, "Thank you." Jinwoo held up his ID card while facing Changsuk, listening as the examiner explained the next steps. A background check would be conducted, and once everything was verified, a reward would be issued according to the regulations. Jinwoo nodded calmly and replied, "I see." Then Jinwoo turned his body away with an easy smile, his eyes closed in a relaxed expression. "Then I'll leave it in your hands," he said, while Changsuk remained behind him, watching his back in silence. Changsuk stood there without moving, his gaze fixed forward. The earlier shock had faded, leaving a serious and calculating expression on his face. A finger pressed the green call button on a smartphone screen, initiating the call without hesitation. Changsuk stood with the phone held to his ear, his posture straight and his expression controlled. "Yeah, it's me," he said. "I just sent you some data." He kept the phone against his ear and spoke the name clearly, making sure the person on the other end heard him. "Yeah. Baek Jinwoo." Outside, Jinwoo walked away with Ramba sitting comfortably on top of his head, completely unaware that Changsuk had already started asking someone to look into him. The bright sun shone over the city, casting light across the buildings, the trees, and the riverside walkway stretching beneath the open sky. Jinwoo held out a soft cream bread toward Ramba and said, "Here." Then he added gently, "It must have been frustrating not being able to talk, right?" Ramba's face lit up the moment she saw the bread. Her eyes sparkled, her tiny fists clenched with excitement, and all her frustration seemed to vanish at once. Jinwoo watched her with a calm smile as she happily bit into the bread. Seeing how quickly her mood changed, he could not help but think that she really was incredibly simple. Ramba hugged the large cream bread close with a blissful smile, looking completely satisfied. Other players apparently even argued with their summons, but with Ramba, one cream bread was enough to solve everything. Jinwoo looked ahead with a small drop of sweat on his cheek, trying to reassure himself despite everything that had happened. Everything will be fine, right? The image of the red-skinned orc flashed through his mind, its glowing eyes fixed forward as it gripped that massive axe. He had never planned on stepping into the fight, but if he had stayed out of it, everyone there might have died. He remembered the tall tree-like humanoid standing against the orc across the ruined ground, both monsters facing each other in the middle of the wreckage like the entire cafe had turned into a battlefield. Jinwoo sat slouched on a park bench, the weight of everything settling over him. Ramba sat beside him with the bread in her hands, while Jinwoo stared forward and accepted that the world had changed far more than he had imagined. His face grew serious as he looked straight ahead, his thoughts becoming sharper. He could not afford to delay hunting any longer. A silhouetted armored figure appeared in his mind, standing with its arms crossed. He needed to gather summoning scrolls as quickly as possible and call his next summon. The highest priorities were the training instructor and the dragon mage. A red-haired girl gripping a staff appeared amid glowing energy, her figure surrounded by magical light. Since the training instructor and dragon mage were E-rank and D-rank, both of them could be obtained from low-grade summoning scrolls. Ramba lay flat on her back on the bench, her belly full after eating the cream bread. With her eyes closed and her body completely relaxed, she looked like she had no worries left in the world. Jin Woo stood up in the city park with his back turned, his decision already made. "Alright," he said, and Ramba beside him reacted in surprise as his energy suddenly shifted. He placed one hand on his hip and smiled with renewed confidence. "Shall I get moving?" On a wide city street filled with pedestrians moving in every direction, a startled voice suddenly rang out. "What?" Changsuk stood with his phone pressed to his ear, listening carefully before repeating what he had just learned. Baek Jinwoo had apparently been hospitalized for 3 years because of a car accident. His eyes widened as the pieces began falling into place. Still holding the phone, he muttered that this explained why Jinwoo had been an unregistered player. In the dark reflection of that thought, people stood surrounded by floating red scrolls. 3 years ago was when the entire world had turned upside down, and during that chaos, accidents were common enough for Jinwoo's situation to sound completely plausible. Then Changsuk received one more confirmation through the phone. Jinwoo had applied for player registration immediately after being discharged from the hospital. The shock hit him so hard that he recoiled, dropping both his phone and the papers as he shouted, "What?" The application documents lay in clear view, with the name Baek Jinwoo printed plainly across them, confirming that his registration was legitimate. Changsuk gripped the documents tightly, staring down at them in disbelief as if the papers themselves were impossible to accept. "It's real," he muttered. Outside, crowds continued moving through the bright city street. A voice nearby asked, "Is there a problem, senior?" Changsuk quickly pulled himself together and answered, "No, it's nothing." Changsuk raised the phone to his ear again, his expression now serious and resolved. "I'll step in this time," he said. "And don't ask me why." The person on the other end gave a hesitant agreement. He gripped the smartphone in front of the busy city street as the call ended. Waking up after a long accident was one thing, but applying for player registration right away showed something else entirely. Baek Jinwoo adapted at an incredible speed. Changsuk looked down at his phone with a tense smile tugging at his face. Baek Jinwoo, he muttered, the name lingering in his mind. He might become an extraordinary talent. Bright ceiling panels and clean interior lights stretched overhead, filling the space with a polished, official atmosphere. Jinwoo stepped forward onto the floor, taking in the scale of the place as a quiet sound of surprise slipped from him. "Wow." With a bag slung over his shoulder, Jinwoo stood there wearing a slightly tense expression. "I knew there would be a lot of people," he said, scanning the area. The hall was packed with a large crowd, people standing shoulder to shoulder as the space buzzed with noise and movement. Jinwoo looked over them and thought that if all of these people were here for training, then the competition was going to be massive. Inside the crowded hall, people sat with their summons beside them. A girl smiled while holding a small creature, and a young man looked toward her from nearby. Every person here was a competitor Jinwoo would have to beat if he wanted to become a player. Jinwoo leaned back in his chair with his arms crossed and his eyes closed, while Ramba hovered beside him. His confidence stayed firm as he said this would be a piece of cake, because when it came to games, nobody understood them better than he did. A pair of shoes stepped forward across the floor, approaching with a steady pace that cut through the noise of the crowded hall. Jinwoo looked straight ahead with a small, knowing smile on his face. As a voice called out, asking whether everyone had arrived, he kept his gaze forward and calmly answered that they were all here, and that things were finally about to begin. But in the very next moment, Jinwoo's calm expression cracked. One of his eyes widened in surprise, and a bead of sweat slid down his cheek as he realized something completely unexpected had just happened. At the front of the room, Park Changsuk stood firmly behind the podium, his expression serious and professional. In a clear voice, he introduced himself as Changsuk, the examiner from headquarters, then announced that the pre-written exam training would begin immediately. Sunlight spilled in through the window, lighting up the quiet room filled with neatly arranged tables and chairs. In that calm atmosphere, a voice spoke up and asked Jinwoo if the sudden situation had surprised him a little. Jinwoo sat across from Changsuk at the table, holding a cup in one hand as he admitted he had never expected Changsuk to be the examiner. Changsuk only smiled, saying that maybe this was fate after all, then asked how the training had gone. Jinwoo looked back at him and repeated the word, as if thinking over the training again. Changsuk turned slightly and extended one hand toward the presentation board beside him. On the board were several circular diagrams, and he explained that this kind of pattern appeared quite often on the written exam, so it was something worth paying close attention to. Jinwoo remained seated with a fairly neutral look on his face, quietly listening as Changsuk continued the explanation. Changsuk went on discussing certain combinations, laying them out as if they were standard exam material. Ramba, meanwhile, was sprawled lazily across the top of Jinwoo's head like she had completely given up on sitting properly. Her mouth hung open, her eyes were half-lidded, and in a sluggish voice she barely managed to react, muttering, "What the?" Jinwoo's face tightened as he glared straight ahead. In front of the crowd, Changsuk kept pointing at the board like nothing was wrong, but Jinwoo immediately recognized the combination. Irritated, he thought there was no way this was happening, because that was a combo he himself had spread around back in the day, and he complained that they should at least get permission before using it. Leaning forward just a little, Jinwoo let a faint smile return to his face and said the training had not been bad. Changsuk's expression eased as he heard that, and he answered that he was relieved to know it had gone well. Changsuk then raised his fist near his chin, shifting into a more serious posture. He explained that the reason he had called Jinwoo separately was because of the reward he had mentioned the previous time. Sitting across the table with his hands clasped in front of his face, Changsuk fixed his gaze on Jinwoo. Before talking about the reward, he said there was one thing he wanted to ask first, and Jinwoo calmly responded by asking what it was. Changsuk looked directly into Jinwoo's eyes, his expression focused and searching. Then he asked, very plainly, whether Jinwoo had perhaps been a gamer. Jinwoo stared back at him with a slightly puzzled look, as if the question had caught him off guard. He repeated the word back slowly, asking, "A gamer?" On a glowing phone screen, the title Battle of Summoners appeared amid the silhouettes of people gathered around it. In this world, a gamer meant someone who had played that game in the past, and anyone with that experience was called one. Among Korean rankers, an overwhelming 70% were said to be former gamers. Jinwoo lifted one hand to his chin and thought it over. From Changsuk's point of view, it would definitely seem strange for someone who was not even a registered player to know so much about summon buffs. When Jinwoo admitted that he had played the game before, Changsuk leaned forward in surprise, his face lighting up as if his suspicion had just been confirmed. He immediately said he knew it, then pressed further by asking how long Jinwoo had played. Jinwoo's eyes narrowed slightly as he considered how to answer. The game had been practically dead, with barely any players left, so if he honestly said 10 years, anyone familiar with it would probably be able to identify him right away. Changsuk tilted his head slightly, waiting for the answer. After a brief pause, Jinwoo gave a much safer response and said he had played for about a year. The moment those words left his mouth, Changsuk suddenly reached across the table and grabbed both of Jinwoo's hands. His expression turned intense, and he shouted in disbelief, asking if Jinwoo was being serious. Jinwoo leaned back a little with an awkward, nervous smile. He answered yes and asked if there was some kind of problem, while inwardly wondering if he had downplayed his experience a little too much. Jinwoo closed his eyes and said that, yes, it had somehow ended up that way. Changsuk, still shocked, reacted as if that alone was unbelievable, saying that playing such a dead game for an entire year was already incredible. Changsuk stared forward with a stunned expression, still trying to process it. Most Korean rankers had apparently played for less than half a year, so hearing that Jinwoo had lasted a full year carried far more weight than Jinwoo had expected. After a moment, Changsuk straightened himself and returned to a more composed posture. He apologized for getting worked up, then explained that he had prepared 2 reward options for Jinwoo to choose from. Jinwoo looked up at him and simply replied that he understood. Changsuk raised one finger in front of him and began with the first option. Using his authority, he said he could grant Jinwoo immediate player registration without making him go through the usual delays. Then Changsuk extended his hand forward with a confident smile, presenting it like a generous offer. He called it a free pass with immediate employment, and even added that he could secure Jinwoo a position working directly at headquarters. Jinwoo listened from across the table, resting his cheek on one hand. His expression looked bored rather than impressed, as if the supposedly special offer was not moving him much at all. Changsuk clasped his hands together and leaned forward as he moved on to the second option. This one was a cash reward of 5 million won, and the moment Jinwoo heard it, he internally questioned what kind of obvious choice this was supposed to be. Changsuk lowered his head slightly with a confident little smile, already assuming the answer was obvious. Of course, he believed Jinwoo would choose the first option. But Jinwoo calmly broke that expectation by saying he would take the money. Changsuk's eye widened sharply in shock. For a second, he seemed unable to believe what he had just heard, and he could only respond by asking, "Excuse me?" Still visibly shaken, Changsuk explained that player registration would normally take quite a long time without his help. Jinwoo, however, stayed calm and answered that he appreciated the concern, but he would be fine. Jinwoo placed his hand flat on the table, making his decision clear. He said he could handle the registration process on his own without relying on Changsuk's special authority. Then he turned toward the exit, only glancing back as he spoke. He said he had no intention of joining headquarters, and besides, he was already too busy trying to find summons to waste his time there. Later, Jin Woo stood outside in front of a glowing blue portal marked Play Zone. Ramba perched on his shoulder, the gorilla stood beside him like a powerful guard, and a staff member faced him to begin the next part of the exam. When the staff member called out to applicant Baek Jin Woo, he looked ahead with a calm expression. Without hesitation, he answered yes, making it clear he was ready. The female staff member gestured toward him as she explained the practical exam. For this test, all Jin Woo needed to do was clear the daily dungeon. This time, he would be entering the Tuesday dungeon under a time attack format, meaning he had to finish it as quickly as possible. From behind, Chong-suk watched the scene with a focused and unreadable expression. Jin Woo stood before the portal with his summons at his side while the staff member continued explaining the rules to him. Standing outside with his arms crossed, Chong-suk admitted to himself that he had never expected Jin Woo to turn down his offer. The refusal clearly still lingered in his mind. Chong-suk's eyes narrowed, and the tension in his expression deepened. What bothered him even more was that there was something else about Jin Woo that could not be ignored. Papers scattered across a desk as someone exclaimed that the situation was insane. The voice insisted that Jin Woo understood runes and summons more deeply than anyone else, as if his knowledge had gone far beyond normal expectations. A woman wearing glasses clutched a stack of documents tightly, her eyes teary and her smile stretched wide with excitement. She realized she should have noticed it sooner, saying that thanks to Baek Jin Woo, she finally understood how narrow her own perspective had been, and that Korea had at last found a talent like him. Chong-suk looked forward in stunned silence as the woman continued, saying that if things went well, Jin Woo might even be able to enter the rankings. Hearing that, Chong-suk could not help but question whether Jin Woo was truly that impressive. Chong-suk pressed his fingers against his lips, his expression tense as he sank deeper into thought. He wondered if he should have offered Jin Woo better terms, especially since this was the first time he had ever seen those arrogant professors react with such excitement. Back at the portal, the staff member extended her hand toward the glowing entrance. She announced that the explanation was finished and told Jin Woo that he could now enter. Jin Woo stepped forward toward the portal without hesitation. With a calm, almost casual tone, he said it was time to give it a go. He stood facing the swirling blue gate with his summons beside him. Together, they moved toward the bright entrance as the portal's light shimmered in front of them. Jin Woo advanced with a steady expression, and as he did, golden circular bands of energy began spinning around him and his summons. The light wrapped around them as they entered the dungeon. Inside, several purple slime creatures sat scattered across the floor of a dim stone hallway. A warning rang out, declaring that the room was filled with highly toxic slimes and ordering Jin Woo to defeat them and escape as quickly as possible. Ramba leaned forward in midair, her face bright with excitement as Jin Woo called out her name. Gripping her staff, she answered with energy, saying she would start building up stacks right away while green power began gathering around them. The gorilla threw its head back and let out a fierce roar, both fists clenched tightly. Green energy surged around its massive body as its power rose again and again, increasing by +3 multiple times. A gigantic crowned slime rose above the maze-like stone walls, its massive body looming over the narrow paths below. Its glowing eyes burned in the dim light, making the monster look less like an ordinary slime and more like the ruler of the dungeon itself. The Tuesday dungeon was built like a maze, forcing challengers to push through winding stone passages while fighting slimes along the way. Only by defeating those monsters and finding the correct route could they eventually reach the boss waiting deeper inside. Somewhere inside the maze, a tiny figure stood frozen at a corner, clearly lost and unsure where to go next. Then an alarm rang out through the passage, signaling that time had run out before the path could even be found. For beginners, this dungeon was notorious because so much time could be wasted just wandering through the maze. But while that explanation continued, the corner of Jin Woo's mouth lifted into a slight smile, and the mood shifted the moment the word, however, came in. Jin Woo shot forward with a confident grin, moving through the corridor like he already knew exactly where he was going. Ramba flew beside him and shouted, "Let's go," while Jin Woo explained that the slimes were slow, so they only needed to ignore them and keep running straight. To him, this place was familiar enough that finding the correct route would be easy. An empty stone corridor stretched out ahead of them, lined with cracked walls and worn pillars that made the whole passage feel old and abandoned. Then a voice called out from nearby, pointing them toward the right direction with a sharp, "Over there." Jin Woo dashed through the doorway without slowing down, entering a passage glowing faintly with light. As he moved, he said that if they took this shortcut, they would be home free and could reach the goal without wasting any unnecessary time. Then Jinwoo suddenly stopped in place, his expression sharpening as he stared ahead. Around him, multiple red warnings flashed one after another, all declaring the same thing: a boss monster was beginning to appear. Instead of panicking, Jinwoo looked forward with a faint smirk tugging at his lips. Keeping his eyes on the threat ahead, he said this was their first time actually seeing it in person, right? Jinwoo stood before the massive crown slime as it towered over him, while Ramba hovered close by and immediately identified it as the giant slime. The gorilla roared and charged forward, green energy spiraling around its body, and Ramba shouted for it to shake the monster up and go. From behind, Jinwoo gave the signal, and the gorilla launched itself into the air, raising both fists high over its head before smashing them down toward the crown slime. Green light streamed around its arms as both fists crashed into the slime's body, sending a burst of energy outward while chunks of slime splashed violently across the ground. The giant slime's body caved inward and twisted under the rapid chain of blows, debris and green streaks flying everywhere as it was completely overwhelmed. Watching the assault unfold, Jinwoo calmly stated that, just as expected, there was a reason Ramba was considered overpowered. Jinwoo stood with his arms crossed and a calm smile on his face, watching the effect unfold right in front of him. He pointed out that Ramba could boost the attack speed of even an F-rank summon to that kind of level, which made her ability absurdly strong. With his eyes closed and a satisfied smile on his face, Jinwoo listened as the gorilla continued pounding away at the slime while Ramba hovered nearby. He imagined the possibilities and said it would be incredible if that same speed boost could be applied to another summon. Jinwoo stood with his back turned, looking ahead as the battle came to an end behind him. The boss had been defeated, and the dungeon's biggest obstacle had collapsed without stopping his momentum. The result appeared, showing that the dungeon had been cleared in 5 minutes and 32 seconds. Jinwoo looked at the time and commented that it was still slow compared to when he had been stronger, but with only an F-rank summon available, there was not much that could be done. Then Jinwoo looked upward in surprise as new reward notifications appeared one after another. He had received a new national record, a special achievement, and 3 high-grade summoning scrolls, leaving him staring at the results as he blurted out, "What?" Jinwoo's eyes went wide, and a sweat drop formed as even more rewards arrived on the screen. He stammered, barely getting the words out, while slowly realizing that the time he had just recorded was now a brand new record for South Korea. Inside a control room packed with glowing monitors, cables, and equipment, a young man suddenly shouted for his senior's attention. His voice cut through the room as he called out, telling them to look because the record had just changed. The young man leaned forward over the control panel, gripping it tightly with both hands as his eyes widened in disbelief. Beside him, a girl stiffened in shock and asked what he meant and where it had changed, and he announced that the Beginner Tuesday dungeon had just been cleared in 5 minutes and 32 seconds. The girl stared ahead, her eyes widening even more as the number sank in. She repeated that it had only taken 5 minutes and called it a massive reduction, then immediately questioned whether Kang Jinho had discovered some new combination. A profile display appeared on the screen, showing Baek Jinwoo's face along with his basic information. As everyone looked at it, someone read out his name in surprise, Baek Jinwoo. The young man and the girl stood side by side, both staring forward with tense, confused expressions. One of them said they had never heard of him before, while the other added that he did not seem to be a ranked player at all. They kept facing the large display, where Baek Jinwoo's profile remained on the screen. One of them summed up the situation in disbelief, saying that an unranked player had broken the record, and the other added that it was not just any record, but the #1 ranked Korean record. Around a conference table, several officials sat in silence, all facing a large screen that displayed Baek Jinwoo's profile. No one spoke for a moment, as if the entire room needed time to process what had just happened. A girl seated at the table turned her head toward the screen, surprise clear on her face. Looking at Baek Jinwoo's profile, she said that this was truly amazing, repeating his name as if trying to memorize it. Chung-suk sat with his hands clasped near his chin, a faint smile beginning to form on his face. His expression suggested that the pieces were finally coming together exactly as he had suspected. Leaning forward with his fingers interlocked, Chung-suk smiled with growing confidence. He said there was no doubt anymore that Jinwoo was the real deal, then declared that Baek Jinwoo was nothing less than a national treasure. Chung-suk slammed his hand flat onto the table with enough force to jolt the room. He insisted that they had to secure Jinwoo no matter what, saying that if the country wanted to survive, they absolutely could not allow someone like him to naturalize elsewhere. Still leaning over the table, Chung-suk pushed the matter forward and said they should register Baek Jinwoo as a player immediately. Across from him, a girl looked up in shock and asked how they could do that without even holding a player match first. A ranking list appeared, showing multiple recorded times arranged across the display. Time attacks were divided into separate categories by country and on a global scale, making every record a marker of both national and worldwide standing. Above a figure standing with his back turned, a digital timer glowed brightly. Until now, the top Korean record had belonged to Kang Jin-ho, who had cleared the dungeon in 6 minutes and 41 seconds. Elsewhere on the ranking display, a crowned figure extended a glowing hand, with a clock floating and spinning above the open palm. At the global level, the number 1 record was held by Rachel, with an astonishing time of 2 minutes and 25 seconds. Jin-woo stood with one hand in his pocket while Ramba hovered beside him in front of a large trophy. Since Baek Jin-woo had already surpassed the top Korean time, the question naturally arose whether a player match would even have any real meaning at this point. Chung-suk looked forward with a serious, unwavering expression. In his view, people with exceptional talent deserved to receive special privileges, and Jin-woo had already shown enough to justify that treatment. Under a bright sky, a tall building rose above the street, and Jin-woo looked up at it with a neutral expression. Thinking about his record, he found it surprising that a 5-minute clear time could become the top result, and he wondered whether this was truly the current level of South Korea. While standing on the street, Jin-woo turned his head slightly when he heard someone calling out to him. The voice came from behind, cutting into his thoughts with a sudden, "Mr. Baek Jin-woo." Chung-suk came running toward him with one arm raised high, his face flushed and full of excitement. Laughing loudly as he approached, he shouted that he had been wanting to see him, calling out to Mr. Baek Jin-woo again. Jin-woo stood in the foreground, sweat running down his face as Chung-suk stopped in front of him, panting with both fists clenched. Chung-suk said he had seen the time attack record and immediately asked how Jin-woo had managed to beat the Korean record on his very first try. Jin-woo scratched his cheek with an awkward smile and gave a vague answer, saying he supposed that was what happened. Chung-suk continued, stressing that the Tuesday dungeon maze was incredibly complex, while Jin-woo felt as though he was being praised for doing something as natural as swimming like a fish. Chung-suk then held out a player license card toward Jin-woo, presenting it with both urgency and formality. He told Jin-woo to accept it first, as if this was the most important thing that needed to be handled right away. Jin-woo lifted the card in front of his face and looked at it with clear surprise, asking what it was. Chung-suk explained that it was a player license, and that Jin-woo had been specially registered immediately. The license in Jin-woo's hand clearly showed his name and photo, making the registration official. Chung-suk added that Jin-woo had nothing left to prove, then casually remarked that this was nice, wasn't it? Still holding the card, Jin-woo looked forward while Chung-suk faced him with a more cautious expression. Chung-suk then carefully asked whether, by any chance, Jin-woo could tell him how he had managed to break the record. Jin-woo turned his head slightly, and a small sweat drop appeared on his cheek. Instead of answering right away, he stayed silent, clearly weighing the question before letting anything slip out. His fingers tightened around the edge of the license card as a thought settled in his mind. If he shared what he knew right now, then without question, something in the current situation would change. In his imagination, a ranking board flashed with a new mark beside South Korea, showing the country rising upward. If his knowledge spread, South Korea's overall level could skyrocket almost instantly. Then a best-case image formed in his mind, Jin-woo sitting on a golden throne with a crown on his head, surrounded by money, luxury, and government support. In that version of events, he laughed freely while enjoying fame, wealth, and every benefit that came with his value. But another possibility appeared just as quickly. In the worst-case scenario, Jin-woo was tied to a chair and surrounded by men demanding information, struggling in fear as they tried to drag everything out of him and strip him of everything he had. Jin-woo's lips parted slightly, and he let out a quiet breath before finally responding to the question Chung-suk had just asked. His answer came carefully, shaped by everything he had just considered. Chung-suk stood stiffly in front of him, a sweat drop forming on his cheek as he listened. Jin-woo told him plainly that asking something like that was incredibly rude. Chung-suk lowered his gaze, his expression tightening with embarrassment and tension. After a brief pause, he accepted the criticism and said, "Yes. I apologize." Chung-suk's fist tightened at his side, the tension showing clearly in his posture. He explained that the strategies used by gamers were not just casual tips, but sensitive information shared only among gamers themselves, which made asking about them a very delicate matter. Chung-suk looked straight at Jin-woo and lifted a hand to point as he spoke, trying to make his position clear. He asked Jin-woo to understand that South Korea was simply that desperate to find and secure real talent. Jin-woo watched him quietly with a calm expression, not showing much emotion on his face. Still, as he looked at Chung-suk, he thought that the man did not seem like a bad person. Chung-suk faced him with a composed look, and Jin-woo considered everything that had happened so far. The promised money had been deposited right away, and Changsuk's personality seemed decent enough. More importantly, he was quick to understand the situation. A small smile formed on Jinwoo's face as a new idea crossed his mind. Instead of keeping his distance from the government completely, maybe he could use them to his advantage, and if he handled it well, he might grow even faster than he could on his own. On the street, Changsuk stood facing Jinwoo while the air between them settled. Jinwoo called out to him as "Examiner," and when Changsuk looked back and answered, Jinwoo suggested that they move somewhere else for a moment. They soon arrived at a quiet cafe, where the interior was almost completely empty. Chairs and tables were neatly arranged under the soft ceiling lights, giving the place a calm atmosphere away from the noise outside. Changsuk sat at the table with his head lowered slightly, as if he had already made up his mind. Without wasting time on small talk, he said he would get straight to the point, then directly asked Jinwoo to help them. Jinwoo sat across from him with both hands resting together on the table, listening in silence. Changsuk looked at him seriously and said that headquarters needed Jinwoo's knowledge. Jinwoo's eye narrowed sharply the moment Changsuk continued. Changsuk admitted that they had looked into his past and learned he had been bedridden in a hospital for 3 years, and Jinwoo immediately asked if they had run a background check on him. Changsuk leaned forward slightly, his expression turning tense as he apologized. He explained that highly skilled unregistered players could potentially be connected to a syndicate, so headquarters had no choice but to investigate carefully. Jinwoo sat with his arms crossed, his face stern as he stared directly at Changsuk. He said that since he was registered now, there should be no further investigation, then warned him not to do it again. Changsuk lowered his head a little and quietly agreed. Changsuk's eye tightened as he looked forward, quietly measuring Jinwoo's reaction. Most people became intimidated the moment the government was mentioned, and they usually tried to cooperate before things became uncomfortable. But Jinwoo simply lifted his mug to his lips and took a calm sip, his eyes half closed as if none of that pressure meant anything to him. He showed no fear at all, and it was obvious that he understood his own value extremely well. Holding the mug above the table, Jinwoo finally spoke in a steady voice. He said he had been thinking about the offer, then asked the question that mattered most: what exactly would he gain by helping the government? Jinwoo looked ahead with a slightly puzzled expression, letting the word hang between them. He repeated it back as if testing its weight, asking, "Cooperation?" Changsuk placed one hand against his own chest and gave an uneasy smile, looking a little awkward as he began explaining. He admitted it felt strange to say it himself, but he held a fairly high position within headquarters. In a stylized image, Changsuk stood proudly on a first-place podium beneath a bright spotlight, as if being publicly recognized. Headquarters examiners were chosen through public votes, and the better their performance, the more votes they received, pushing their rank even higher. Jinwoo watched him with a flat, unimpressed expression, quietly thinking that Changsuk sounded almost like a politician. Across from him, Changsuk's hands rested on his thighs, his fingers tightening slightly as he moved toward his conclusion. Changsuk faced forward and spoke with confidence, laying out what he could offer. Within the limits of his authority, he promised to provide every form of support he possibly could. Jinwoo rested his chin on one hand and looked ahead, weighing the proposal with a measured gaze. The offer sounded useful on the surface, but it still felt underwhelming, and the compensation remained vague since Changsuk, as a public official, could not freely throw money around. Jinwoo lightly tapped the table as he reached a decision. Then he spoke up and said that if those were the terms, they should handle it in a different way. Changsuk looked at Jinwoo with a startled expression when Jinwoo suddenly said, "Just 1 month." Caught off guard by the unexpected condition, Changsuk could only respond by asking him to repeat himself. Jinwoo leaned forward with a slight smile and raised one finger in front of him. Since he had only just become registered, he said he would request support while focusing on growth for exactly 1 month. Changsuk listened with widened eyes as Jinwoo continued. If the arrangement felt worthwhile after that month, they could keep working together, but if not, Jinwoo would either repay what he had received or provide information of equal value. Changsuk's mouth curled into a tense smile as he understood what Jinwoo was really saying. For 1 month, Jinwoo intended to use him almost like a personal assistant, drawing on his position and resources whenever necessary. After thinking it through, Changsuk slid his hand forward across the table and accepted the terms. He believed that staying close to Jinwoo would ultimately bring him far more than he would lose. Changsuk leaned across the table and clasped Jinwoo's hand firmly in a handshake. With that, he agreed to the arrangement and said they would proceed exactly that way. A mug sat quietly on the tabletop under the soft cafe light as Jinwoo prepared to bring up his first condition. Before anything else, he said there was something he needed to tell Changsuk. Jinwoo sat at the table and looked forward with a serious expression. He asked Changsuk to avoid spreading information about his record-breaking time anywhere. Changsuk faced him with visible surprise, clearly not expecting that request. Jinwoo then explained that the reason was simple: he was worried about his own safety. Changsuk's eye widened as he reacted in confusion, asking what Jinwoo meant by his safety. He started to say that headquarters would protect him, but Jinwoo cut him off immediately with a firm no. Jinwoo sat firmly with both hands placed on the table, his gaze steady and unshaken. Headquarters could not even properly handle a single gang, so from his perspective, trusting them to protect valuable talent was not realistic. Changsuk clenched his fist against the table, forced to accept that Baek Jinwoo already understood that weakness as well. After a tense pause, he said he understood and promised to do his best to keep the information contained. Jinwoo leaned forward over the table while Changsuk continued speaking. Changsuk admitted that they would not be able to stop the information from spreading completely, and Jinwoo accepted that a small amount leaking out would probably be fine. Through the cafe window, the bright city stretched out beyond the glass. With the conversation finished, Jinwoo said he would be taking his leave, and Changsuk answered politely, telling him they would meet again next time. Outside, Jinwoo stood with his phone in hand, looking down at the screen as he reviewed what had just happened. Satisfied, he said that at least he had managed to get Changsuk to keep quiet. Standing under the bright light, Jinwoo held his phone and let a slight smirk appear on his face. Now that the matter with Changsuk was settled, he figured it was finally time to check the rewards he had received earlier. A glowing blue interface appeared in front of him, and Jinwoo's finger hovered over it before tapping the screen. The moment he saw what came up, he could not help but let out a surprised "wow." Jinwoo stared wide-eyed at the floating inventory window in front of him. Inside were 3 high-grade summoning scrolls and 2 low-grade abrasives, and as he looked over the list, he muttered that the rewards were insane, especially with those scrolls included. With one hand resting on his hip, Jinwoo continued examining the floating interface. He realized the rewards matched a first-time clear achievement, the kind of special bonus that could only be earned once per player. Jinwoo brought his fingers to his chin and closed his eyes in thought. He wanted to use the summoning scrolls right away, but gambling with only 3 of them felt risky, so selling them for money also became a tempting option. Then Jinwoo's eye suddenly opened wide as something important came back to him. He remembered there was another option, and the thought hit him with a quick, right, there was that. Against a glowing golden background, a smartphone appeared as Jinwoo recalled the player web. It could only be used by registered players at headquarters, and most item trading was handled through that platform. A small chibi version of Changsuk appeared beside Jinwoo, giving a cheerful thumbs up while Jinwoo held his phone. Jinwoo remembered that the examiner had mentioned this to him while helping install it. Jinwoo held his phone and began tapping through the screen, searching for the market prices. As he navigated the interface, he muttered to himself, wondering how much the items were actually worth. He stood facing the glowing interface with his back turned, the light from the screen shining in front of him. For a moment, he simply stared at the information displayed there. Then his eye widened, and a bead of sweat ran down his cheek as the numbers finally registered. Whatever he saw on the phone was clearly far beyond what he had expected. Jinwoo gripped his phone tightly while staring at the listed price for a high-grade summoning scroll. In disbelief, he said that one high-grade scroll was going for 3 million won. Still staring at the phone in shock, Jinwoo scratched the back of his head as the math hit him all at once. If each scroll was worth 3 million won, then by running a dungeon for just 5 minutes, he had somehow made 9 million won. Jinwoo's eyes narrowed slightly, and a faint blush rose across his cheeks as he looked ahead with growing excitement. If things were already turning out like this now, he could only imagine how much bigger the rewards would become once his specs started stacking up. In his mind, his father, mother, and Ajin stood close together, their hands covering their mouths as tears welled in their eyes. Money floated all around them, and Jinwoo quietly promised that from now on, he would make sure all of them could live without ever worrying about money again. Holding his phone in one hand, Jinwoo covered his mouth with the other as he began planning his next move. First, he would sell the high-grade summoning scrolls, then use that money to buy low-grade summoning scrolls instead, since the training instructor and dragon mage were overpowered summons capable of beating even B ranks. With that decision made, he marked all 3 high-grade summoning scrolls for sale. Jinwoo's thumb slid across the phone screen as he scrolled down through the list of summoning scrolls. But as he kept checking the listings, something immediately started to feel strange. He stared down at the phone, reading the low-grade summoning scroll listings priced at 5,001 won. Since low-grade scrolls naturally piled up just from running dungeons, he could not understand why they were still sitting at that exact price. On top of that, there were far more sellers than buyers, yet somehow, no one had lowered the price any further. Jin Woo held the phone in one hand and tilted his head slightly, thinking through the odd market situation. At times like this, there was one person who could usually explain the details better than anyone else. He raised the phone to his ear, his mouth opening slightly as the call connected. Once the line picked up, he casually greeted the person on the other end with a simple hello. Ajin sat on the couch in her pajamas, pressing her phone to her ear as she answered with a puzzled voice, asking what was going on. "Appa." Jin Woo replied in his usual casual way, saying he just needed to use the Ajin button. Ajin smiled as she kept the phone against her ear, already understanding what he was asking about. Without making it complicated, she told him that headquarters was the one buying those scrolls up. Jin Woo held the phone to his ear and immediately asked why headquarters would be buying them. Ajin answered in a loose, unconcerned tone, saying she was not completely sure, but it was probably under the pretext of supporting rankers or something like that. Ajin leaned back across the couch with the phone still pressed to her ear and explained the system in more detail. Headquarters used national tax money to buy summoning scrolls in bulk, and the minimum price was set at 5,001 won, but there was a fixed number they would purchase each day. Since players knew they could just sell the scrolls to headquarters, everyone kept holding the price instead of lowering it, though Ajin added that the policy might be abolished soon. Jin Woo's eyes widened as he listened to her explanation through the phone. Taken aback by that last part, he quickly asked what she meant and why the policy would be abolished. He pressed the phone against his ear and listened as the reasoning became clear. It was an old policy from the early days, and by now, low-grade summoning scrolls had simply kept piling up at headquarters. Jin Woo reacted with a quiet, "Oh, really?" before thanking Ajin for telling him and saying he would hang up. Jin Woo held the phone up in front of him, his reflection faintly visible on the dark screen. If headquarters really had a surplus of low-grade summoning scrolls sitting around, then that opened up a very useful possibility. A bright office interior came into view, filled with clean ceiling panels, polished surfaces, and wide windows letting in the daylight. The place had the organized, official atmosphere of headquarters. Changsuk sat at a table with his hands clasped together, smiling so brightly that his whole face seemed to welcome the visit. Looking across the table, he greeted Baek Jin Woo by name. Jin Woo sat across from him with his hands folded, a slight sweat forming as he awkwardly replied that, well, it had just happened this way. Changsuk kept smiling and teased him, saying Jin Woo must have missed him already if he had come to visit again so soon. Jin Woo's hand rested on the tabletop while Changsuk leaned into the conversation and asked if he needed something. Jin Woo hesitated only briefly before answering that there was, in fact, something he wanted to discuss. Changsuk's expression shifted into surprise when Jin Woo said he was wondering if he could get some low-grade summoning scrolls. Caught off guard by the request, Changsuk asked if he really meant low-grade scrolls, not mid-grade or high-grade ones. With a small bead of sweat on his cheek, Jin Woo answered in a calm tone despite how unusual the request sounded. When Changsuk asked how many he needed, Jin Woo replied that he wanted as many as possible. Changsuk narrowed his eyes and rested a hand against his chin, repeating the phrase in his mind. As many as possible was a broad request, but headquarters received around 50,000 of them every day, so handing some over was not necessarily a major problem. The two of them sat across from each other as Changsuk clasped his hands and said he could provide the scrolls, but there was one concern: if Jin Woo intended to buy and resell them, that would be a problem. Jin Woo immediately waved the idea away, saying that was not it at all. Since low-grade scrolls were overflowing in the market and would not sell anyway, he simply planned to use them himself. Changsuk's eye sharpened as he looked at Jin Woo more carefully. If Baek Jin Woo, unlike ordinary players, was a gamer with knowledge from the old days, then a request like this could not be treated as random. Jin Woo sat with his arms crossed while Changsuk considered the meaning behind the request. For someone like him to go out of his way to gather low-grade summoning scrolls, there had to be some special plan hidden behind it. After weighing it for a moment, Changsuk raised one finger and gave a slight smile. He agreed to the request, but made it clear there would be a condition attached. Leaning forward with his hands clasped, Changsuk said he wanted just one useful piece of information as a small taste. After all, he was an examiner from headquarters, elected by the people, and he could not act without protecting his own position. Jin Woo looked at him calmly while Changsuk's meaning became clear. If Changsuk was caught giving away summoning scrolls bought with tax money, he would lose the people's trust, so he needed something that could justify the exchange. Changsuk's reflection shimmered on the surface of a cup of coffee as he continued speaking. If Jin Woo provided valuable information, Changsuk would give him an equivalent amount of low-grade summoning scrolls in return, and he added that he needed a few safeguards for himself as well. Jinwoo's lips curved into a faint smile as he understood the situation. Changsuk was not going to hand the scrolls over for free, but that was actually better, because it meant that if Jinwoo gave him truly valuable information, Changsuk would respond with proper treatment. Jinwoo shifted slightly in his chair and accepted the condition without much hesitation. In a steady voice, he said that arrangement was fine and that he could do it. Then Jinwoo raised one finger with a confident look on his face. He began by explaining that there was a method known as achievement time shaving. A result screen appeared, showing a dungeon cleared in 6 minutes and 20 seconds, along with a reward of 3 high-grade summoning scrolls for that dungeon. The national first-place achievement granted 3 high-grade summoning scrolls, making the record itself extremely valuable. A small chibi figure stood proudly on a podium wearing a crown, while another record, 5 minutes and 32 seconds, appeared above. If another player broke that record again, the same kind of reward could be obtained once more. Small figures passed a baton from one person to another as times like 5 minutes and 31 seconds, then 5 minutes and 30 seconds, flashed into view. If players took turns breaking the record by only 1 second at a time, they could stretch the achievement rewards to the absolute maximum. Stacks of money bills piled higher and higher, showing just how much value the method could produce. And beyond the individual rewards, South Korea's national power would rise along with it. Changsuk rested a hand against his chin as he listened carefully, then said he understood because they had used a similar method before. However, the current rankers had already received those rewards once, which limited how much more they could gain from it. He made a light gesture with one hand as he continued speaking to Jinwoo. Since there were still many players who had not received the reward even once, he did not think there would be any serious problems with using the method, and Jinwoo answered that he understood. Jinwoo's eye narrowed with focus as he moved on to the real point. The information he was willing to share was the clear strategy for the Tuesday dungeon. Changsuk clasped his hands together tightly, his reaction almost immediate. With a look that said his suspicion had been right, he declared that he knew it. He leaned forward with sparkling eyes and clasped hands, assuming Jinwoo meant the method he had used during his own clear. But Jinwoo corrected him right away, saying it was not his method, but the one used by the 5 emperors. Changsuk reacted with visible excitement as Jinwoo confirmed it. According to Jinwoo, anyone who used that method could clear the dungeon in the 3-minute range, and Changsuk could only repeat the number in disbelief, asking what kind of method could possibly do that. Before Changsuk could get carried away, Jinwoo raised his hand to stop him. There was something they needed to settle before he explained any further. Jinwoo leaned forward with a smirk, one hand lifted as he laid out his price. On top of the low-grade summoning scrolls they had already agreed on, he wanted 50 high-grade summoning scrolls for the information. Changsuk jerked both fists against the table, his eyes bulging in shock as he shouted in disbelief. 50 high-grade scrolls meant 150 million won, but Jinwoo calmly replied that, for what he was offering, the price was actually on the cheaper side. Jinwoo sat back in his chair with his arms crossed and explained the value in a calm voice. This was not just a trick for one beginner dungeon, it was a method that could be applied from low-tier dungeons all the way up to top-tier ones, and the clear rewards alone from that would be worth billions. Changsuk lowered his head slightly, his expression tense as he processed the scale of what Jinwoo had just said. After a moment of calculation, he finally accepted it and said all right. Then Changsuk smiled broadly and placed one hand over his chest, making his promise clear. If the information turned out to be correct, he would immediately deposit 150 million won and provide Jinwoo with 10,000 low-grade summoning scrolls every single day. Jinwoo looked straight ahead with a faint, confident smile. Without hesitation, he told Changsuk that he would not regret the deal. The sun began to set over the city skyline, casting warm orange light across the buildings. As evening settled in, a voice reported to Changsuk that everyone had gathered. On a patch of grass, a group of uniformed men stood facing Changsuk, who had his back turned to them. One of the men raised his hand slightly and asked why they had been called together so suddenly right at clock-out time. Under the orange glow of the sunset, Changsuk closed his eyes and smiled as if he had been waiting for this moment. Then he told the gathered men that he had called them here because there was something he wanted to test. One neatly dressed man tilted his head a little, a faint smile tugging at his lips. He said the examiner would never summon them without a reason, so whatever this was, it clearly was not going to be an ordinary test. The uniformed men stood facing Changsuk, listening closely as one of them touched his chin in thought. Changsuk asked if they all knew the Tuesday dungeon record had recently been broken, and another man quickly answered that he had heard about it, asking if the player's name was Baek Jinwoo. Changsuk raised one finger with a smug look, clearly pleased with himself. He said he had managed to acquire an excellent strategy from abroad, tested it through player Baek Jin-woo, and the results had turned out far better than expected. Two men standing side by side widened their eyes in surprise, and one of them even began to sweat as he asked if that was really true. The other immediately connected the dots, realizing that must have been why Chang-suk had ordered everyone not to spread the information. As someone began to ask whether that was the reason they had all been called here, Chang-suk's mouth curved into a confident smile. Before the question even needed to be finished, he answered that they were exactly right. Standing beneath the glowing evening sky, Chang-suk looked forward with complete confidence. From this moment on, he declared, they would be running time attacks on the Tuesday dungeon. A blue, glowing lizard-like creature appeared, its long tail stretching behind it as small lights drifted through the air around its body. This little summon was the key to clearing the Tuesday dungeon quickly. The two men stared at the creature with widened eyes, clearly recognizing it but still struggling to believe what they were seeing. One of them began to speak in shock, and the other finished the thought by naming it as a spotted Komodo. A golden silhouette of the lizard flashed into view as the spotted Komodo's traits became clear. It was a spotted lizard summon roughly the size of an adult man, known for sturdy defense and decent attack power, making it a typical bruiser by common standards. On the cracked ground, the blue-green spotted Komodo crouched low with its long tail behind it, its details showing that it was a B-rank summon around 170 centimeters tall, capable of both taking hits and dealing damage. Under a bright spotlight, a small spotted Komodo stood in front of a man who looked down at it with a dull, disappointed expression. Even though it was a B-rank summon and not easy to raise, many people considered it mediocre compared to other B-ranks, leading the man to mutter that it was nothing but a dud. But then the spotted Komodo slammed its body straight into a giant slime with a heavy impact. The reason this summon mattered became obvious, its main diet was giant slime. The spotted Komodo happily held utensils in its small hands and devoured a blue slime served on a plate, looking completely delighted. Because of that appetite, simply releasing it inside the dungeon would allow it to hunt giant slimes on its own, making a rapid clear possible. A tall, modern building stood beneath the orange sunset sky, its windows catching the warm evening light. The atmosphere around headquarters shifted as the results of the new strategy began to show. Blue record panels appeared, displaying new beginner Tuesday dungeon clear times. Park Chun-sik had recorded 5 minutes and 31 seconds, while Lee Dongmyo had pushed the time even lower to 5 minutes and 29 seconds. Two men pumped their fists in excitement, their faces flushed as they shouted that the examiner's words had been true. One announced that they had reached the boss room in less than 4 minutes, while the other praised the Komodo's insane appetite, calling the little guy an absolute lifesaver. The men erupted into cheers, throwing the spotted Komodo up into the air with their arms raised high. Chang-suk watched with a pleased smile as they celebrated, saying they no longer needed polishing agents and might even be able to challenge the world record if they used a movement speed rune. A few days passed, and sunlight poured through the large windows of an otherwise quiet office. The calm interior made the sudden wave of outside attention feel even sharper. A Keiko News article appeared on the screen, announcing that South Korea had repeatedly broken Tuesday dungeon records. The headline questioned whether headquarters Yaksha and Park Chang-suk were behind the sudden streak. The article went on to report that examiner Park Chang-suk had acquired valuable information cheaply from abroad. It also speculated that South Korea might now be preparing to challenge the world record. Chang-suk sat at his desk with his hands clasped in front of his mouth, staring ahead as the conclusion settled in. This confirmed it for him, Baek Jin-woo's value went far beyond that of an ordinary first-year gamer. His eyes sharpened with intensity as he made his decision. Chang-suk said that he had settled on it, and that he would create a dedicated team specifically for Baek Jin-woo. He flipped through a document with a young man's photo printed on it, already narrowing down the candidates in his mind. As for the members of this team, he had begun choosing them carefully. Chang-suk leaned forward over his desk with a decisive grin, spreading 3 selected profiles in front of him. Looking down at the candidates, he concluded that these 3 should be enough. The profile sheets showed 3 different candidates, each with a photo and detailed stats listed beside them. These were the chosen members who would form Baek Jin-woo's dedicated team. Outside, the sky was bright and clear, with open daylight spreading across the scene. The mood shifted away from headquarters and back toward Jin-woo's side of the story. Jin-woo held up his phone, and the screen displayed a bank balance of 167,005,500 KRW. Seeing that enormous number sitting in his account, a stunned voice could only react with a simple, wow. Jin-woo stared at the screen in disbelief, his cheeks faintly flushed as the number sank in. He wondered if making money had always been this easy, and for a moment, his thoughts drifted to just how many cream buns that amount could buy. Still holding a water bottle, Jinwoo glanced to the side and opened his system interface. On top of the money, there was something else he needed to check. A glowing screen appeared, showing his summoning scroll inventory. The low-grade summoning scroll count had reached 10,000, confirming that the scrolls had already been delivered earlier that morning. A smile spread across Jinwoo's mouth as he saw the promised delivery. Changsuk had kept his end of the deal, so now Jinwoo knew it was time for him to do his part as well. Jinwoo gripped the cap of the water bottle with one hand and twisted it open. The small movement marked the beginning of his next long round of summoning. Ramba hovered forward with a bright grin, looking ready for action as Jinwoo asked if she was prepared. She answered right away with an energetic yes. Water poured down in a steady stream while Ramba clasped her hands together beneath it. With exaggerated seriousness, she began praying loudly to God, Buddha, Allah, and the spirits of heaven and earth. Ramba pressed her palms tightly together, tears streaming down her face as she begged for Jinwoo to pull a good summon. It was the same summoning ritual she had performed since his god Jaina days, and she threw herself into it with total sincerity. Jinwoo held a glowing blue scroll above his palm, a smile forming as the light reflected across his face. With everything prepared, he said it was finally time to do this. He tore open a red scroll with both hands, and the scroll burst apart in a flash of energy. Jinwoo declared that the endless grind was about to begin. After a long stretch of summoning, Jinwoo lay flat on his back on the ground, completely exhausted. All around him, a large pile of small creature summons had gathered, making it clear just how many scrolls he had already opened. Jinwoo tilted his head back, sweat covering his face as he panted heavily. He muttered that he had opened 3,600 scrolls in just 1 hour, then complained that something good should have dropped by now, because somehow every single summon was still F rank. A tiny finger pressed into Jinwoo's cheek, poking him without mercy. Ramba called him an idiot and said that of course the results would turn out that way. Ramba hovered above him with her hands on her hips, frowning as she asked if he seriously thought an X rank would appear that easily. Jinwoo looked back at her and argued that she had come out on his very first try, so he did not see why it could not happen again. Jinwoo stood with one hand raised, still looking confused by the whole situation. Ramba hovered nearby and snapped back that her appearance had been nothing more than pure luck. Jinwoo turned his head slightly as Ramba explained that even 10,000 scrolls would not be close to enough to pull one, let alone 100,000. Hearing that, Jinwoo stared at her and asked what she was even talking about. Ramba leaned closer while Jinwoo looked up at her with a puzzled face. She told him that he really did not know anything about the summoning system, and Jinwoo repeated the phrase back in confusion. Countless human figures filled the background as the system behind summoning became clear. The total number of summons was exactly 10% of the number of players, meaning 8 billion people would equal 800 million summons, and there were more than 800 million of those horned caterpillars Jinwoo had just pulled. A finger pointed sharply toward Jinwoo's face as Ramba emphasized that there was one part he absolutely needed to understand. The real issue was not just the number of ordinary summons. Ramba hovered in front of him and raised one finger, speaking in a firm and serious tone. Because they had isolated status, there was only one of each of them. Jinwoo jerked forward in shock, his face twisting with disbelief as he shouted, "What? Why?" Ramba turned slightly and admitted that even she did not know the exact cause. Ramba continued with a serious expression, repeating what she had told him before. The only thing that seemed certain was that Jinwoo was the only one capable of summoning isolated X ranks. Still confused, Jinwoo looked up and questioned the scale of it, asking if there were tens of thousands of summon types, then whether that meant there were 800 million of each one. Jinwoo's eye went wide, and sweat ran down his cheek as the terrifying number finally struck him. The thought appeared in his mind like a verdict, a 0.1% probability. He sat there hunched forward, head hanging low, with a gloomy darkness practically pouring off his back. In a drained voice, he muttered that after all of this, he still had to pull a one-of-a-kind X-rank summon, and honestly, hitting the lottery twice in a row sounded more realistic. Ramba leaned against his shoulder, looking just as tired as he did, but she still tried to comfort him. Giving him a gentle pat, she told him not to worry too much, because once a summon had already been pulled, it would not show up again unless he sold it off. Under a bright spotlight, a horned caterpillar stood in the middle of an absurdly huge crowd marked at 800 million. It explained that, for example, if every single one of those 800 million horned caterpillars had already been summoned, then from that point on, horned caterpillars would never appear again in later summons. Jinwoo kept his head lowered, still weighed down by the sheer scale of the problem. Ramba hovered close beside him and admitted that, even with that rule, it was still going to be extremely difficult, and Jinwoo could only answer with a quiet, resigned, right. Jinwoo's eye narrowed sharply as the thought crossed his mind. Maybe he should stop wasting time and start opening mid-grade scrolls instead. The sky stretched overhead above the park lamps, giving him a moment to think it through. But almost immediately, he rejected the idea, realizing it would be far too inefficient, especially since mid-grade scrolls were expensive and barely available on the market. Jinwoo pushed himself up from the ground, still knowing the odds were painfully terrible. But with no other path left, he gripped a glowing blue scroll tightly in both hands, tore it open, and shouted that he had no choice but to keep going. He threw his face toward the sky and yelled for the summon to please drop this time. Beside him, Ramba cheered with all her strength, shouting that he could do it and urging Jinwoo to keep pushing forward. A building stood quietly beneath the orange glow of sunset, its edges dark against the warm evening sky as the day slowly faded. Jinwoo lay completely sprawled across the bed, looking like all the life had been wrung out of him, and shouted that he seriously felt like he was going to die. On the pillow nearby, Ramba rested just as lazily and simply told him she wanted cream bread. He sat there buried among piles of torn red scrolls, heavy bags under his eyes showing just how far he had pushed himself. Over the past 2 weeks, Jinwoo had ripped through 140,000 summoning scrolls, while Ramba clung to him and admitted that she had almost died in more ways than one. A close view of Jinwoo's eye showed the exhaustion written all over him, with sweat sliding down his face as the pressure finally caught up to him. Lying on the bed with both hands tucked behind his head, Jinwoo explained that he had even rented a room near the player zone just so he could synthesize his summons more easily. As Ramba listened nearby, he added that he could not keep depending on his parents forever. He finally pushed himself up from the bed, gathering what little energy he had left, and said that it was time to get moving. Ramba was lying face down on the pillow with her arms spread out like she had completely melted into it. Jinwoo asked if they should go synthesize again today and told her to wake up, but all she did was cry out for cream bread. Under the orange sky, a tall building rose where a hotel once stood, but now it had been turned into a synthesis shop. Inside the lobby, people moved around between counters and open spaces, filling the place with the steady flow of player activity. Just like Jamcell Tower had become the Tower of Trials, other buildings in the city had also been transformed. A man walked through the lobby while checking his phone, blending into the crowd of people passing around him. Jinwoo thought to himself that this hotel had become a synthesis shop now, even though he remembered its buffet once being pretty famous. Jinwoo stopped in front of the waiting ticket machine, looked over the panel, and pressed the button to take his place in line. A small paper ticket slid out into his hand, and Jinwoo looked down at the printed number before saying it was number 125. Ramba hovered beside him with both arms raised, warning Jinwoo that he absolutely could not make a mistake. Holding the ticket in his hand, he answered that of course he would be careful, while she pressed him again to make sure he looked closely before putting anything in. A status screen hung beside the doorway, and then a clear sound rang out to announce their turn. Jinwoo looked up and told Ramba it was time, then headed inside. Jinwoo stepped into a room washed in blue light, standing before a glowing control panel while a circular platform was set into the floor in front of him. Ramba flew ahead with her wings spread wide, taking her place with obvious determination. Jinwoo told her he was counting on her again today, and she answered with confidence that they could do it. Jinwoo stood completely still in front of the glowing panel, his eyes fixed on the screen with a focused, serious look. A blue interface opened in front of him, showing different summon options while welcoming him to the synthesis shop and inviting him to synthesize his summons. Above the circular platform, Ramba hovered in place as the result confirmed that the Wind Fairy had been registered. Jinwoo lifted his hand and pressed his finger firmly onto the large "Yes" button, confirming that he wanted to synthesize the Wind Fairy. Inside the blue chamber, several glowing streams of energy began rising at once. Fire lizards, blue bats, and poison goblins were consumed as materials, their forms breaking apart and vanishing into the light. Ramba floated above the glowing circular platform with her eyes closed, staying perfectly still as blue particles gathered around her body and wrapped her in light. Her face came into close view as the synthesis finally finished. Watching the result, Jinwoo quietly remarked that there really had been a lot of them. Ramba stood upright with her hands planted proudly on her hips, looking pleased with herself as her level rose to 21 and her intelligence increased by 2. Jinwoo pressed his palms together in front of him and forced out a strained smile. After grinding down 140,000 summons, he could barely believe that Ramba was still only level 21. Ramba flew around excitedly with both fists clenched, asking Jinwoo again and again how she looked and whether she seemed stronger now. He answered that their Ramba was the best, while privately noting that the maximum level was 100 and that reaching it was going to take an eternity. A tall building stood beneath the bright sky as several more days quietly passed. A pair of hands rested over a keyboard, fingers moving across the keys as work continued at the desk. A man in a brown suit stared at his computer, focused on his work, when Changsuk remarked to Byung-jin that things seemed to be going especially well today. Byung-jin answered politely, "Yes, sir," while wondering to himself why he felt so unusually excited. Changsuk sat at his desk with a sheet of paper in hand, speaking with clear determination. Now that they had even formed a talent management team, he said he intended to pour all of his effort into Baek Jin-woo during this term. Byung-jin turned his head with tension tightening across his face when Changsuk asked what Baek Jin-woo was doing right now. Caught off guard, Byung-jin hesitated for a moment before beginning his answer. Changsuk held the document and looked over it as he heard that Baek Jin-woo was still opening summoning scrolls and had taken even more today. His expression barely shifted as he repeated, "Still?" Seated behind his desk with the papers in his hands, Changsuk listened as he was told that Baek Jin-woo wanted to use the 150 million he had received to buy even more low-grade summoning scrolls. The moment he heard that, he reacted with a blunt, stunned, "What?" Byung-jin touched his chin, looking thoughtful as he explained the situation. Baek Jin-woo had asked to buy the scrolls below market price, but with the management bureau already watching them closely, Byung-jin asked what they should do. Changsuk looked down at the paper with a serious expression, weighing the meaning behind it. Baek Jin-woo was reinvesting a massive amount of money into low-grade summoning scrolls that normally would not even sell. His hand tightened around the document as he reached a firm conclusion. Something was definitely going on, and without hesitation, he ordered Byung-jin to sell the scrolls to him at half price. Byung-jin jolted forward in shock, his face twisting with disbelief as he shouted back, asking if Changsuk really meant half price. Byung-jin began to worry aloud that if they were caught giving Baek Jin-woo that level of special treatment, it could become a serious problem. But Changsuk lowered his head, laced his fingers together near his lips, and calmly told Byung-jin not to worry. In Changsuk's imagination, a large Korean flag waved proudly overhead while a crowned Jin-woo raised his hand with absolute confidence, his summons gathered beneath him. Changsuk believed Baek Jin-woo could become Korea's hero someday, and if people later learned that he had gone out of his way to support him, the result could only benefit him. A chibi version of Changsuk was tossed high into the air by a cheering crowd, surrounded by celebration and praise. In his mind, gaining an even higher approval rating would be an easy victory. Changsuk slammed his hand down onto the desk with enough force to end the discussion, telling Byung-jin that, for now, he should simply do as he said. Then Changsuk turned his head slightly toward the window, as if remembering one more important point, and added that there was something else. Changsuk raised one finger to his lips, making it clear that this matter had to stay quiet. He told Byung-jin that it would remain only between him, Byung-jin, Ga, and Tae-seop. Bright sunlight spilled across the street, warming the pavement as loose leaves drifted lazily through the air, fluttering past like the day itself was moving slowly. Jin-woo sat right on the ground, surrounded on every side by piles of red summoning scrolls. One after another, he kept opening them without stopping, counting each pull as the torn scraps gathered around him. Ramba looked completely drained, her tiny body worn down from the endless repetition, and she finally shouted, "Jin-woo, how long do we have to keep doing this? I can't even feel my hands anymore." But Jin-woo did not even lift his head. He just kept working and answered calmly, "Until I die or you die." Just then, a pair of heels stepped into view, stopping near Jin-woo and cutting into the endless rhythm of tearing scrolls. Jin-woo slowly raised his head, looking up with a faint trace of confusion on his face before greeting the person in front of him with a simple, "Hello." Standing above him was a tall woman in a clean black suit, her long dark hair falling neatly around her shoulders. She smiled down at him politely and introduced herself as Uga from headquarters. Now standing outside with her, Jin-woo scratched the back of his head awkwardly and asked what had brought her all the way here. Uga explained that she had come because of the summoning scroll purchase he had discussed with the examiner last time. Jin-woo showed a brief flicker of surprise, but he quickly pulled himself together and leaned into the topic. He asked again if, like he had mentioned before, there was any chance they could negotiate the price. Uga crossed her arms and quietly thought about how they had actually held a meeting about that exact matter among themselves. Then she continued, saying that when they considered his recent contributions, they were prepared to make an exception for him. With a bright smile, Uga spread both arms wide, and for a moment she looked almost angelic, with a halo and wings appearing behind her. She announced that they would give him a special half-price offer, making Jin-woo shout in disbelief, "Really?" Uga lifted one finger with a confident smile and confirmed it. Then she added that, on top of the discount, they would also support him with an additional 100 million won under talent management expenses. Jinwoo's face filled the view as he stared straight ahead, his eyes widening so much that he could only blurt out a stunned, "Whoa." Uga kept one finger raised as she faced him, making sure he understood that this had to remain an absolute secret. Jinwoo immediately waved his hand with an easy smile, saying there was nothing to worry about at all. Uga's serious gaze sharpened beside Jinwoo's blushing, grateful smile as she told him they hoped he understood this was meant to build a good relationship between them. Jinwoo answered without hesitation that he understood perfectly. She turned slightly, her expression settling back into a calm smile, and said that since he must be busy, she would take her leave. Under the bright sky, Uga walked away into the distance while Jinwoo stayed where he was, watching her back as she disappeared farther down the street. Jinwoo held a red scroll in his hand while Ramba sat perched on top of his head. He could clearly feel the examiner's determination to fully support him, and because of that, he knew he had to hurry up and pull an X-rank summon to repay that trust. The park grew quiet beneath the night sky, while another strip of time passed under a warm sunset where birds crossed the glowing horizon. Ramba lay face down on the ground beside scattered red scraps, too exhausted to even lift herself properly, and weakly called out Jinwoo's name. Jinwoo sat cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by endless piles of torn red pieces, still holding another scroll in his hand. The same motions had repeated again and again without mercy, and when he asked how long they were going to keep this up, the answer was simple, until they pulled the instructor and the dragon mage. Ramba flailed helplessly in midair, screaming from sheer frustration, while Jinwoo watched with a tense look on his face. The result showed that he had obtained a white snake of a franc, and Jinwoo could only grit his teeth and say he had no choice. More small creatures began appearing around the area as the results continued to stack up. A giant rhinoceros beetle, a horned caterpillar of a franc, and still not the ones he needed. Jinwoo insisted that he had to keep pulling, practically begging for either the instructor or the D-mage to finally appear. Jinwoo gripped the summoning scroll with both hands and tore it open with everything he had, shouting, "Please." At that moment, a brilliant golden light burst out from the scroll. Yellow lightning cracked through the air as red fragments scattered outward. Jinwoo recoiled on the ground, eyes wide from the sudden shock, and shouted, "What the?" Jinwoo stared forward with his eyes blown wide open, while Ramba beside him looked ahead with the same rising excitement. He realized this was the exact same effect from when Ramba had appeared, and the thought hit him at once. Could it really be happening? Golden light flooded the area as the low-grade summoning scroll activated, and the result appeared, Summon Dragon Mage of X rank. A female mage emerged with her eyes closed, gripping her staff as flames curled around her, while Jinwoo and Ramba screamed in complete shock. Ramba grabbed onto Jinwoo's head and shook with excitement, unable to hold herself back as she shouted again and again that he had done it. Jinwoo threw his mouth open and yelled that he could die happy now. But then his eye suddenly sharpened with determination, and he stopped himself, realizing this was not the time to relax. He could not quit now, because this was gacha momentum. Ramba stared at him with a confused look, clearly not following his sudden burst of logic, and asked what he meant by gacha momentum. A red scroll floated above Jinwoo's open palm, wrapped in swirling blue energy, as he declared that the real moment to push forward was right when something finally popped. Jinwoo seized another red scroll and tore it open with force, shouting that when you get a good pull, you have to keep going and chase the next one. As he said it, another low-grade summoning scroll activated. A golden glow flashed once more, and this time the result showed the summon training instructor of X rank. Ramba screamed in shock, realizing that gacha momentum was actually real. Jinwoo clenched his fist tightly as tears streamed down his face. After everything he had gone through, he finally cried out that it had happened at last. A gloved hand hung at someone's side, surrounded by golden light, as the new summon fully took form. Red-haired mage stood gripping her staff beside a tall man, both of them illuminated by the glowing city lights around them. Looking at the two X-rank summons before him, Jinwoo declared that he had finally pulled them. The man turned his head slightly, his expression clouded with confusion, and asked where he was. He was the X-rank summon training instructor, and Jinwoo remembered that originally, he had been an unpopular E-rank summon with weak combat abilities. Jinwoo grinned and clenched his fist, because the instructor's real worth had never been about his own fighting power in the first place. The instructor stood with both hands on his hips in front of blazing flames, roaring, "Do you think training is a joke?" He was a complete training maniac, the kind of summon who treated training like the only thing that mattered. With his arms crossed, the instructor ordered the others to do 5,000 push-ups while exhausted summons slumped nearby, already pushed to their limits. His own body might have been weak, but his skills, growth through training and overwhelming charisma, made him terrifying in a completely different way. A bicep bulged and tightened with raw force, showing the true effect of the instructor's ability. Once Jin Woo gained the instructor's skill, he could unlock the hidden potential of his other summons and drastically increase how quickly they grew. A muscular fairy clenched both fists, raised one powerful arm, and shouted Ramba's name with explosive energy. Jin Woo clenched his fist with an excited look, shouting that with this skill, he could make all of his other summons stronger. Floating beside him, Ramba quietly admitted that she did not really want to get stronger. Jin Woo raised his hand with a friendly smile and greeted him casually, saying, "Hungyo, it's been a while." The brown-haired man turned his head with a tense, startled expression the moment he heard it, reacting sharply to that old nickname. Jin Woo stood with one hand on his hip and looked back calmly, answering, "Yeah." Behind him, the armored man and the red-haired girl reacted in shock, shouting as they realized he might truly be their god Jainu. Hungyo immediately dropped to one knee, overwhelmed by what he was seeing, and exclaimed that this was astonishing, calling Jin Woo his lord. Jin Woo stood there with a calm expression, thinking that after being placed in isolated status, he had believed he would never see Hungyo again. Yet both Ramba and Hungyo were exactly as he had raised them. Hungyo remained kneeling on the ground and lowered his head in a respectful bow, saying it was an honor to see Jin Woo again. A pair of legs stepped forward, and a voice addressed him reverently as Lord God Jainu. The girl tightened her grip around her staff and looked ahead with a nervous expression, asking if it was really him, Lord God Jainu. Hearing her speak, Jin Woo realized this was his first time ever hearing Pokryong's voice. Pokryong stood there gripping her staff, surrounded by swirling flames that curled around her like they were responding to her heartbeat. She was a dragon mage with an X-isolated rank, and sealed deep inside her heart was an explosive dragon waiting to be unleashed. Inside that blazing dragon heart, a glowing core erupted with fire, sending flames bursting across the entire scene. Pokryong possessed the skill Explosive Dragon Wave, and once she defeated boss-level enemies, Predation would activate, permanently raising the damage of that power. God Jainu stood in the middle of the raging flames, the heat roaring around him, as the truth became clear, without Hungyo, the Predation skill could never be unlocked. Pokryong leaned forward, her eyes glowing as flames spiraled around the staff in her hands. Jin Woo understood exactly what that meant, because he had been the only player capable of using Pokryong properly. Pokryong hugged her staff tightly against her chest, her eyes sparkling as a bright smile spread across her face. Overwhelmed with emotion, she called out to Lord God Jainu and said she had really, truly missed him. Jin Woo smiled back with his cheeks slightly flushed and told her that he had missed her too. But for now, he warned her not to speak when other people were around, and instead of calling him God Jainu, she should simply call him Jin Woo. Hungyo stood beside Pokryong with his arms crossed and accepted the order, calling him his lord. Pokryong looked up as well and answered obediently, calling him Lord Jin Woo. Jin Woo tilted his face upward with exhaustion written all over him, finally saying that was enough for now, while Ramba hovered beside him looking just as tired. Snow drifted down over the quiet city at night, softening the streets beneath the dark sky, as Jin Woo decided they should go home and finally get some sleep. A simple room waited for them, with a bed pushed inside, a window along the wall, and a ceiling light casting a plain glow over the quiet space. Jin Woo lay flat on the bed with his eyes closed, completely knocked out, snoring as soon as his body finally gave in to rest. While Jin Woo slept on the bed in the background, Hungyo sat on the floor with the others, the group gathered quietly in the room. Hungyo looked forward and broke the silence by saying it had been a while. Pokryong smiled a little nervously and replied that it really had been a long time. Ramba leaned forward with a bright, cheerful smile and agreed right away. Hungyo then asked if he should call her Ramba, and she answered by asking if he was Hungyo, reminding him that they had only seen each other for about a month before they were separated. Ramba smiled proudly and pointed out that she had already been an active summon back when he was recruited, which meant she was technically his senior. Hungyo accepted it with a reserved response, saying he supposed that was true. But then Hungyo stood with his arms crossed, his expression falling under a dark, serious shadow. He said that none of that mattered to him, because there was only one thing he needed to say. He leaned toward them as blazing flames roared behind him, his voice turning fierce as he declared the harsh truth: they were far too weak. His clenched fist tightened with intensity as he said they still had a long way to go before they could truly be useful to their lord. Because of that, even while Jin Woo was asleep, they had to continue training. Pokryong stiffened in surprise, her body going tense as Hungyo suddenly pointed a finger straight at her and called her name first. With his arms crossed, Hungyo instructed Pokryong to sit down and focus on sensing mana. He told her that once he awakened later, he would unlock Predation for her, and Pokryong nodded seriously, repeating the word before saying she understood. Then Hongyo's eyes narrowed with sharp intensity as he turned his attention to the next target and called out to Ramba. Ramba immediately clung to a cushion with both arms, her face tightening with worry as if she already knew something terrible was coming. Ramba trembled in fear, tears welling up as Hongyo told her she needed to increase her swinging speed. Because of that, he said, she would be doing strength training. Hongyo stood over her with glowing eyes and asked if she did not want to be useful to their lord. Ramba sweated, sniffled, and could only answer weakly that, well, yes, she did. Frying pan hung in the kitchen, and Hongyo immediately ordered her to start swinging it. Since it was only her first day, he added, they would keep it light and begin with just 5,000 repetitions. A trembling hand reached forward as Ramba cried out for Jinwoo to save her. But Hongyo simply walked away while dragging her by the arm, ignoring her struggling and wailing, as Jinwoo continued sleeping peacefully on the bed. Morning light rose over the tall buildings beneath a clear sky, and the scene shifted to an office room where a startled voice asked what it meant that they could no longer provide any more low-grade summoning scrolls. Changsuk sat behind his desk while Ga stood in front of him, gesturing as she explained the situation. An official notice had been issued, and it was an order from the headquarters director himself. Changsuk looked forward with tension on his face and questioned whether it had really come from the director. He could not understand why someone who should have been busy enough already was paying attention to such a trivial matter. He clenched his teeth in frustration, saying that on top of everything else, they were now demanding a detailed explanation of where all the low-grade summoning scrolls had been used so far. Under his breath, he cursed the situation. Ga stood with one hand resting against her chin, thinking it over carefully, then said it seemed like examiner Im Hee-soo had pulled some strings behind the scenes. Changsuk sat behind the desk with Ga across from him, complaining that the bastard always opposed his opinions at every possible turn. Ga asked what they should do now, explaining that she had already prepared the documents, but if the management bureau cut off the scroll supply, they would have nothing left to give Baek Jinwoo. Changsuk stared ahead with a worried expression, realizing that it was almost time to deliver the next batch of scrolls to Baek Jinwoo. His eye widened sharply, and a bead of sweat formed beside it as the pressure of the situation hit him all at once. Then his smartphone suddenly vibrated with an incoming call. Changsuk stiffened in his chair, reached toward the phone, and exclaimed Baek Jinwoo's name. Ga stood nearby with her arms crossed, watching his reaction closely as she asked what was going on. Ga looked forward as Changsuk said it seemed they would no longer need to provide Baek Jinwoo with any more low-grade summoning scrolls after all. Changsuk's eye narrowed, his expression still tense, as he said there was something more important now. The smartphone lay on the table, showing messages from Baek Jinwoo saying he no longer needed low-grade summoning scrolls because he had gotten what he wanted. Changsuk stared at the screen and declared that he needed to settle things with Im Hee-soo. Im Hee-soo's name carried into the next scene as a bright sky stretched over the city and mountains. The location was Gwanaksan Mountain, near Sinbowi Station in Gwasan, Gyeonggi-do. A sneaker stepped firmly onto the ground, pressing into the path as someone arrived at the dungeon site. Jinwoo placed a hand against his forehead and looked off into the distance, taking in the area before saying that this must be a normal dungeon. A glowing interface appeared, listing 4 dungeon types: normal dungeon, daily dungeon, Tower of Trials, and Chaos Dragon. In BOS, dungeons were divided into those 4 categories, with the daily dungeon giving out specific materials depending on the day. A towering structure rose beneath a red sky while bats circled around it. This was the Tower of Trials, a place with difficulty far beyond a normal dungeon, built for players who wanted to test their absolute limits. The rewards were enormous, but the mortality rate was just as frightening. A massive dragon spread its wings wide and opened its jaws, unleashing a roaring stream of fire that blasted forward. Jinwoo stood with 2 companions facing the dragon as the enormous wave of fire swept across the scene. This was a raid boss, something challenged by forming a party, but since it had not been updated yet, the details would be left for another time. A bright blue portal spun in place, swirling with flowing energy. Every dungeon outside of the 3 special types counted as a normal dungeon, and this was exactly the kind of place Jinwoo was about to enter. Jinwoo walked forward across the ground while looking down at his phone. Back in BOS, these were also called stage dungeons, but in reality, they simply appeared at random. A hand held up a smartphone showing a list of party recruitment posts. Party play was possible in these dungeons, but Jinwoo had no need to search for a party. Jinwoo stood with his back turned, facing the glowing blue portal set into the rocky cliffside, its light pulsing quietly in front of him. A huge blue portal swirled behind the caution tape, its light pulsing like a living thing, while a suited staff member stood nearby to keep watch over the entrance. Jinwoo stared ahead with a serious look, knowing exactly why these places had to be controlled. Once a dungeon appeared and enough time passed, a dungeon break would happen, and monsters would begin pouring out into the outside world. The man in the suit turned toward Jin Woo and spoke in a professional tone, saying that if he had come to enter the dungeon, then his license needed to be checked first. Jin Woo took out his license without any hesitation and handed it over to the man, calmly telling him, "Here you go." He stood there quietly with a composed expression, waiting as the staff member inspected it, until the voice finally confirmed that everything checked out. With the confirmation finished, Jin Woo walked toward the swirling blue portal. Its glow intensified as he stepped closer, and behind him, the staff member warned him to be careful. For a moment, everything became pure darkness, and then a single bright light shone through the black like the dungeon was opening its eyes. Jin Woo looked downward with a focused gaze, his expression tightening as he took in the sudden change around him. A surge of blue energy rose behind Jin Woo's back as he stood still, and a bead of sweat slid down his cheek, showing that the atmosphere had shifted completely. Two weapons slammed together with a sharp metallic impact, and the moment they collided, red energy burst outward from the point of contact. Monster weapons crashed against the shields of armed soldiers, the battlefield filling with heavy impacts and desperate resistance, as someone shouted in realization, "So this is." Red lightning crackled across the dark crimson sky above tall stone towers, while countless orcs surged forward like a wave of violence. This was a subjugation dungeon. On top of the castle wall, two armored soldiers gripped their bows and looked out over the battlefield. One shouted that the orcs were climbing up and ordered everyone to fire, while another called for hot water to be poured down. Several orcs clawed their way up wooden ladders pressed against the fortress wall, climbing closer with every second. Jin Woo realized that back in BOS, it had only been a game, so none of this had ever felt real. A glowing arrow shot through the air and struck an orc directly in the face, while another arrow pierced the orc behind it, sending blood spraying from both brutal impacts. An orc brought its weapon down with terrifying force, smashing into a soldier's weapon as Jin Woo's thoughts caught on one thing: this was different. A wounded soldier lay collapsed on the ground while another soldier pressed a hand against him, shouting urgently that they needed a healer over there right away. Jin Woo stood on the castle wall with tension written across his face, staring down at the chaos below. This was not a game anymore. This was what real war looked like. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, forcing himself to steady his breathing and clear his head. He had to pull himself together and do what he had always done. A blue barrier formed around Jin Woo, bright energy flowing across its surface as he prepared to act. Ramba leaned forward in midair, her expression sharpening as she called out to the others and told them to get ready. Pokryong stood beside Hungyo with both hands gripping her staff, flames curling around them as the two summons prepared for battle. Standing on the castle wall, Jin Woo summoned his Wind Fairy, training instructor, and Dragon Mage, and one by one, they appeared at his side. A golden fairy hovered beside Mini Kong as Jin Woo called them out as well, knowing that among D-rank tankers and healers, there was no better pair than these two. Ramba gripped her staff and leaned forward with a confident grin, answering with a quick "okay," as she prepared to buff Hungyo's attack speed. Pokryong faced the battlefield with flames circling around her, and Jin Woo ordered her to prepare cover fire for Hungyo from the rear. She answered immediately, saying, "Yes, sir, Jin Woo." Mini Kong launched himself forward, green energy wrapping around his body as Jin Woo pointed toward the enemy lines and ordered him to head straight for the orc boss. Mini Kong dropped from the wall toward the orcs below, leaving a trail of green energy behind him. In an orc subjugation dungeon, the overall pattern was actually simple. He crashed into the ground with a burst of green energy, and the impact sent debris scattering outward in every direction. Mini Kong crouched low on the ground, facing the towering orc ahead of him. All they had to do was take down the giant orc waiting at the very back, and the whole dungeon would be over. The giant orc raised its massive weapon high over its head, mouth opening wide as it let out a furious roar. The giant orc's blade came crashing down, slamming hard into Mini Kong's arms with a heavy, bone-shaking impact. Ramba swung her staff with a strained expression, pouring power into the support magic as she shouted for them to go. Hungyo looked straight ahead, his gaze locked in and focused, as he prepared to move the moment the opening appeared. A wave of green energy tore across the wall, sending smoke, broken stone, and debris scattering through the air. Green slashes ripped through multiple orcs at once, cutting across their bodies as blood sprayed and their forms were torn apart. Hungyo drove his blade forward with frightening speed, green energy trailing behind him as he sliced cleanly through an orc's body. Jin Woo stood on the wall and let out a breath, wondering if this was the difference an X-rank made. Compared to the early game Hungyo he remembered, this version was on a completely different level. A slight smirk formed on Jin Woo's face as he looked over the battlefield. At this rate, it seemed like clearing this dungeon was going to be even easier than he had expected. The Golden Fairy and Mini Kong surged forward together, while Ramba swung her staff from the air and Hungyo cut down another orc in one swift strike. Two armored soldiers leaned over the castle wall, staring in disbelief. One said they had allies now, and strong ones at that, while the other asked if this meant they were actually going to survive. Mini Kong roared as he leapt forward, launching himself straight toward an orc that was swinging a heavy club. The Golden Fairy hovered in the air, glowing softly as healing light spread from her and restored the wounded. Ramba spun playfully through the air with a teasing grin, dodging attacks coming from below as she mocked the enemies and asked if they were mad. Jin Woo popped his head over the wall with a flustered expression, noticing axes now lodged in the stone nearby, and shouted for Ramba to stop messing around. Ramba hovered beside him with a sheepish laugh and apologized, while Hungyo slashed through an orc and snarled that anyone who dared throw an axe at his liege deserved to die. Pokryong tightened her grip around her staff as flames spiraled around it, her chant building with the heat gathering in the air. She raised her staff forward, flames blazing around her as she announced that she was going to begin. A massive spiral of fire erupted from the castle, surging outward as Pokryong unleashed explosive dragon wave. Flames took the shape of a blazing dragon, jaws wide open as it roared forward through the battlefield. The dragon-shaped fire swallowed multiple orcs at once, engulfing them in flames as their screams were drowned beneath the roar of burning heat. The giant orc remained standing in the middle of the flames, its mouth hanging open in a roar that had already lost its strength, while its scorched body smoldered under the heat. A foot slammed against the ground and pushed off with explosive force, sending chunks of debris scattering outward as the attack began. Hungyo swung his sword in one clean, decisive arc, and the blade cut straight through the orc's neck. Blood sprayed into the air as the giant orc's head was severed in an instant. The orc's head crashed heavily onto the ground, rolling to a stop as Hungyo stood there with his sword still in hand, calm after the finishing blow. Ramba threw her clenched fist high into the air and shouted, "Hell yeah," while the others stood below her, the battle finally over as the dungeon was cleared. Pokryong smiled brightly with her staff held close, letting out an amazed little, wow, as her dragon mage level rose to 5 and her intelligence increased by 2. Hungyo stood with his eyes closed, glowing particles drifting around his body as the training instructor reached level 5, and his critical hit rate increased by 1%. Jin Woo looked up in shock, barely able to process the result, and shouted that he had made 500,001 in only 3 minutes while also obtaining 1 intermediate-grade summoning scroll. The group gathered together after the clear, and Ramba cheerfully congratulated everyone on leveling up. Meanwhile, Jin Woo was already thinking that he needed to find the next dungeon immediately. His fist tightened firmly as the realization sank in. He could level up his summons and make money at the same time. Standing on the wall with his fist clenched, Jin Woo looked ahead with renewed determination and declared that it was time to turn his life around through an endless grind. The view changed to a tall modern building rising beneath the bright sky, its clean glass exterior catching the daylight. Inside, Changsuk sat at his desk with his head lowered, silent and motionless as the weight of the situation pressed down on him. Ga stood nearby with a stern expression, asking where he had found the confidence to make such a reckless bet, while Changsuk muttered that the bastard had been the one to start it. At the center of a long table, an older man sat smiling nervously and tried to calm the room, asking the gentleman to please settle down. On opposite sides, 2 men sat glaring at each other with open hostility. Hisu leaned back in his chair with a smug little smile and said that examiner Changsuk seemed to be wasting the budget, so he had merely offered some advice. Changsuk scowled and glared straight ahead, while Hisu continued needling him, asking what kind of talent management team could not even properly raise one single talent. Changsuk's body jerked back with his mouth open as the mockery continued. Hisu pointed out that the talents raised by examiner Changsuk had never once made it as national representatives. Hisu lounged back with a grin, asking if Changsuk's attitude came from the recent Tuesday dungeon record. Was he really acting this confident just because of that one achievement? Changsuk sat with his back turned, trembling with anger. Changsuk glared forward, thinking of that man as Hisu. He wanted to talk back, but he could not deny the truth. The rankers raised by Hisu were chosen as national representatives every year. Hisu sat comfortably in his chair with that confident smirk still on his face, and Changsuk had to acknowledge it. The man was arrogant, but he had the results to back it up. With tension tightening across his face, Changsuk declared that he would not just sit back and take it anymore. Then he asked what would happen if the talent he raised was selected as a national representative. Hisu leaned back even farther, his smug smile widening as he asked if Changsuk wanted to make a bet on it. His eyes narrowed as he laid out the terms. Since there could only be up to 10 national representative players, they would see whose talent managed to climb higher. Changsuk looked straight ahead with a sharp, unshaken gaze and accepted the challenge with a firm, "Fine." Both men leaned toward each other with wide, competitive grins as flames seemed to rise behind them. They declared that the loser would have to admit the other examiner was better and resign, along with paying a 1 billion won penalty, then immediately asked if they should draw up the contract while the director trembled and begged them not to fight. Ga stood with one hand on her hip, speaking in a stern tone as she asked if he was seriously going this far just because he believed in Baek Jin-woo. She admitted Jin-woo was impressive, but pointed out that he was still just a gamer and still lacking compared to recorded rankers. Changsuk sat at his desk with both hands clasped together, listening to her words before quietly answering that he knew. His fingers interlocked tightly in front of his mouth, and after a tense pause, he lowered his voice and said, "But." Then he lifted his head with a determined expression and spoke with certainty. He believed in Baek Jin-woo, and if they supported him properly, Jin-woo would provide them with major information. Ga looked at him with concern and started to respond, but before she could finish, the door behind her suddenly swung open and a man burst in, shouting for the examiner. She turned her head in surprise and asked what was going on, while behind her, Changsuk pushed himself up from his desk. Jin stood in the doorway holding a sheet of paper, his expression tense as he shouted that it was about the player who had recently been clearing dozens of D-rank dungeons solo. Changsuk lunged forward with a shocked expression, while Ga's thoughts caught up a beat behind him, and she shouted in disbelief, "What?" The moment they heard it was Baek Jin-woo, Ga's composure finally cracked. She turned with wide eyes and repeated in disbelief that a player who had only registered a month ago was clearing D-rank dungeons in under 5 minutes. Changsuk grinned, a chuckle slipping out as he clearly enjoyed every second of this moment, while Ga stood nearby still stunned by the report. He suddenly threw both arms into the air and burst into celebration, shouting that he had told her Baek Jin-woo was the real deal. Ga stood there unimpressed, inwardly cringing at his painfully outdated slang. Changsuk clenched his fist with fierce conviction and declared that he had believed in Baek Jin-woo from the very beginning. The view shifted to footsteps emerging from a portal, while the thought settled in that this outcome had been expected all along, because his eye for talent was flawless. Baek Jin-woo stood calmly in front of the swirling blue portal, his relaxed expression making it seem like the dungeon clear had been nothing difficult at all. The scene moved into a quiet interior room, where the noise and tension of the outside world faded away. Jin-woo held up his phone and stared at the balance showing over 26 million won, then let out a deeply satisfied chuckle. He lay on his back with flushed cheeks and a happy smile, saying that he had made a whopping 16 million won. The golden fairy flew off to the side while Ramba stood behind them with a grin, explaining that Jin-woo had gone completely wild and cleared 160 D-rank dungeons over just 4 days. Hongyo gripped his sword and swung it sharply through the air, striking a distant figure as flames spread across the ground around him. Baek Jin-woo clasped his hands together with teary eyes in front of the stacks of cash, saying that all of this money came from selling the intermediate summoning scrolls he had obtained inside those dungeons. He knelt under a bright spotlight, raising his phone with tears streaming down his face as he declared that this money was made from blood, sweat, and tears, and that a world meant for him had finally arrived. Ramba immediately pointed out that they were the ones who had actually done the sweating. Sitting on the bed with his phone in hand, Jin-woo pulled himself together and said that the first thing they needed to do was split up the accounts. Ramba sat on top of an open ledger while hugging a loaf of bread, as Jin-woo explained that this one would be their living expenses account. On the open ledger, 3 tiny chibi figures huddled together as Jin-woo explained that he would also create a family account for bigger spending later. Then he pointed out the savings account, saying he would save 10 million won every month and use it for himself. A flashy article shows him sitting proudly on a golden throne, one hand lifted in a big thumbs up, as if his whole life has turned around overnight. The headline makes it sound almost unreal. He went from being unemployed to becoming a player earning 10 million won a month, and even he can only stare at that number and admit that making 10 million a month still feels like some kind of dream. Then his relaxed expression fades just a little. His eyes narrow with sharper focus, and as if moving on to the final and most important point, he calmly says there is one last thing. On his phone screen, his account balance appears clearly, showing more than 6 million won sitting there. Looking at that number, he calls it his player account, the money he can actually use for what comes next. A pile of red summoning scrolls is spread across an open ledger, stacked thickly like they are waiting to be burned through one by one. He says that every bit of money in this account is going to be poured straight into his summons. He lowers his gaze to the phone in his hand, his face steady and unusually calm. To him, money definitely matters, but right now, the thing that matters even more is how much value he can prove he has as a player. His summons finally reach level 30, and Ramba throws both arms up in the air, celebrating like they have crossed a real milestone. After all the dungeon runs they have pushed through, everyone has now passed level 30, which means it is finally time to start equipping runes and upgrading them properly. Holding his phone in front of him, he thinks through the next step. To make that happen, the most direct answer is grinding the daily dungeon, but if he wants to clear it fast instead of wasting time, he needs strong core summons to carry the run. His fingers tighten slightly around the phone as the player web interface fills the screen. He checks the market and wonders if there are any suitable summons listed for sale. The moment he sees the prices, one of his eyes snaps wide open. A bead of sweat forms on his cheek, and his calm disappears in an instant. He freezes in front of the phone, stunned by the listings on the screen. Even C-rank summons are averaging around 20 million won, and he can't stop himself from blurting out why they are this ridiculously expensive. Standing with his back turned, he keeps scanning the numbers and grows even more grim. B-rank summons average about 200 million won, while A-rank and S-rank summons are not even listed at all, meaning that at this rate, his entire account would be emptied almost immediately. Still holding the phone, he lets out a slow breath and forces himself to think logically. Since even a high-grade summoning scroll only has a 1% chance of dropping a B-rank, those market prices are painfully high, but they do make sense. Then the corner of his mouth lifts slightly. Looking down at the phone again, he gives a small smirk and decides that, in the end, it is fine. With the phone still in his hand, he moves straight into action and starts making a call. He brings the phone up to his ear, wearing a confident smile now. This is exactly why he prepared a safety net in advance. Suddenly, a man in a suit bursts through the door, his face filled with alarm. The moment he steps inside, he shouts for the examiner. Changsuk barely looks up at first, resting his chin on one hand while his eyes remain on the document in front of him. In a dry, casual tone, he asks what the matter is. The man rushes deeper into the room, practically shouting that a new request has come in from player Baek Jin-woo. The name alone makes Changsuk jolt in surprise, and he immediately snaps back with a loud, stunned, "What?" Changsuk instantly grabs Tae-seop's hands and leans forward with far too much excitement, pressing him to explain what the request is and what Baek Jin-woo asked for. Tae-seop stiffens in place, startled by the sudden closeness, and complains that Changsuk nearly scared him to death. The man lifts the phone right up near Changsuk's face, holding it close enough for him to read. Changsuk's eyes lock onto the screen. On the phone, Baek Jin-woo's messages are laid out clearly, including a detailed list of summons he wants purchased. The man says this is the request, while another voice reacts in confusion, questioning the summon purchase list. Changsuk grabs Tae-seop's hands all over again, his face stiff with disbelief as he shouts about the sheer amount on the list. Tae-seop answers plainly that Baek Jin-woo wants them to buy every single one of them. Changsuk scratches his head and stares down at the phone, trying to process the scale of the request. If headquarters could casually buy all of this, he points out, then he himself would not still be stuck using C-rank summons, and he immediately asks what Baek Jin-woo is offering in exchange if they actually purchase them. The moment he hears the answer, his eye sharpens with intense focus. Baek Jin-woo is offering to share the secrets behind time attacks in the daily dungeon. Tae-seop faces forward with tension written across his face, trying to confirm the scale of what he just heard. He asks if this is not only for the Monday or Wednesday dungeon, but for the entire daily dungeon, and the answer comes back as yes. Changsuk stands with one hand on his hip, thinking through the offer. So Baek Jin-woo is not just giving them one route or one piece of information, he is saying he will share all of them, which makes the deal powerful, but also means he is driving an extremely hard bargain. Then Changsuk's expression changes. His lips pull back into a toothy grin, and he says that for now, he understands. He folds his arms across his chest, his face turning serious again. Since the offer is that big, he says he will try bringing it up with the director. But things clearly do not go the way he hoped. Changsuk clutches his head in frustration, then slams his fist down on the desk while angrily cursing those backroom boomers and calling them stupid old fools. His anger explodes so badly that he ends up standing on top of the desk with both arms thrown into the air, yelling that it is no wonder their country is always dead last. Papers fly and scatter around him, while two people in the foreground stare in confusion, one asking what is wrong with him and the other flatly saying the proposal must not have been approved. GA stands nearby with her arms crossed, watching the chaos with a faint, composed smile. She remarks that if only all examiners had that much passion, things might be different. Tae-seop faces the furious Changsuk and asks what the director actually said. Changsuk glares forward with a dark, heavy presence around him and answers that he was told to bring evidence, or show Baek Jin-woo clearing it first, before asking for anything. GASI shifts calmly to the side as Changsuk bursts out again, shouting that he cannot possibly clear it without the summons in the first place. Chong-suk leans forward with his fist clenched tight, unable to hide his frustration. If Baek Jin-woo's information is real, then this would be an enormous opportunity, an absolute jackpot, yet those fools at headquarters cannot even recognize what is sitting right in front of them. He suddenly goes still, sitting there frozen with his eyes widened. GA's quiet comment cuts through the room as she says that it really is pretty disappointing. GA stands with one finger resting lightly against her cheek, her tone calm but pointed. She says it is disappointing that such jackpot-level information would be sold to headquarters for a mere 1.3 billion won, then asks if he does not agree, while Chong-suk can only stammer over the word mere. With a gentle smile, GA turns her attention toward him and addresses him directly as examiner. GA raises one finger as if presenting a simple solution and says that she could cover the cost herself instead. The two men immediately turn toward her, both of them shocked by how casually she says it. Chong-suk stares ahead, his eyes trembling slightly as the realization finally starts to hit him. Now that he thinks about it, this is not just anyone standing in front of them. GA stands confidently before a towering building and gleaming trophies, her background making her identity impossible to ignore. She is from the Daesung Group family, South Korea's top conglomerate, and she is none other than the fourth granddaughter, UGA. GA sits at a desk with a document in hand, composed and polished. From a young age, she grew up receiving the elite chaebol education of Daesung, trained in the world of wealth, power, and corporate succession. A phone lies across an open book, showing a person directing his summon to attack. But instead of being drawn toward management rights like others in her position might be, GA has always been more interested in players. And lately, the player who has captured her attention more than anyone else is Baek Jin-woo. Just thinking about him brings a knowing smile to her face. A short-haired man stands with his back facing forward, representing the strange mystery surrounding him. For a beginner, Baek Jin-woo possesses an unbelievable amount of information, and on top of that, he even has the nerve to negotiate directly with the government. Two hands clasped together in a firm handshake, making the idea feel less like speculation and more like the start of a serious deal. The suggestion is to create a one-man management team entirely dedicated to him. Byung-jin stands there with confusion on his face while Chong-suk watches from behind. The plan is bold: invest heavily so Baek Jin-woo can fully use his information, then split the profits, creating a completely different model from the current talent management team. GA stands with one hand touching her chin as the man hesitates in front of her. He asks if she is really sure about doing this, especially when such a large amount of money is involved. GA appears confidently atop a pile of coins, completely unfazed by the scale of the expense, while Chong-suk sweats beside her. She asks if he is seriously worrying about her bank balance right now, and he quickly laughs it off, saying there is no way he would do that. GA crosses her arms over her chest, still perfectly composed. She tells them they do not need to worry about the money, but before they move ahead, there is something else that has to come first. With a soft smile, GA says that she needs to meet Baek Jin-woo one more time. GA sits quietly at the table, her posture composed as she gazes ahead in deep thought, as if she is already weighing the next move before anyone else can catch up. Her expression sharpens slightly, and she turns her head with narrowed eyes, looking as though a clear decision has just settled in her mind. Inside the elegant restaurant, Jin-woo stands with a faint, polite smile while a suited staff member bows respectfully behind him. Jin-woo casually tells him to enjoy himself, and the man answers with a grateful yes, making it clear that headquarters is showing him a surprising amount of sincerity. Jin-woo looks ahead with a small smile on his face, while behind him, his phone shows a message arranging an in-person meeting. Just from one piece of information, they move this quickly, and that alone tells him how seriously they are taking him. A tall, luxurious building rises in front of him, glowing brightly like a place only the wealthy would casually enter. This high-end restaurant is so extravagant that it makes even five-star hotels look ordinary by comparison. Uniformed staff members step forward with polished smiles, presenting drinks with careful, almost excessive service, while the atmosphere practically sparkles with money. Being treated this well makes Jin-woo realize that handing over valuable information might actually be worth it. As Jin-woo stands there facing forward, a familiar voice calls out to him from nearby, telling him that he has arrived. GA leans one hand lightly against the table, her body angled with relaxed confidence, and greets him with a calm smile that feels perfectly in control. A spread of documents and photos about GA comes to mind, showing just how much information he had looked into beforehand. Her background check nearly made him faint, not only because of her appearance, but because of the overwhelming family name attached to her. In someone's hand, a phone displays an article praising UGA's abilities, and Jinwoo can only admit to himself that he never imagined a third-generation Chaebol would actually be working inside headquarters. GA places a hand gently over her chest and smiles warmly as she thanks him for coming. Jinwoo looks back at her, taking in the empty space around them, and asks if she came alone. With her eyes closed and a composed smile on her face, GA explains that her business with him today is not actually related to headquarters. Then she calmly shifts the topic and says that what she wants to discuss is something else. At the table, a hand uses chopsticks to lift a piece of grilled fish, the meal continuing smoothly even as the conversation turns serious. GA begins by saying that, unfortunately, there is a problem. Sitting across from him with a glass in hand, GA speaks in a measured tone and says she believes it will be difficult to receive any further support from headquarters. GA faces him across the table as she explains the situation, while the image of Park Chang-suk curled up under a storm of red X marks makes it obvious how badly things went. She says examiner Park Chang-suk tried his best, but too many people opposed the request, and Jinwoo accepts that if this is headquarters' stance, then there is nothing they can do, though privately, he believes reaching first place on his own will not be much of a problem anyway. Jinwoo holds a piece of meat between his chopsticks near his mouth, pausing just as he is about to eat. GA then says she has a proposal for him instead, and he looks forward in surprise, answering with a confused "Pardon?" GA reaches across the table and gently sets a glass of water in front of him, her movement calm and deliberate. Then she tells him that this offer is something prepared just for him, Jinwoo. Sitting upright with steady confidence, GA reveals her plan. She intends to establish a private management agency of her own. Jinwoo immediately stiffens in his seat, his eyes widening as her words sink in. The idea is so unexpected that his whole body seems to freeze for a moment. A large modern building appears in view as GA lays out the logic behind her offer. Unlike headquarters, which has to move cautiously and protect itself politically, a corporation acts for one clear reason, profit, and she is confident that she can bring in exactly that. GA stands beneath a bright spotlight, holding a gold card with effortless confidence, while Jinwoo thinks about what he truly needs, a connection to someone who understands the value of his information and has resources he can actually use. GA makes it clear that UGA, along with Disung's professional support, is willing to provide whatever Baek Jinwoo needs. Jinwoo stares forward in stunned silence, the weight of the offer hitting him all at once. There really is no place quite like Disung, and more than anything, money never lies. Back at the table, GA smiles with her eyes gently closed while Jinwoo holds his glass and blushes slightly. She tells him that they have only met a few times, but he seems like a truly impressive person, and for someone with his level of talent, this kind of support is only natural. 2 empty glasses rest on the wooden table as GA continues smoothly, saying she will explain the details together with the contract. Then she adds that, if he is fine with it, she will visit the vacant lot tomorrow, and he should also check the summons he requested. Jinwoo freezes with a startled look on his face, caught completely off guard by the speed of it all. He blurts out that it is already done, even though he has not even signed the contract yet. GA leans forward slightly, a subtle smile forming as if she had expected that reaction. She answers that, yes, she had already been preparing everything regardless of what decision he made. With a bright, confident aura glowing behind her, GA smiles and tells him to simply think of it as a gift. Jinwoo's excitement erupts immediately, and he shouts that this is insane before praising the power of the Chaebol. Out under a vivid blue sky, a wooden signpost stands along the path, marking the quiet entrance to the area ahead. A girl's legs step along the dirt path, her pace carrying a mix of curiosity and expectation as she wonders aloud whether Appa will be there again today. Ajin bends forward with a tired, gloomy look, a dark pressure seeming to hang behind her as she thinks about how busy he has been lately. She wonders why he has not contacted her, especially after hearing that he even got his own place, and then she lifts her head as she finally spots something up ahead. GA walks along the path with her hair flowing softly in the breeze, looking straight ahead with effortless elegance. Ajin can only stare for a moment and quietly marvel at how pretty she is. But then Ajin raises one arm and stops mid-step, her brows drawing together as recognition starts to hit her. She mutters for a second, saying she feels like she has seen that face somewhere on Instar. Ajin rests her chin on her hand and closes her eyes, digging through her memory as blurry images flicker behind her. Then a phone screen flashes into view with the same woman's photo and a massive number of likes, and Ajin's eye snaps wide open in shock. GA touches her collar with a slightly uneasy expression, seeming to sense the attention behind her. Ajin stands there panting after rushing closer, finally realizing that the woman in front of her is UGA. Beyond them, the view opens into a wide sky and a sweeping mountain landscape, giving the whole area a bright, spacious feeling. Hongyo stands there wearing sunglasses, his face stern and unyielding as he stares straight ahead. Then he shouts for them to do more. With his arms crossed and a blazing presence burning behind him, Hongyo watches over the exhausted summons slumped around him. He tells them again that they have to push themselves to the limit if they want to grow, while one summon weakly agrees to run one more lap and another complains that they are already at their limit. Hongyo's eye suddenly narrows with razor-sharp focus, and a bright electric spark flashes beside him as if he has sensed something approaching. He lifts his sunglasses just enough to reveal his alert gaze, then presses a finger to his lips in a clear signal for silence. In a low, serious tone, he tells everyone to be quiet because someone is coming. Jinwoo wipes the sweat from his face with a towel, glancing to the side as he notices Ga approaching from the distance. Ga raises one hand slightly in greeting, her expression polite and relaxed. Jinwoo leans forward and tells her that she is here, while she answers with a friendly hello and notes that it looks like he has been working out since morning. Hongyo stands calmly as the summons gather around him, and Jinwoo answers that they were just exercising lightly. Ga looks over the group and asks if these are his summons, realizing that this must be how he is building his team. Jinwoo turns his body and gestures with his hand, smiling as he tells the summons to return to training for now. He adds that he will introduce them properly later, while Ga quietly watches the group move. Ga extends her hand forward with a gentle smile, and a faint blue glow begins gathering around it. She says that, in that case, she will give him his gift first. Jinwoo looks straight ahead as a blue holographic panel suddenly appears in front of him, glowing in the air like a system window. He faces the shining panel as it displays GA's trade proposal, along with a clear instruction telling him to review the other party's offer carefully before accepting. Floating trade messages fill the space around him, and the image of two hands clasping in a firm handshake makes the exchange feel official. Since battles are handled almost like a game, the system even supports player-to-player trading with structured offers. The glowing panel shows that the trade has been accepted, while a person holds a Kong and King as lightning crackles violently around them. A warning makes it clear that if someone tries to scam another player and run away during a trade, the consequences can be severe. A man points forward as lightning crashes down onto a fleeing figure, who screams in terror while another person calls him out for doing it. The warning is blunt: betray the trade system like that, and a system window curse could kill you. A blue interface opens with a trade list under UGA's name, showing multiple summons lined up on her side of the deal. Baek Jinwoo's side remains empty, and seeing the full list makes it clear that she really managed to get every single one of them. Jinwoo lifts one finger toward the glowing panel in front of him as the system asks whether he wants to accept the trade with player UGA. After a brief look over the offer, he presses the accept button without hesitation. He stands in front of the radiant system window as blue light begins spiraling around his body, wrapping him in a bright glow. Feeling the weight of what he just received, Jinwoo slowly tightens his hand into a firm fist. Jinwoo bends forward into a deep, respectful bow while Ga stands before him with a calm smile. He thanks her sincerely, calling it an incredibly valuable gift, but Ga only answers lightly that it is nothing. Ga opens her bag with a composed smile and pulls out a document, shifting the mood from celebration to something far more official. Then she looks at him and asks if they should get down to business. Under the bright sky, a tall modern tower rises cleanly into view, representing the start of something new. Ga explains that the management agency will be named Yubik, a name she created by taking it from their surnames. A circular chart appears, and Jinwoo's face takes up the biggest slice by far. Ga explains the share structure clearly: 70% will belong to Baek Jinwoo, 25% will go to her, and the remaining 5% will be given to examiner Park Chang-suk. A cute chibi version of the examiner appears above a building, flashing a cheerful thumbs up like he has already accepted his role. Ga adds that Park Chang-suk will stay at headquarters while continuing to support them from there. A diagram appears with several connected faces, including Jinwoo and Ga, laying out the structure of the new team. Ga says they also plan to hire Byungjin and Tae-seop as employees, and when Jinwoo asks if those two are not from headquarters, she calmly replies that they resigned that very morning after she offered them triple their previous salary. Jinwoo holds the document in his hands, his expression turning a little tense as he studies the terms. He says he is grateful, of course, but he still has to ask whether she is really sure about handing him 70% of the company. Ga sits on the bench with a composed smile, looking completely unfazed by the question. She tells him to think of it simply as her way of placing a bet. Her gaze stays calm and steady as she continues, making it clear she has already calculated the risk. Even if she only secures 25%, she is confident she can increase its value far beyond what it looks like right now. GA looks forward with quiet confidence, explaining that since this will be a one-man company, voting rights are not the most important thing. What truly matters to her is building a strong relationship with Baek Jin-woo. She turns her eyes toward Jin-woo as he sits on the bench holding the contract, letting the meaning settle between them. Right now, GA says, this is the moment to put greed aside and firmly establish their relationship. Jin-woo finally signs the contract, moving decisively as the agreement becomes official. Then he presses his thumbprint onto the paper with a firm motion, sealing the deal completely. GA appears in a bright chibi form, smiling so cheerfully that her satisfaction practically shines off the page. Jin-woo and GA sit facing each other on the bench, both of them smiling as they clasp hands in a firm handshake. With the contract complete, Jin-woo says he looks forward to working with her, and GA answers that she feels the same. Nearby, Hongyo suddenly turns his head sharply, his expression shifting into surprise as if he has sensed something strange. A blinding white flash bursts through the forest clearing ahead, flooding the area with light as Hongyo focuses directly on it. Jin-woo and GA both turn their heads toward the forest at the same time, startled by the sudden flash. Confusion crosses their faces as they ask what just happened. The next instant, a violent explosion tears through the clearing, sending debris flying outward in every direction. A loud cry of pain echoes through the area, making the peaceful moment collapse all at once. From the bushes, Hongyo emerges with a stern presence, gripping someone's leg tightly in both hands as he steps into view. Hongyo has Ajin and her summon dangling upside down by their legs, both of them hanging helplessly with their eyes squeezed shut. At the same time, Auto Hunt activates, making the whole capture look brutally efficient. Ajin hangs upside down with sweat running across her face, clearly caught in the worst possible way. Jin-woo calls out her name in shock and asks what she is doing here. A little later, Jin-woo sits on the bench with a surprised expression, trying to piece together her explanation. He begins slowly, saying, "So you're saying." Ajin kneels on the ground in front of him, leaves stuck messily in her hair and clothes. She stares ahead blankly, looking like someone who has just been exposed and punished at the same time. Ajin leans forward with her eyes shut while Jin-woo faces her and lays out what happened. He says she recognized UGA, followed her because she was a fan, and Ajin quickly insists that she only tagged along because she was curious. Before she can defend herself any further, she recoils with her eyes squeezed shut as she gets smacked for what she did. Jin-woo stays hunched on the bench, looking down at Ajin with a tired, accusing stare. He continues by saying that once she arrived here, she saw him too and secretly watched everything from hiding. Ajin remains kneeling in front of him for a moment, saying nothing. Then she suddenly looks up with an angry expression and snaps that fine, he is right. But the next second, Ajin lunges forward and grabs Jin-woo by the shoulder, shaking him hard as her anger spills out. She yells that he should explain himself too, because there is no way he actually knows UGA. Ajin presses her face close to his, shouting furiously as she demands to know what kind of trick he pulled and how the two of them ended up together. Jin-woo stares back tensely, already feeling a headache coming on, while thinking that the contract has a clause about family, so he knew they would meet eventually, but not like this. In a bright imagined scene, GA smiles radiantly and gestures forward as if everything is perfectly convenient, saying that she had planned to greet his family anyway, so this actually works out well. Ajin sits there stunned while Jin-woo watches helplessly and thinks that, sure, but he did not mean right this moment. Ajin flails her arms and legs wildly, refusing to back down as she shouts for him to tell her everything. The sheer stubbornness coming off her is impossible to ignore, and Jin-woo can only watch from behind. After all that shouting, Ajin lifts a hand to her head with a tired expression and looks at him, finally worn down enough to listen. Above the park, the sky shines brightly, and the situation finally gets reduced to its simplest form. Ajin raises one finger as the pieces suddenly click together in her mind. She says Jin-woo was already a fairly famous gamer, and he is also the person who recently broke the low-rank dungeon record. Jin-woo leans forward on the bench while Ajin faces him and continues connecting the dots. She says that because of that record, he must have met GA while going back and forth to headquarters, and Jin-woo calmly confirms that she is right. Ajin brings a hand to her chin and tilts her gaze upward, thinking through the rest of it with a curious look. Jin-woo leans forward slightly, surprised by the direction her thoughts are taking, as Ajin asks if he played some mobile game for a long time back in the day. Then she wonders if it was that one. Jin-woo quickly gestures with both hands, sweating as he denies it. He says that was a different game, and that he only played Battle of Summoners for about a year, while Ajin reacts with a small sound of understanding and Jin-woo silently thinks that he cannot reveal he is God Jaina yet. Ajin clenches both fists, her eyes sparkling with excitement and a bright smile spreading across her face. She says that even 1 year is still a really long time, especially for a trash game like that. She leans toward him on the bench with a teasing grin, clearly enjoying herself now. With playful disbelief, she says who would have thought his gaming addiction would actually pay off like this. As he sits beside her, Ajin smiles with her eyes closed and her cheeks slightly flushed, while Jinwoo gently explains that it is not because he does not trust her. A hand gently holds the hand of a patient lying in bed, and Jinwoo's thoughts turn heavier. Even if he wants to be honest, there is always a chance that something could go wrong. His family stands together beside his hospital bed, the memory carrying the weight of everything they endured. They took care of him for 3 full years, and because of that, he cannot recklessly drag them into danger. Jinwoo lowers his gaze with a serious expression, his resolve hardening. Before revealing his identity, he needs to become strong enough to protect his family no matter what happens. Sitting beside him, Ajin asks why he is only telling her this now. Jinwoo rubs the back of his head and says he had been planning to tell her anyway, then adds that he will explain everything to their parents too, so for now, he needs her to keep it secret for a little while, leaving Ajin to respond in surprise. In front of them, Hongyo continues training the other summons with his usual calm authority. Jinwoo says there is a good reason for keeping things quiet. Hongyo turns his head toward the shadow elf, while nearby, Pokryong sits trembling as if the situation over there is already making him nervous. Hongyo reaches forward with clawed hands toward the shadow elf, who recoils into the bushes in fear. Jinwoo then shifts the topic and says there is also the matter of that shadow elf, while Ajin reacts in confusion and asks why she is acting like that over there. Under the glowing moon, a massive shadow wolf with countless eyes snarls from the darkness, its teeth bared like a monster born for ambush. Jinwoo explains that if Ajin is going to keep raising the shadow elf seriously, then she should get a shadow wolf and use the two of them together. The shadow elf flips downward through the air, driving her blade into a monster with a clean strike. A critical hit appears with a stealth bonus added on top, and Jinwoo makes it clear that without that kind of pairing, she will not even reach 10% of her true efficiency. Ajin sits on the bench with her phone in hand, staring at the screen in surprise. She repeats the words, Shadow Wolf, like she has never even heard of it before, and Jinwoo calmly replies that she probably would not know about it since it is a B-rank summon. Her hands tighten around the phone as she taps across the screen, searching with a troubled look. Then she asks how she is supposed to get something as rare as a B-rank summon in the first place. Ajin keeps staring down at her phone without saying a word, her finger tapping the screen again and again as the reality of the price starts to sink in. After a long silence, she slumps forward with her phone still in her hands, looking completely drained. In a tired voice, she calls out to her brother, and Jinwoo answers her with a simple, yeah. Ajin holds her phone out toward him, showing a B-rank shadow wolf listed for a staggering 500 million won. She asks if he seriously expects her to buy something like this, then complains that it would probably take her around 20 years to save up that much. Jinwoo remains seated on the bench as Ajin shows him the screen, but he does not look worried at all. He tells her to wait a little, then adds that he will get it for her within a month. Ajin's eyes go wide, her cheeks flushing as she clutches the phone in both hands. Hearing him casually talk about something worth 500 million won leaves her completely stunned. She leans back against the bench and raises one hand, trying to brush it off with a teasing attitude. She tells him that now that he is a gamer, he is trying way too hard to act cool, and as Jinwoo gets up from the bench, she adds that she will just save up the money herself and buy it someday. Jinwoo stands with one hand tucked into his pocket, then glances back at her with a faint, knowing smile on his face. Ajin looks up at him from the bench, slightly puzzled by that confident look. Standing beside her, Jinwoo tells her not to start crying later from being too touched when she actually receives it. Jinwoo walks away, raising one hand toward his summons training in the distance, while Ajin watches his back in silence. For some reason, the way he acts now feels strange to her. Ajin sits stiffly on the bench with a blank stare, holding the exhausted shadow elf who lies slumped across her lap. As she looks after Jinwoo, she cannot shake the feeling that her brother has become a completely different person. 1 week later, a red portal stands open near a building, glowing beside Jinwoo as 2 suited staff members pull a jacket from a box beside a parked car. Byungjin holds it up with a wide grin and asks what it is, while Ga answers that this is the gear Jinwoo will be wearing in every daily dungeon from now on. Jinwoo tightens the jacket around himself as Byungjin adjusts it from behind, making sure the fit is right. Ga explains that the first product of their Yubik agency will be information, and Jinwoo repeats the word back in curiosity. Floating panels appear like locked dungeon clear videos, each marked for members only and surrounded by stacks of cash. GA explains that they are going to sell videos of dungeon clears at a high price, turning Jinwoo's runs into valuable content. A tactical vest shines brightly as its advanced design comes into focus. GA adds that this cutting-edge equipment is exactly what they need in order to make that plan work properly. A small device on the jacket activates, and on a nearby tablet, Jinwoo appears on the screen being recorded as he reaches forward. The recording gear is already capturing his movements clearly. Inside the dungeon, Jinwoo stretches his hand toward a glowing blue device while several screens display captured footage from different angles. GA explains that once he puts the gear on, everything around him will be recorded in 3D, and as Jinwoo touches the front of the vest with surprise, she adds that it is elastic and lightweight too. Byung-jin raises one hand and adjusts the glasses on his face, settling into the role with a serious, professional look. A gloved hand tightens its fit after being put on, while Jinwoo stands awkwardly nearby with sweat on his face. Around him, the others finish preparing their recording equipment and sunglasses before waiting near the glowing red portal, and when someone announces that recording preparations are complete, Jinwoo thinks this kind of setup feels more pressuring than the filming itself. Standing in front of the swirling red portal, Jinwoo leans forward slightly with a nervous smile as he faces GA. Since this is his first time entering the Monday dungeon, he admits he is not sure whether everything will go smoothly, but GA reassures him that they will only use the best plays for the final edit anyway. Jinwoo turns his head to the side, his expression settling into something calmer. He simply thanks her for the reassurance. Then, standing before the glowing red portal, Jinwoo looks back with a confident smile. Almost casually, he asks whether it would be okay if he breaks the national record the moment he enters. GA looks at him in surprise and answers yes, but inside, her thoughts immediately stumble. He had just said it might not go smoothly, so she wonders if he is joking, and whether the 1.3 billion won is weighing on him that much. Facing him with a more careful expression, GA tells him to relax, insisting that she really is fine with it. She tells him to play comfortably, just like he did back in his gamer days, and Jinwoo accepts it with a simple okay. Jinwoo steps into the glowing red portal, and the moment his foot crosses the threshold, red energy ripples outward around him. He moves deeper into the swirling portal, disappearing into the red light. The national record for the Monday dungeon sits at around 7 minutes, but at this pace, Jinwoo already feels like that number is within reach. Inside the portal, red energy wraps around him as a slight smirk appears on his face. He thinks that he might end up breaking the record far too easily. Jinwoo stands within the portal as the world around him shifts into a dark battlefield. Scattered swords jut from the ground everywhere, and the place reveals itself as the Monday dungeon. At the center, a red rune floats in the air with a sharp, ominous glow. This dungeon is the only place that yields attack-related runes, and because clear time is directly tied to ranking, every second matters. A hand holds several different runes, each one carrying its own value, but attack runes are especially important. Without them, a player's offensive power falls so far behind that they can hardly do anything meaningful. Jinwoo faces a dark open field stretching out before him. The Monday dungeon is a defense dungeon, where the player must survive against an incoming undead legion for 30 full minutes. Under the dark sky, a swarm of skeletons charges forward with weapons raised, their bones rattling as they rush across the battlefield. A leaderboard showing the national rankings appears, making the importance of clear time impossible to ignore. There is a very specific reason why finishing quickly matters so much here. Above the mass of undead, a hooded lich looms with a glowing orb in its hand. The dungeon only ends once that final boss, the lich, is defeated. Jinwoo presses the small glowing device attached to his jacket, and it answers with a soft activating sound. Since the standard strategy is to aim for the boss immediately, he checks the equipment and says it looks like the gear is working well. He stands still, facing forward into the battlefield, as a blue panel materializes beside him in the air. The system interface displays 3 selectable teams labeled A, B, and C. A player can create a total of 3 teams, giving them different setups depending on the situation. Jinwoo reaches out and taps the interface, selecting the team he needs. He has already prepared separate teams for general play, PvP, and daily dungeons. Several summons appear beside him, including Combat Sheriff and Mini Kong, their presence confirmed as they materialize on the battlefield. A robed figure and a golden fairy emerge as well, both glowing with light as the summoning finishes. Jinwoo stands with his head slightly lowered while golden energy gathers around him. The objective appears, warning that the undead legion is swarming in and that he must hold out until reinforcements arrive. With his summoned team beside him, Jinwoo faces the approaching threat as the timer appears in front of them. 30 minutes remain. A cloaked commander stretches out its arm while riding a lunging skeleton, red-black energy trailing behind it like smoke. All around it, skeletal creatures sprint across the ground toward Jinwoo's team. Mini Kong pounds his fist against his chest and lets out a fierce roar, sending skeletons flying through the air around him from the sheer force. Mini Kong reaches out and clamps one powerful hand around a skeleton's head. With a savage grin, he drives his arm downward and smashes the skeleton into the ground. The impact shatters the undead monster apart in an instant. The crushed skeleton lies sprawled across the cracked ground, its broken bones scattered from the brutal blow. Jinwoo stretches his hand forward with complete confidence, his glowing allies lined up behind him like they are ready to charge at his signal. Above them, the golden fairy hovers in the air, and Jinwoo gives the order with a steady voice, "Now, they move." Far ahead, the Lich floats above the vast undead army, its ragged robes twisting as dark energy spreads around it. From that height, it looks less like a monster and more like the commander of an entire battlefield. Jinwoo's group stands together across the open battlefield, facing the undead army as it advances toward them. The distance between both sides shrinks second by second. Jinwoo tilts his head slightly, a faint smile touching his face as he decides on the first move. Behind him, Hongyo glances to the side while gripping his sword, already prepared to follow the command. Hongyo's eyes narrow with sharp focus, his entire posture tightening for action. Jinwoo gives the first instruction clearly: they need to take the high ground. The whole group rushes forward at once, cutting across the battlefield together. Jinwoo nearly comments that this is exactly what he expects from Hongyo, but the moment he remembers the recording equipment is running, he keeps his mouth shut. Jinwoo sprints ahead as the countdown continues to tick away, each second pressing down on the run. In front of him, multiple skeletons pour across the field, closing in from the darkness. His eyes sharpen as he measures the distance and timing in his head. To reach the target point, it will take about 2 minutes. The hooded priest turns slightly as skeletons begin closing in around him from behind. As for the mobs chasing their tail, Jinwoo already knows who can handle them. Hongyo swings his blade upward in a clean, brutal arc, catching a skeleton straight at the head. The strike lands with enough force to send blood and fragments splashing across the frame. A huge hand clamps down tightly around a skeleton's skull, gripping it like the monster is nothing more than a toy. Mini Kong's eyes flare as he roars, pulling his arm back while still holding the skeleton's head in his massive hand. The force building in his body is obvious before he even throws it. With raw strength, Mini Kong hurls the skeleton's head forward like a cannonball. It tears through another skeleton on impact, smashing through bone as the force erupts across the battlefield. Jinwoo watches with a calm smile as Mini Kong and Hongyo keep the pursuing enemies under control. Seeing how smoothly they handle the pressure, he cannot help thinking that he is lucky they are his summons. Jinwoo comes to a stop on the ground, facing the towering Lich and the massive undead army gathered beneath it. With the path opening in front of him, he shifts to the next step. Standing beside Combat Sheriff, Jinwoo gives the order while the summon raises his rifle into position. He tells Combat Sheriff to get ready. A stylized display shows Combat Sheriff repeatedly firing his rifle at a whale, damage numbers appearing one after another. His range is excellent and his accuracy is high, but the trade-off is clear: his damage is painfully weak. In a simplified view, Combat Sheriff stands there with his rifle, raising the strange question of how he could auto-battle for 32 hours without securing a single kill. Even so, in a lower-tier dungeon, that same summon can still become an MVP under the right conditions. Another stylized display shows Combat Sheriff standing beside a small cloaked Lich whose health has already dropped to 0, with damage numbers and stats floating nearby. The key detail is simple: compared to other bosses, the Lich's HP is low. Jinwoo raises his hand beside Combat Sheriff just as the rifle lines up its aim. Before the shot goes off, he stops him and tells him not to fire yet. The priest clasps his hands together, and golden light begins wrapping around them in a warm glow. Jinwoo gives the next command, telling Radiance to cast a blessing. Combat Sheriff grips his rifle firmly as golden energy spreads over his body. Behind him, Radiance remains in prayer, continuing the blessing without breaking focus. The Lich raises both hands, and a barrier forms around its body like a dark protective shell. At that moment, the effect strips away its long-range immunity skill, the protective shield of darkness. Jinwoo's eyes narrow as a small smirk appears on his face. With the protection removed, he gives the order at last and tells Combat Sheriff to commence firing. Combat Sheriff presses one eye to the scope, steadying the rifle with practiced focus. His aim locks straight ahead, leaving no wasted movement before the shot. Hongyo's eyes blaze blue as flames surge around him, turning his charge into a streak of force. He lunges forward and brings his sword down in a sharp, violent strike. Mini Kong launches into the air with both fists raised, while a skeleton swings its sword below. In the same rush, Hongyo slices through the skeleton cleanly, cutting it apart before it can threaten the formation. Mini Kong crashes down with both fists, smashing into a skeleton with overwhelming power. The blow sends debris and a shockwave bursting outward from the point of impact. Mini Kong crouches at the center of the chaos, snarling as skeletons close in from every direction. Behind him, Combat Sheriff keeps his distance and lines up his rifle, aiming through the battlefield. Several slashes carve across Mini Kong's side as the skeletons finally land their attacks. Blood runs from the fresh wounds, showing that even his toughness has limits. Golden light gathers around outstretched hands, bright energy pooling between the fingers as another support spell begins to form. The golden fairy hovers in the air with both arms extended, pouring her power over radiance as he clasps his hands in prayer. Golden energy wraps around the two of them, strengthening the team from behind. Combat Sheriff steadies his rifle and fires. The muzzle flashes sharply, and a shell casing snaps out to the side as the bullet cuts toward its target. Jinwoo's sweaty face remains fixed forward, his expression going flat as he watches the result. As expected, no matter how he looks at it, there is one obvious problem. The lich tilts its head and raises a clawed finger toward its own skull, its red eyes glowing as its health drops only a little. Jinwoo notes that compared to the others, Combat Sheriff's damage really does look pathetic. Still, Combat Sheriff keeps firing without letting his aim shake, sending one round after another toward the boss. Jinwoo admits that even if the damage is small, the lich's HP is steadily going down. The lich jerks backward as multiple bullets strike its body, each hit making its red eyes flicker. A distorted cry spills from it as the shots continue to chip away at its health. The lich spreads its arms wide as dark energy coils around its body, facing them like it still has plenty of power left. With weak runes and a low level, this strategy would normally take forever, while Mini Kong fights ahead with HP recovery keeping him on his feet. Mini Kong roars as golden light wraps around his body, his HP rising while he faces the next wave of skeletons head-on. This is exactly why most players call this approach inefficient and avoid bringing this kind of setup. Suddenly, a skeleton drops from above, falling straight toward Mini Kong. He tilts his head up with a startled look while Jinwoo watches the attack unfold from behind. The skeleton lands hard onto Mini Kong's upper body, digging its claws into him as the impact forces him to grimace. For a moment, the enemy manages to latch onto him. The skeleton lunges forward with its jaws spread wide, letting out a piercing screech as it tries to tear into him. Jinwoo stands with one hand in his pocket, looking forward with an almost unnervingly calm expression despite the danger right in front of him. A foot steps forward, and the real point becomes clear. That kind of weakness only applies when an average player tries to use this strategy. Just as the skeleton lunges beside Jinwoo's face, a blade flashes in and strikes its head mid-attack. The timing is so clean that the monster never gets the chance to reach him. Hongyo stands behind Jinwoo with his sword held out in front, perfectly positioned after the interception. Jinwoo's confidence makes sense, because for him, he has Hongyo. Hongyo swings his blade downward with heavy force while Jinwoo remains behind him, fully protected. By using Hongyo's skill, Jinwoo can unlock hidden potential and properly set up the runes and skills that make the whole strategy work. Combat Sheriff fires a far stronger shot, the bullet tearing forward with far more impact than before. Against even a top-tier lich, all it takes now is a single bullet. The glowing bullet streaks through the air and drives straight into the lich's face, piercing the boss with a direct hit. The lich's entire body recoils from the impact as dark energy ripples outward around it, the force of the shot finally breaking through its ominous presence. The lich's enormous body finally gives out, its massive frame crashing backward with a heavy, lifeless fall, while the surrounding skeletons freeze in place and stare at their fallen master. A bright system message flashes across the scene, announcing that the dungeon has been cleared in just 4 minutes and 12 seconds, while the golden fairy drifts above them and the summons are scattered all around, some still standing, others sprawled across the ground after the fight. One system panel after another appears in the air, declaring that a brand new record has been set for the Republic of Korea, followed immediately by another notice announcing that a special accomplishment has been achieved. GA stands directly in front of the ranking board, her eyes fixed on the glowing results, while her employees wait behind her. Still unable to fully accept what is happening, she says, "I can't believe you're really starting a time attack on the Monday dungeon. Isn't this a little too early?" She keeps her gaze on the board as she continues speaking, pointing out that it has only been a single week since they handed the summons over to him. Then, as if reminding everyone to stay supportive, she adds that even if he fails to set a record, they should still cheer him on. Byung-jin lowers his eyes toward the side, his face carrying a faint trace of worry, and answers in a subdued voice, "That's true." Ga turns her head toward him, watching his uneasy reaction closely, then asks, "But do you really think Baek Jin-woo is going to break every single record for the daily dungeons?" Byung-jin scratches the back of his head, clearly unsure how to answer. Breaking the Tuesday dungeon record was incredible, sure, he says, but he never explained how he plans to clear the other dungeons too. The Monday dungeon ranking board stands on display, showing the current records in clear view, while someone remarks that Korea is not exactly lacking players with only 1 year of experience, then wonders aloud whether Jin-woo had simply been bluffing. Ga's lips part slightly as she looks toward him and asks in a quiet, direct tone, "Are you worried?" Byung-jin says nothing for a moment, only lowering his gaze with a tense look on his face, as if the concern had already been written all over him. Ga turns her head back again, casually brushing her hair aside as she says, "I started this business with my own money anyway." The two men stare ahead with stiff, anxious expressions, while Ga continues calmly, telling them that even if they are worried about what might happen from here, she will make sure their careers are not affected. Then she spreads both arms with a confident smile, and a radiant glow seems to bloom behind her like a spotlight. As the two men stare at her, she adds, "Of course, your salaries won't change either." The two men instantly cling to each other with tears in their eyes, overcome with emotion as they declare that they will dedicate their lives to this job and call it their dream workplace. Ga simply stands in front of them with a calm smile and says that it is all possible because she has the power to make it happen. Her expression then tightens just a little, her eyes narrowing as she looks forward in silence, clearly thinking beyond the excitement in the room. Jin-woo stands quietly as Ramba hovers at his side, surrounded by swirling green energy that coils through the air around them, and she calls out his name. Beneath the shade of a tree, a wooden chest wrapped in thick vines rests on the ground, while someone reflects that Jin-woo is definitely hiding something even bigger. Jin-woo turns in front of a glowing portal, wearing an easy smile as he asks whether it would be all right if he broke the national record the moment he entered. Nearby, another voice notes just how relaxed he sounds. A golden key floats in midair, surrounded by spiraling light, while someone thinks back on how Jin-woo behaved as if those dungeons were nothing more than minor errands to him. Ga looks straight ahead, while the two men behind her clutch each other in complete shock. At that exact moment, someone suddenly shouts that the record has been broken. A huge sealed door remains firmly shut, towering in the background, as someone immediately yells, "Which record?" The answer comes right after, the beginner Monday dungeon has been cleared in 4 minutes and 12 seconds. One man leans sharply over the control desk, staring at the data, while another rushes toward him in alarm. Someone shouts that the clear time is 3 whole minutes faster than the previous record, then demands to know who managed to do it. Jin-woo's portrait appears on the digital display, filling the screen, and a voice announces the name clearly, "It's Baek Jin-woo." The two men stare at the monitor with their eyes wide open, completely stunned, as one blurts out, "Crazy," while the other can only say, "Incredible." Ga stands behind them while the men near the monitors react in disbelief, and she quietly points out the part that matters most: he broke the record on his very first attempt. She slowly raises both trembling hands in front of her, still processing what just happened, and says that it actually worked. Her fingers curl inward, tightening into a fist as her confidence begins to settle in, and she says, "This business." A confident smile pulls at the corner of her mouth as she finishes the thought, saying that, at the very least, it is going to become a solid success. Then she crosses her arms, standing with the air of someone who can already see the future opening up in front of her, and says that if everything goes the right way, they may have hit the jackpot. Jin-woo stands facing the warm glow of the setting sun, his figure calm against the light, while his summons gather behind him like a loyal team waiting for the next order. A blue portal begins to swirl open on the ground, its light rippling outward as the entrance forms beneath him. Jin-woo keeps a composed expression as he looks ahead and says there is still something he needs to take care of before logging off. He reaches for the red button on his jacket and presses it, cutting off the recording as the broadcast comes to an end. With the recording shut down, Jin-woo stands beneath a floating blue interface, looking up at it calmly as he says that from this point on, the real endless grind begins. A system panel appears in front of him, asking whether he wants to begin auto battle using the current team. Inside the glowing chamber of the daily dungeon, tiny figures move around in the distance, and once the dungeon has been cleared, auto battle can continue running while Jin-woo's summons repeat the process again and again. A small fairy wearing sunglasses stands with her arms crossed in a smug pose, while coins, gems, and potions begin piling up automatically like rewards flowing in without interruption. Jin Woo taps yes on the floating interface, choosing to send the training instructor back into his inventory. Standing before the glowing screen, he watches as Hongyo returns to the inventory, clearing the way for the next part of his plan. He then summons a wind fairy, and Ramba appears floating in the air with her eyes closed, calmly taking shape beside him. Jin Woo faces her directly and tells her to take over the Monday dungeon grind, but Ramba immediately questions him, asking why it is not Hongyo doing it instead. Ramba looks up at him with a faint smile, while Jin Woo explains that Hongyo has to train the others. Then he asks her if she wants to be trained too. In her memory, Ramba trembles on the ground while Hongyo stands nearby, putting the summons through their brutal training. Hongyo remains standing in place as the memory shifts deeper into that training, making it clear just what kind of ordeal Ramba is remembering. A gloved hand clamps down and squeezes Ramba tightly, and the memory splinters apart like shattered glass, breaking into a kaleidoscope of panic and pressure. Ramba drops to her knees in front of Jin Woo and immediately begs to handle the grind herself, repeating that he should let her do it. Jin Woo answers simply, okay. Jin Woo stands beside the floating interface while his summons gather behind him, and he says they will clear all the other daily dungeons the same way. After that, he can pile up rewards through auto-battle while the remaining summons focus on training. He taps the glowing panel with a satisfied look, saying that his perfectly efficient routine is now complete. Jin Woo steps into the portal with a relaxed smile, lifting one hand in a casual wave as he says, I'm counting on you, Ramba. Behind him, Ramba throws both arms into the air and shouts, yeah, leave it to me. The red portal churns violently like a living vortex, and Jin Woo's head slips through the glowing surface first as the unstable crimson light ripples around him. Jin Woo steps out from the red portal completely, but the moment he emerges, his eyes lift forward and his expression shifts into visible surprise, as if the scene waiting for him was not what he expected. Tae-seop is already kneeling on the red carpet in front of him, his posture formal and steady, and he greets Jin Woo with a respectful, welcome back. Ga stands nearby with a soft smile and her eyes gently closed, saying that she believed in him from the beginning, while Byung-jin quietly watches Jin Woo from the side. Jin Woo hands over the jacket without making a big deal out of it and says, yes, all the videos are in here. Jin Woo remains standing in front of them as Byung-jin lifts the jacket carefully and thanks him, while Ga answers with an easy, of course, before Jin Woo asks if there is anything else they need from him. Ga glances at him from the side with a faint, reassuring smile and tells him they will make sure nothing leaks, so he does not have to worry about the news. But Jin Woo calmly replies that he does not mind if word of the new record spreads. Ga's eye sharpens immediately, her expression tightening in surprise as she reacts with a brief, questioning, excuse me? Jin Woo walks through a bright city street with his phone in hand, his tone still composed, and says that instead of hiding the record, he wants them to focus on protecting his family. Ga stands there quietly, staring at him without answering right away, while Jin Woo continues. He points out that gangs are still running wild in Korea, but since Yubik is managing him, his exclusive security should be even tighter, and Ga silently takes in the weight of his request. After a moment, Ga lowers her eyelids slightly and gives him a firm answer, saying, yes. I'll protect them, even if I have to use Desung's power. A dim dungeon stretches out ahead, its high arched ceilings fading into shadow and giving the entire place a cold, hollow atmosphere. A Komodo opens its jaws wide and lunges forward, swallowing a slime in one brutal bite as the creature disappears into its mouth. The dungeon clear result appears, showing a finish time of 3 minutes and 10 seconds, while Jin Woo stands in place with his summons gathered around him after the run. Jin Woo looks down at the result and explains that he cleared it using the Komodo because the run was being recorded, but at this pace, he realizes he could actually push far enough to set a world record. Beside him, a blue falcon stands near the bloated spotted Komodo lying flat on its back, while Jin Woo explains that once a movement speed rune is equipped and the Wind Falcon's speed buff is pushed to the limit, breaking the record becomes simple. Jin Woo smiles lightly, reaches for the button on his jacket, and presses it to turn the recording off. With his summons still close by, he heads toward the portal and says that the recording for Tuesday is now complete. Snow whips across a frozen mountain landscape, and this harsh, ice-covered place is the Wednesday dungeon, where defense runes can be obtained. A foot sinks deep into the heavy snow, pressing into the frozen ground, as Jin Woo begins to say, and that is. Jin Woo wraps his arms tightly around himself and shivers hard, his body stiff from the cold, as he says it is so unbelievably freezing here that movement speed gets restricted. Still clutching himself against the cold, Jin Woo reaches toward a blue system panel and mutters that he is freezing to death. A frost cat dashes forward across the snow while a falcon soars overhead, both appearing as Jin Woo summons them into the icy dungeon. Pokryong appears gripping her staff with a confident smile, and behind her, a massive stone golem rises into view as they are summoned together. Frostcat lifts its head and breathes out into the cold air, its breath visible in the frost, while Jinwoo explains that a summon with cold resistance skills is absolutely necessary in this dungeon. Jinwoo stands with his arms crossed in front of the snowy field, the huge golem looming behind him like a wall, while Pokryong waits close by. Jinwoo looks out across the white, frozen field and says, "Let's see," just as three beasts come charging through the snow with their mouths open, one of them carrying a giant stone high above its head. Standing beside the towering golem, Jinwoo lets a smirk rise on his face and calls out, "Titanium Golem." The golem opens its mouth as its massive body stands firm, and Jinwoo amplifies the protective shield surrounding it. Jinwoo extends his hand and calls out, "Wind Falcon." The falcon immediately flies ahead, and Jinwoo explains that if he uses the falcon to apply a movement speed buff, they can move much faster through the snow. The wind falcon lands on the golem's shoulder and beats its wings, sending gusts of wind swirling around the massive stone body. Jinwoo takes his place on the golem's arm, with the Frostcat positioned beside him, while Pokryong steps in behind them and gets ready to move. The golem bursts forward through the snow, charging across the frozen terrain while the entire group rides on its broad shoulders. Jinwoo keeps his eyes squeezed shut with a drop of sweat on his face as the violent movement shakes him with every step. He covers his mouth and sweats from the rough ride, while Pokryong beside him looks just as dizzy, and he admits that it is thrilling, but he is getting seriously nauseous. The beasts continue rushing through the snow, but then a giant stone is hurled straight toward them, cutting through the air with terrifying force. Sharp stones rain down from above, streaking toward the golem like falling spears, but the golem keeps running forward as the projectiles crash around it, with Jinwoo and the others still balanced on its shoulders. Riding atop the golem, Jinwoo raises a hand to his forehead and says the titanium golem is perfect for serving as a tank. As the golem carries him past a snowy cliff, Jinwoo remains on its shoulder and adds that its tanking ability is not the only advantage. The golem suddenly leaps high into the air, sending snow and shards of ice scattering outward beneath its enormous body. Still carrying the group, the golem catches a solid edge in midair, and Jinwoo explains that using routes only the titanium golem can take saves a huge amount of time. Jinwoo looks ahead from his position on the golem and calls to Pokryong, telling her to get ready. Pokryong turns her head toward him, a bead of sweat sliding down her cheek as she reacts to his command. The golem's massive fist clamps tightly onto the cliff edge, gripping the frozen rock with raw force. Then it launches upward at high speed, leaving a streaking trail beneath it as the group is pulled rapidly toward the top. Across the snow, a huge white beast stands waiting, and a system panel appears to announce that the boss monster has entered the battlefield. The massive beast throws its jaws open and roars, while icy energy crackles violently around its body. Jinwoo leans forward from the golem and shouts with urgency, "Horned Fairy." The Horned Fairy spins through the air above the monster, descending toward it, while the beast clenches its teeth and braces itself for the incoming attack. A large wing sweeps forward through the air, and Jinwoo immediately shouts the next command, "Pokryong, now." Pokryong plants her feet and grips her staff tightly, flames coiling around her body in bright spirals, while Jinwoo crouches low behind her, bracing himself for the attack. A blazing arc of fire bursts forward, taking the shape of a roaring beast as it charges through the freezing air straight toward the monster. The flames explode outward in a massive surge, swallowing the monster completely as the burning wave crashes over its entire body. Jinwoo throws his fist into the air and shouts in victory as the boss monster is defeated, and the dungeon clear result appears with a time of 4 minutes and 22 seconds. The titanium golem kneels down in the snow, its huge body lowered beside him, while Jinwoo studies the system panel and his summons gather around him after the fight. Jinwoo lets out a small, satisfied smile as he looks at the result and says that this is another new record. But the confidence on his face quickly tightens, and a bead of sweat slides down his cheek as his expression turns strained. A moment later, Jinwoo bends over and vomits into the snow, while his summons flinch and react around him in alarm. A phone screen lights up with a news article announcing that a new national record has been set, with a clear time of 4 minutes and 22 seconds, and from that moment on, Baek Jinwoo's name begins spreading fast. A man walks down the street with his eyes fixed on his phone, reading the headline before quietly saying the name, Baek Jinwoo. Oman sits with her phone in hand, staring at the article, and asks if this is not the same person who cleared the Tuesday dungeon before. Jinwoo stands calmly with both hands in his pockets as newspapers swirl around him, their headlines all pointing to the same question, who exactly is Baek Jinwoo? Across a table, a woman gestures in confusion and asks who Baek Jinwoo even is, while the boy across from her reminds her of the guy from the community who posted about breaking Kang Jin-ho's record. She remembers, then immediately asks if he really broke another one. Two boys sit at a table, one of them looking down at his phone while the other reacts in disbelief and says that Jinwoo actually broke Kang Jinho's record. A hand holds up a smartphone displaying an article with Baek Jinwoo's image, while someone remarks that he does not appear to be a ranker at all. Newspapers flip and scatter through the air, each one carrying headlines about Baek Jinwoo breaking daily dungeon records and appearing out of nowhere like a comet. More headlines follow, declaring that Baek Jinwoo has once again broken a Wednesday dungeon time attack record, while voices call it unbelievable and unprecedented, with everyone's attention now fixed on player Baek Jinwoo. A hand presses firmly down on a newspaper, stopping it on a headline that asks whether Baek Jinwoo will manage to break through the Thursday dungeon as well. An older man sits behind his desk and says, if it's Baek Jinwoo, while his secretary stands beside him with a tablet and explains that this is the same person examiner Park Chang-suk mentioned before. The director turns slightly toward the secretary and asks if this is the guy who said he would give them information if they gave him summons, the same one examiner Im Hee-soo opposed. An image of Im Hee-soo appears with a smug expression as the secretary confirms that is correct, explaining that back then, they told Jinwoo they could not give him the money unless he provided the information first. The director leans back in his chair and says that, from the look of things now, that information was real after all. A close-up catches the sweat forming on his face as he exhales, realizing that it certainly seems that way. Behind him, two shadowed figures loom forward with wide grins, making the pressure around him feel even heavier, and although examiner Im Hee-soo's words had sounded reasonable at the time, politics does not reward excuses. As confetti falls around the director in his own imagined victory, the truth becomes painfully clear: in politics, results are the only thing that matters. If they had supported Baek Jinwoo when they had the chance, they could have gained not only public praise, but also a massive boost in votes. The director rests his head against his hand, seated heavily in his chair, and says that Im Hee-soo has clearly lost his touch, because he kicked away a blessing that walked right through their door. The secretary looks down at the tablet in his hands while the director calls for him, saying, "First of all, secretary," and the secretary immediately answers, "Yes, director." Still seated at his desk, the director orders him to try contacting player Baek Jinwoo again. The secretary reacts in surprise, asking if they should reach out directly from their side, and the director says yes, because what he thought was fake has turned out to be real. The director's eye narrows with urgency as he says they have to get hold of Baek Jinwoo no matter what it takes. A glowing red rune and a blue item appear in the air, showing that the Monday and Wednesday dungeons both yield runes. Above a set of ruined stone structures, a vial icon appears, marking the Tuesday dungeon as the one that drops polishing agents. A pair of feet steps out from a portal, blue energy curling around them as the dungeon entrance fades behind. Jinwoo stands facing forward in the rocky area, while Hongyo waits behind him, both of them looking ahead at the terrain before them. A glowing book floats in the middle of golden light, and the Thursday dungeon is revealed as the place that drops skill books, though those books will not grant a summon's unique skill. Jinwoo looks ahead with a faint smile, knowing that those skill books also will not provide latent ability skills that only an instructor can unlock. Hongyo tightens his glove while Ramba droops beside him, but even without unique or latent skills, other useful abilities can still drop here, making the dungeon worth clearing. Jinwoo drags his exhausted body away from a portal labeled Sunday Dungeon, while a sign nearby reads, "Good work," and "Please never come back," making it clear why he no longer needs to clear the Sunday Dungeon. Wearing sunglasses, Jinwoo casually sips a drink, since both the Sunday and Thursday dungeons drop skill books, but the Thursday dungeon is far easier to deal with. Jinwoo lies flat on a bed, sound asleep, with Ramba sleeping beside him, because there is no need to keep running those dungeons on a loop, so he has decided to rest on Sundays. The ground suddenly erupts with violent force, and multiple warning alerts flash across the scene, announcing that the boss monster is appearing. A massive rock-like giant rises above Jinwoo, towering over him, and this dungeon immediately throws challengers into a life-or-death boss fight. The giant's face fills the view, one red eye glowing fiercely, and its greatest threat is made clear: this boss has absurdly high defense. Several white wolves leap onto the giant and bite into its rocky body, representing the usual strategy of using a B-rank white wolf with a defense reduction skill. Jinwoo simply extends his hand toward a glowing blue panel and taps it with a faint smile, because for him, there is another way. He stands calmly in front, tapping the blue panel, while his summons line up behind him and prepare to follow his command. A massive stone fist comes crashing down with brutal force, smashing into the ground as debris explodes outward. The golem's foot slams down next, shaking the area and sending broken fragments of rock scattering in every direction. Jinwoo stands calmly within a swirling golden aura, with the golem looming behind him, because extreme damage makes all that defense far less meaningful. He raises his hand slightly and says that he cannot put this video up for sale. A version of Baek Jin-woo dressed like a chef gives a confident thumbs up, while he admits that the problem is simple. He is basically just beating the boss down mindlessly with an elite squad. Jin-woo closes his eyes and decides he should tell them to lower the boss's defense with a white wolf first, then finish it with an extreme damage combo. Massive titanium golem bends over Jin-woo and his summons, making it clear that there are still proper tips for breaking the record, even in a dungeon like this. Jin-woo and his summon stand on the golem while facing the roaring earth golem ahead, and Jin-woo explains that the key method is to strike the head, its weak point, which is exactly why he uses the titanium golem. The titanium golem and the earth golem stand almost face to face, their massive bodies locked at close range while broken chunks of stone and dust rain down between them. The falcon stretches its wings wide, and a dense swirl of energy begins gathering around its body, twisting through the air like a rising current. Ramba lifts her staff high, her small body wrapped in glowing green energy as the light gathers around her and pulses brighter. Jin-woo thrusts his hand forward toward the enemy, his voice cutting through the chaos as he calls out to Pokryong and Hungyo at the same time. With his arm still extended straight at the golem, Jin-woo gives the order clearly and tells them to aim directly for the head. The titanium golem drives its huge fist forward, meeting the earth golem's fist head-on, and the impact sends debris exploding outward in every direction. The earth golem's hand is carved apart by the force of the attack, chunks of rock bursting away as the blow tears through it. Hungyo sits calmly on the golem's shoulder, sword already in hand, his posture relaxed despite the destruction unfolding around him. He smoothly slides his sword back into its sheath, while the earth golem remains behind him for a brief instant, as if the result has not caught up yet. Then the earth golem is sliced apart, its massive body breaking into pieces as shards and debris scatter violently through the air. Pokryong hovers above the battlefield, raising her staff over her head as blazing flames coil around it in fierce, spiraling rings. Her expression darkens, her eyes glowing with fiery intensity, while the burning energy tightens around the staff and gathers into a concentrated burst. A tremendous wave of fire erupts forward, taking the shape of a roaring dragon as it surges across the battlefield. The blazing dragon slams into the earth golem head-on, and flames instantly swallow its massive body in a violent inferno. The earth golem finally collapses, its shattered body breaking down amid burning debris while black smoke curls upward from the wreckage. Pokryong descends from the air and steps down with confidence, her heel landing firmly against the ground after the attack. System panels flash into view, confirming that the boss has been defeated and the dungeon has been cleared with a final time of 5 minutes and 10 seconds. Jin-woo looks at the glowing screen with a satisfied smile and says he shaved a full minute off the Korean national record. From behind, Jin-woo watches Hungyo sprint across the battlefield and thinks that Hungyo is definitely absurdly overpowered, but even so, he has no intention of putting him on the Thursday dungeon team. Hungyo turns his head slightly, standing with his sword resting at his side as if he has already finished everything he needed to do. Jin-woo narrows his eyes and looks ahead, thinking that with just one properly trained Pokryong, the entire strategy changes. Pokryong grips her staff with both hands and smiles brightly, while Jin-woo reflects that even top-tier dungeons can be cleared in an instant with her power. Jin-woo raises one hand and gently pats Pokryong on the head, praising her with a simple, "good job," while noting that even including entry and exit, the whole run would only take about 10 seconds. Hungyo stands below and looks upward, while Ramba hovers just behind his shoulder, watching the situation from close by. The rocky ruins rise high around them, rough stone stretching upward in the background, as Jin-woo decides it is time to go one more round. Jin-woo walks out through a glowing blue portal with both hands tucked into his pockets, stepping back into the open space without any hurry. He turns his head toward an approaching man, who politely stops him and asks if he happens to be player Baek Jin-woo. 2 men in suits stand before him with formal posture, and Jin-woo answers plainly, confirming that they have the right person. One of the men extends a hand and presents a card, introducing themselves as representatives from the director's direct secretariat. Jin-woo lowers his gaze to the card in his hand, reads it briefly, and responds with a calm, "I see." Facing the 2 men, Jin-woo asks what brings them here, adding that he thought his discussions with headquarters had already come to an end. The suited man smiles carefully and explains that they have reviewed the proposal Jin-woo mentioned before, and now that he has shown clear results, they are viewing it favorably. Jin-woo simply reacts with, "Oh, that." Jin-woo raises his hand in front of them before they can continue, while both men stare back with tense, uncertain expressions. He waves his hand casually, wearing a relaxed smile, and tells them to forget it. Both men immediately stiffen, sweat forming on their faces as one of them blurts out in confusion, "Excuse me?" Jin-woo lowers his head slightly, a faint smirk forming on his face as he repeats their words back to them with a sharp edge, reviewed the results. A tiny image of GA floats into his mind, holding out an offer with an almost casual confidence. 3 billion. As that number hangs in his thoughts, Jinwoo mutters bitterly that their so-called review is nonsense, realizing they have only dressed up their words, the complete opposite of how direct GA had been. The suited man looks visibly tense, a bead of sweat sliding down his face, while Jinwoo speaks over him and makes his position clear. He already belongs to an agency, so any business matters should be taken up with GA at Ubik. One of the men turns his head after Jinwoo as he begins walking away, while Jinwoo casually says goodbye. The man repeats the unfamiliar name under his breath, Ubik. Jinwoo keeps walking forward with his head slightly lowered, leaving the two suited men behind as one of them asks what Ubik even is. The brown-haired man's expression tightens as he wonders aloud whether UGA is connected to the Disung group. The other man narrows his eyes with a serious look and says they should investigate it as soon as they return, adding that somehow, it feels like they have missed something extremely important. In the message thread with Baek Jinwoo, one desperate line reads, "I loved you, Baek Jinwoo," but he simply sends back a middle finger emoji and leaves without another word. A wide view of the city skyline opens beneath a bright sky, the buildings stretching across the horizon in the clear daylight. Jinwoo stands alone in the open rooftop space, both hands resting at his sides as the empty area spreads out around him. He lowers his gaze slightly, lets a faint smile appear, and says that this place should be far enough. A massive horned monster towers over a running figure, making it clear that the Friday dungeon is different from every dungeon Jinwoo has faced so far, because the other daily dungeons mainly relied on summons fighting monsters. Here, a small creature floats with a tired look while another figure runs behind it, panting hard, because in this daily dungeon, the player has to run through it personally to clear it. Jinwoo reaches forward with a focused expression and taps the panel, deciding that he should start practicing right away. Jinwoo lifts his hand toward the floating interface, and his finger presses firmly against the summon button. Above him, swirling blue energy gathers into a huge shape, and a large blue wyvern slowly forms in the air as Jinwoo summons a B-rank sky wyvern. Jinwoo looks down with a steady expression, keeping himself composed as a protective shield begins forming around his body. From the rooftop, the city looks impossibly far below, spreading out beneath him like a miniature model. Jinwoo stares down from the edge and thinks that, thanks to the protective shield, he will not die even if he falls, but the height still feels terrifying. The wyvern lowers its head toward him, its large eyes settling on Jinwoo, and he calmly calls out its name, Sky. Jinwoo reaches both hands forward and gently places them against the wyvern's snout, making contact before climbing on. With a small smile on his face, Jinwoo climbs onto the wyvern's back and asks if it is ready, then says they are heading for the East Sea. The wyvern kicks off and launches into the sky, while Jinwoo grips its back tightly to keep himself from slipping. The wind rushes violently across Jinwoo's face, forcing his eyes shut for a moment, but then he opens them wide as the speed hits him all at once. Jinwoo leans forward over the wyvern's back and shouts in shock as the city stretches far below him, the ground dropping away beneath the flight path. Then his expression shifts into pure excitement, and he smiles as he realizes this is way more fun than he expected. Jinwoo leans into the ride as the wyvern speeds through the sky above the city, and with the wind roaring around him, he shouts, "All right, let's go." Under the bright sky, the ocean spreads wide and glittering beneath them as they arrive above the Yongyang coastal waters. Jinwoo stands on the beach facing his summon, the waves rolling nearby, when one of them calls out to him respectfully, "My lord." Hongyo shouts with an exaggerated look of amazement, saying Jinwoo's talent for flying is extraordinary and incredible. Jinwoo quickly says it is not that impressive, but Hongyo insists he is being completely serious. Jinwoo turns toward Pokryong, who looks back at him and says that Hongyo is right. Pokryong clings desperately to a dolphin with dizzy spiral eyes, admitting that they also had an incredibly hard time riding wyverns at first. Meanwhile, Hongyo is shown gripping a wyvern in panic mid-flight, and Jinwoo realizes that Hongyo and Pokryong once rode wyverns and dolphins during their battle of summoners. Pokryong beams with excitement, gripping her staff as she praises him brightly, and Jinwoo answers with a smile, saying, "Yes, thank you." A tiny version of Hongyo droops with a tired, defeated expression, while the words, "favoritism controversy," appear around him. Jinwoo gives a light smile as he looks forward and casually begins to move the conversation along, saying, "Anyway." Standing on the beach with the others, Jinwoo faces the open ocean and says that next comes practice for riding the sky dolphin, and someone answers him right away with a firm yes. Pokryong and Hongyo stand side by side with bright smiles, while Jinwoo says that learning from experienced riders like them should be the fastest way for him to improve. Then he tells them he is counting on them, and they respond that they will do their best and obey, calling him their lord. Several days pass, and the setting shifts to a structured field laid out with large colored blocks, like a course built specifically for speed and precision. Jin Woo stands near a glowing portal on the grid-like ground, and the place is identified as the Friday Dungeon. He lowers his head slightly, settling his focus before the run begins. Jin Woo stretches out his hand with a confident grin and calls for the Wind Falcon, just as the trial begins with a 10-second countdown to reach the destination, in the very place where he earned the title God of Time Attack. The Blue Falcon spreads its wings in midair, swirling energy gathering around it, while Jin Woo asks it to give him a movement speed buff. Jin Woo crouches at the starting line with one hand pressed against the ground, blue wind energy wrapping around him as he prepares to launch. Above the course, the countdown ticks from 3 to 2, while Jin Woo stays kneeling at the start line, ready to spring forward. His eye sharpens with intense focus as the countdown reaches 1. The signal changes to go, and Jin Woo instantly blasts forward into a full-speed sprint. A bright flash erupts ahead as projectiles lock onto him and begin firing. Jin Woo dashes forward at incredible speed, leaving an afterimage behind as multiple projectiles streak past him from every side. He leans hard into the run, his body angled forward, while a projectile shoots past his side by a narrow margin. Jin Woo races across the course, stepping on highlighted tiles that trigger heavy impacts around him, and as he experiences it directly, he thinks that now he finally understands what this challenge really feels like. With a grin on his face, Jin Woo keeps leaning forward mid-run as golden streaks flash past him, saying that this is far more fun than playing it through a screen. His eyes stay sharp and focused as a smirk appears on his face, and he says it is time to enter the first hidden route. A bright opening flares ahead over the ocean, while speed lines rush toward it as Jin Woo charges straight for the route. Jin Woo keeps his confident expression as he thinks that normally, a player would have to cross the water and keep running straight forward. Instead, his foot slams down onto a red tile with force, triggering a powerful impact. The impact launches him upward above the water, and his momentum carries him high into the air. Jin Woo reaches forward with excitement written across his face and shouts, "Sky Dolphin!" A blue dolphin bursts into view, surrounded by water as it forms from the summon, appearing right beneath him. Jin Woo grabs onto the dolphin and hugs it tightly, his cheeks puffed out in a chibi-like look as he clings on for dear life. A massive splash explodes around them, sending water surging outward in every direction. Jin Woo rides the dolphin underwater as fish swim around them, and he realizes that by using the Sky Dolphin to travel beneath the surface, he can avoid all the obstacles waiting above. Underwater, Jin Woo narrows his eyes with focus while bubbles stream past his face. Still riding the dolphin, Jin Woo bursts out of the ocean and into the sky, water flying around him as he shouts, "Sky Wyvern!" The dolphin continues cutting through the air with a trailing stream of water behind it, and Jin Woo says that from this point onward, the route changes. Jin Woo stomps one foot down hard onto the dolphin's body, creating a sharp impact as he uses it to launch himself again. He clings tightly onto the wyvern's back as it surges forward through the sky, and Jin Woo shouts with excitement that it is finally flying time. He stays low against the wyvern's back as it cuts straight through the air, eyes fixed on the path ahead, telling himself that all he has to do now is fly over the last few obstacles blocking the route. The wyvern surges forward with powerful wing beats, carrying him straight toward the glowing finish line ahead, where the word goal shines like the final marker waiting at the end of the dungeon. His face lights up with pure excitement, a huge grin stretching across his face as he throws his voice forward and shouts out the final cry, "Fin!" The wyvern beats its wings hard in the open air, and he lifts one fist high in triumph while riding on its back, soaring cleanly through the sky until they finally reach the destination. With sweat still clinging to his face, he breaks into a relieved smile as the result appears, confirming that he cleared the dungeon in only 2 minutes and 16 seconds. In a chibi-like pose on the wyvern's back, he throws up a peace sign and cheers, "Yi," celebrating the moment he breaks South Korea's national record and unlocks a special achievement at the same time. After the Friday dungeon is cleared, the scene shifts into the Saturday dungeon, where the forest is already burning beneath a glowing sky, flames crawling through the trees and staining the whole area with heat. A gigantic monster roars from the middle of the blazing fire, its voice tearing through the chaos as burning creatures scatter in every direction, while a falcon dives sharply downward through the smoke. The flames swallow the forest completely, and one by one, every monster is wiped out until nothing remains standing, ending with the dungeon cleared in 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Then the view opens to towering cliffs beneath the warm light of sunset, showing that even the Sunday dungeon has been cleared at an incredible speed. Jin Woo stands with one arm extended toward the enemy, commanding the flow of battle as his summons release their powers all at once, and a brilliant beam of light slams directly into the target. The white-haired figure's glowing eyes flare as blood runs down his face, and from the force of the hit, his head snaps violently to the side. Hongyo stands firm with a green sword shining in his hand, the others gathered behind him, as the absolute master finally falls and the dungeon is cleared. Hongyo closes his eyes with a calm, exhausted look, Ramba resting on top of his head as he mutters that it was tough, while she proudly says it was the fruit of their training, and nearby, Jinwoo helps Pokryong back up as she adds, "Great job everyone." He wipes the sweat from his forehead and lets out a long breath, taking in the fact that he has broken South Korea's national record while clearing every one of the low-tier dungeons. The final clear time appears as 14 minutes and 50 seconds, and he thinks that if he keeps grinding these dungeons, the clear times will only keep shrinking, so for now, they should stay focused on growth before challenging the mid-tier ones. He looks up at a massive structure stretching high into the sky, knowing that he needs to clear dungeons all the way up to the highest tier and collect enough runes and skills first, because only after that will he have the stats to challenge the Tower of Trials. With the others standing nearby, he glances to the side and lets a faint smile appear, quietly wondering whether 2 years will really be enough time. Hongyo reaches up and grabs Ramba with one hand, while Jinwoo turns his attention to the system panel in front of him and begins to say, "By the way." A full interface opens before him, packed with item rewards, and he thinks that the high-grade summoning scrolls are one thing, but the real question is what he should do with all these clear rewards. The scene moves to Yubik's office, where GA sits at her desk with her phone in hand, calmly checking the latest information. On the phone screen, news reports are already spreading about Jinwoo breaking records in the daily dungeons, with the broadcast questioning who he really is and saying the entire world is going crazy over Baek Jinwoo. GA leans back in her chair with a composed smile, simply saying, "Well," as she notes that this reaction is only natural after he shattered every dungeon record in just 1 week. She turns her head toward Byung-jin and calls out to him, and from his desk, he immediately answers, "Yes ma'am," before she asks how the video editing is coming along. Byung-jin scratches the side of his head with a nervous look and admits that he actually just finished putting the video together. Tcop looks over from behind the monitor, noticing the awkward mood, and asks if there is some kind of problem. GA remains seated at her desk as Byung-jin holds up a device and explains that it is not exactly a problem, but even while editing it himself, he found the footage hard to believe, then asks if she wants to see it. GA looks at the screen, where an underwater scene plays out, and says that as Baek Jinwoo requested, she did not include the Thursday dungeon or the Sunday dungeon in the video. GA and the two men stare at the screen in silence, their expressions turning serious as the footage unfolds, until one of them reacts in clear shock. A close view shows hands gripping onto a dolphin beneath the water, the movement so absurd that a stunned voice blurts out, "What in the?" Then a blinding burst of light explodes across the surface of the ocean, spreading outward in a harsh glare as ripples roll across the water beneath it. A massive wyvern rises into the sky with Jinwoo seated firmly on its back, and someone watching can only mutter that this is complete nonsense. GA sits frozen in shock while Byung-jin says that Jinwoo's strategy and his ability to actually carry it out are on an entirely different level, almost like watching a circus, and she quietly asks if something like this is even possible. With a strained look on his face, Byung-jin says that not even a movie could be filmed like this, and even if they sell the strategy, people will probably curse them for it because no one else would be able to copy it. GA stares ahead with calm, steady eyes as someone points out that all of this simply proves how incredible Baek Jinwoo really is. GA grips the armrest of her chair and speaks with quiet intensity, saying that before they sell the videos, they should buy up every summon that appears in them, while Byung-jin stands behind her and realizes she is planning to corner the market in advance. GA turns slightly with a confident smile and confirms that he is exactly right, because with information like this in their hands, they need to squeeze out the maximum possible profit. Byung-jin leans forward, tapping quickly on his tablet with a startled expression as he says they will try to do it within the current budget, but GA cuts him off and says no, there is no need to worry about the budget, just buy all of them. GA turns back with a confident smile and gestures as she says that if the money ever comes up short, she will simply take out loans under her own name. Her hands move rapidly across the keyboard, fingers striking the keys without hesitation as the plan begins moving immediately. GA sits at her desk with a calm, composed smile, continuing to type as if the massive purchase she just ordered is nothing more than routine business. In a stylized moment, a figure marked with a $sign stands at a desk facing GA, while a voice shouts for Dasunji GA and demands that the branch manager be brought in. In that same exaggerated scene, two suited figures kneel beside stacks of money, saying they have processed everything up to the maximum limit, with one even offering his watch and another begging her to tell them whatever else she needs, while GA smiles with her eyes closed and says she got the loans and bought every summon. Back at the keyboard, GA keeps typing and declares that now it is time to sell the information, as the prices and conditions for the dungeon strategy information appear on the screen. A full screen listing appears, offering strategy information for every daily dungeon, including Baek Jin-woo and S, turning the cleared dungeon data into a product ready for sale. Byung-jin leans closer to the monitor and asks if it is really all right to sell it for such a low price, while GA sits calmly and explains that the strategy information is only bait meant to help sell the summons. She turns her head just a little with a faint smile and adds that it will also help South Korea's development, so there is nothing wrong with making the information cheap. From his desk, Tae-seop turns his head toward them and asks how much they should list the summons they have hoarded for. GA smiles with complete confidence and tells them to put the C-rank summons at 200 million won, and the B-rank summons at 1 billion won. Tae-seop looks back with a stunned expression, immediately pointing out that those prices are 10 times higher than the current market price, then asks if that might be far too expensive. In dark space, several glowing summons drift in the air like rare prizes waiting to be claimed, while a voice explains that once the strategy information starts selling, these summons will eventually become necessary for everyone, and when that demand rises, the price will naturally climb with it. More summons begin appearing one after another, their forms glowing against the darkness, as the voice continues that because they already control most of the available supply, anyone who needs those summons will have no real option left except to buy from them. The cursor moves across the screen and clicks the register post button, and with that final action, the voice says, "Now then, it is finally time to collect the returns from trusting Baek Jin-woo and investing in him before everyone else." A bright sky stretches overhead with a building standing clearly in view, and from somewhere nearby, a voice suddenly calls out to GA, shouting, "Ma'am." Two men lean in close to the monitor with their eyes wide and their faces frozen in disbelief, asking if this is really not a dream, while below them, GA sits with a calm smile as if the result was exactly what she expected. The display shows the current sales status in bold numbers, revealing that the sales revenue has already reached a staggering 377 billion won. A blinding light erupts from the monitor like the numbers themselves are too powerful to look at, forcing the two men to shield their faces as a stunned voice blurts out that they have not even properly started yet, and asks what kind of nonsense this is. GA's hand hovers above the keyboard, trembling from the scale of what she is seeing, while the two men behind her cheer wildly, and a voice points out that the summons they bought because of Baek Jin-woo only cost one. That 1.3 billion won has now turned into an unbelievable amount of money, and GA sits there with her eyes closed, taking a slow breath to steady the excitement rising inside her, while the two men behind her are practically smashed into the wall from shock. Facing the monitor from her desk, GA calmly declares that the business potential has now been proven, while the two men stare at her in complete disbelief, and when she says they should begin making full-scale investments, one of them can only respond with a confused, "Excuse me." GA turns her head with a confident smile, as if she has already moved several steps ahead in her mind, and casually suggests that first, they should go buy a building. She looks back at the two men kneeling on the floor in a miserable state and asks why they look so completely wrecked, while they remain slumped there and answer that it is because of Baek Jin-woo and those glasses. Elsewhere, Jin-woo sits alone on a park bench, holding his phone in one hand as the quiet outdoor air settles around him. The phone screen is held up clearly, showing Baek Jin-woo's bank account, where the balance has climbed to more than 54 million won. Jin-woo smiles down at his phone with sparkles practically shining around him, while Ramba clings to his shoulder in total shock, and he happily says he made 54 million won in only 1 week by selling high-grade summoning scrolls, prompting Ramba to ask how many cream buns that would buy. He leans back against the bench with a blissed-out smile, savoring the moment as he says dungeon rewards are seriously sweet, while Ramba points at herself and asks whether an X-rank summon happened to appear from those scrolls. Jinwoo's expression turns serious as he looks forward, and he calls Ramba by name, asking if she has already forgotten what happened. The memory hits hard, showing him lying flat on the ground, completely worn out, surrounded by piles of summons and scattered debris as he groans in exhaustion. One memory after another flashes by, showing Jinwoo and Ramba tearing open summoning scrolls again and again, each moment stacking up like a long, painful reminder. Back on the bench, he leans against it and says that even after ripping open tens of thousands of those scrolls, the summon they wanted still never appeared. Jinwoo sits with his phone in hand while Ramba shouts that just thinking about it is giving her phantom pain, and he continues by saying that besides, right now is not the time to chase new summons, but to focus on raising the summons he already has. Looking down at his phone, he thinks that while he is handling things, he should sell off all the useless items he picked up from grinding, and then considers whether he should ask Ajin for help with it. He lifts his phone slightly, and Baek Ajin's contact information is displayed on the screen, ready for him to message her. As Ajin stands somewhere among the crowd, Jinwoo thinks it over and realizes that Ajin already sells runes, so with more sellable items piling up from now on, it would make sense to simply leave that side of things to her. His fingers move quickly across the phone keyboard, tapping out the message without wasting any more time. He remembers Ajin handing money to her mother beneath the streetlight, and thinks that if she helps him sell the items, he can share the profits with her too, especially since she even covered part of his hospital bills before. Ajin smiles brightly while holding a stack of cash in both hands, her expression filled with simple, visible happiness. Jin-woo continues typing on his phone and sends a message asking, "Hey Ajin, can we meet up for a bit?" He looks down at the phone as he sends another message telling her to come to the empty lot if she can, and a small smile crosses his face as he thinks this is the perfect chance to repay her. The scene shifts to a cafe, where a girl stands near the entrance while the relaxed noise of people gathered inside fills the space. A blonde girl raises a hand near her mouth and laughs as she asks if her new boyfriend is a player, and after another girl answers, she immediately follows up by asking about his summons and whether he has a B rank 1. One girl lifts her glass and takes a drink before saying she is not sure, but he told her he would get one soon, while another voice chimes in, saying maybe he will give her a summon or a rune later, and that they are honestly jealous. Ajin lowers her gaze, closes her eyes for a moment, and lets out a quiet sigh, clearly weighed down by something she cannot easily say. She raises both hands a little and speaks with a forced smile, trying to brush it off, but the girl beside her notices right away, asks what is wrong, and says Ajin does not look well, while Ajin answers that she was just spacing out. Ajin looks at her friend with a small, uneasy smile, and her friend gently tells her to share whatever is bothering her, saying she might feel better if she lets it out. Ajin closes her eyes with a faint blush and begins by saying, "Guys," then admits that she is really touched, but the truth is that her brother is the player everyone has been talking about lately. In her mind, Jin-woo stands with his back turned in front of a tall building while money floats all around him, telling her to keep it a secret for now, and Ajin can only stare in shock and mutter, "What?" Back at the table, Ajin grips the edge tightly with a strained, sweating expression, while her friend smiles nearby, and Ajin struggles internally over how she could possibly tell them that he even created a company to sell information. She grabs her hair with both hands and trembles in frustration, thinking that Jin-woo must have his reasons for keeping everything quiet, but even knowing that does not make it any less difficult. Ajin stands awkwardly between two people as they look at her with concern, asking what her brother has been doing and whether he is busy, while she stammers helplessly and says she does not know anything. She pulls at her hair with a furious expression as flames seem to flare up behind her, thinking how maddening it is that she has to keep this secret even from their parents, and that she still cannot just blurt it out. In her imagination, Ajin is practically screaming and flailing around in frustration, while in reality she remains seated at the table, looking down at her phone with confusion spreading across her face. Her phone screen shows the messages from Jin-woo, asking her to meet him at the vacant lot. Ajin stares at the screen with widened eyes, wondering if her brother is about to tell her something else on top of everything she already knows. She suddenly rises from her seat and tells her friends that she has to leave first, making them look over at her in surprise. Ajin turns back toward them and clasps her hands apologetically, and when her friend reminds her that they were supposed to have dinner together, she says she is sorry, but her brother just called her. One girl leans forward with a surprised look and asks if she means the brother who recently woke up from his coma, then asks whether he is doing all right now. Ajin raises one arm as she steps away, promising that she will explain the details later, and adds that the next time they hang out, she will cover the bill. The scene moves to an empty outdoor area under daylight, where a rocky cliff rises nearby and the space feels wide, quiet, and strangely still. Ajin stands there holding her bag, looking straight ahead at the empty lot with confusion in her eyes as she asks what exactly is going on here. A forest cat launches a fierce blast straight toward the red monsters ahead, and the moment the attack hits the space between them, flames burst up violently, lighting the area with a sudden wave of heat. Two figures sprint forward at incredible speed, their bodies leaning into the rush, while high above them, a wyvern glides through the air and keeps pace from the sky. Several fairies zip around the golem in quick, flashing movements, circling it from every side as the massive creature swings and reaches out, desperately trying to catch them. Hongyo stands off to the side with a whistle held in his mouth, watching everything with a calm, steady expression, and Ajin immediately recognizes him as the one who completely overpowered her shadow elf before. He turns his head toward Ajin, and she stands there frozen in place, unable to move as his gaze shifts in her direction. Ajin stares at him with a blank, stunned expression, but he keeps facing away and ignores her completely, making her hesitate before asking if he is really here. Then she turns her head in surprise and calls out to her brother, asking him what all of this is supposed to be. Jin-woo stands there shirtless with a towel draped over his shoulders, casually wiping his head, and from behind, his muscular build is clear enough to make the sight even more shocking. Ajin stares at him with pure confusion written across her face and asks what she is even looking at, while silently wondering whether his body had always been that muscular. In her memory, the weak and skinny version of him trembles while holding nothing but a phone, and she remembers that he had been surviving on 4 drips in a hospital bed, unable to lift anything heavier than that. Jin-woo grips the towel around his neck and faces her directly, noticing her strange reaction as he asks if she is okay. Ajin leans forward in shock and points toward the summons behind her, shouting at her brother as she asks what those summons are, but Jin-woo simply asks what about them, and she quickly explains that their market prices have been skyrocketing lately. The summons and their prices appear clearly, showing Combat Sheriff and Priest of Radiance as C-rank summons worth 200 million, while Sky Wyvern, Wind Falcon, and Titanium Golem are B-rank summons worth 1 billion, and Ajin says they are almost impossible to get right now because there is barely any supply. Ajin narrows her eyes with a tense look, her thoughts racing as she wonders how her brother managed to get his hands on summons this rare. As Jin-woo stands in front of a tall building, Ajin thinks back to the rumors saying these exact summons appeared in a video that Yubik sold. Jin-woo turns his head slightly with a faint smirk, and the name slips from Ajin's mouth as she realizes the connection, Yubik. Ajin's eye opens wide in an instant, the shock hitting her so sharply that her whole expression changes. She looks at Jin-woo with a stunned face, barely able to accept the thought forming in her mind as she says it cannot be true. Jin-woo stands with his arms crossed and looks back at her calmly, while Ajin asks if he was the one who set those daily dungeon records using these summons, and when he simply answers yes, she immediately asks where he got all of them, making him bring up GA from back then. Ajin clasps her hands together with sudden excitement and says she remembers GA, of course, while the image of GA appears behind her, covering her mouth with a smile as she asks if Ajin is Jinwoo's sister and comments that she is very cute. Ajin keeps her hands clasped while staring ahead with a blank look, and then Jin-woo calmly tells her that GA gave the summons to him. Sweat spreads across Ajin's face as she shouts that GA just gave him items that expensive, and from a short distance away, she asks if they do not belong to the company, only for Jin-woo to answer that they do not. Ajin stands stiffly in place with a completely stunned expression, while Jin-woo faces her as if nothing strange happened and says that, anyway, she got there quickly. Ajin raises her fist near her mouth, still trying to recover from the shock, then asks why he called her here in the first place, and Jin-woo responds by asking if she is still selling runes these days. A hand spreads over a glowing blue interface filled with rune icons, and Ajin says that yes, she even sold some yesterday, before asking why he wants to know, while Jin-woo begins with a casual, well, you see. Jin-woo thrusts his hand forward over the glowing interface, and suddenly items spill out and scatter across the ground, making Ajin recoil with wide eyes at the sudden pile appearing in front of her. A huge stack of dungeon rewards ends up piled between them, and as they both face the mountain of items, Ajin shouts what all of this is, while Jin-woo explains that they are rewards from clearing dungeons and asks if she wants to check them. Ajin brings one rune close to her face and studies it carefully, identifying it as a swiftness rune before pausing, because the stats on it seem a little questionable. Small chibi version of Ajin pops up in excitement as she points out that this cleave rune has critical hit probability, a rare effect that almost never drops, so it should sell for a high price, while Jin-woo stands nearby with his arms crossed and a pleased smile. Holding a blue rune in her hand, Ajin narrows one eye and says this one has crit rate attached to a defense stat, making it a little awkward, though she also thinks the stats are not exactly bad, while Jin-woo realizes this sharp judgment comes from Baek Ajin selling runes every day. Ajin stands in front of a huge holographic marketplace board packed with charts, labels, and item information, and Jin-woo recognizes that she has a real eye for this, since she has memorized even low drop rate rune effects and can quickly judge the value of skill books and materials too. She sits on the ground beside her summon, tiredly waving one hand under a sign that reads "Sleeping less saves the family," while Jin-woo thinks that she recognized his summons immediately, which means she must practically live inside the marketplace. Ajin holds a book in both hands and looks up in surprise the moment Jin-woo calls her name. Jin-woo faces her with a slight smile and offers to give her these items so she can try selling them, while Ajin clutches the book against her chest and asks if he really wants her to handle it. Ajin looks off to the side with a blank expression, but inside, she is already confident that she can sell these items properly. Standing in front of a storefront, Ajin smiles with her eyes closed as she thinks she can at least do well enough not to fall behind anyone else, and she has already shown strong business sense many times before. A younger Ajin holds a phone out toward Jin-woo while he looks back at her, and the memory makes it clear that even when they were children, no matter what game they played, she always found trading more fun than hunting. Books and colorful stones lie scattered across the ground as Ajin thinks that if she starts selling all of these, then her rune farming will basically have to be pushed aside. Ajin leans forward with a determined expression and says that, wait, maybe it would actually be better for her to focus only on selling, though there is one thing she is still worried about. Jin-woo looks straight ahead with a neutral expression, quietly waiting for her to say what is on her mind. Ajin faces him with a slightly nervous look and finally asks how much her commission is going to be. She lowers her gaze with a serious expression, thinking that she has to consider her own future too, because helping for free once or twice is fine, but she cannot keep doing that every single time. Jinwoo crosses his arms and smiles calmly, asking her how much she wants instead of setting the number himself. Ajin stands with her eyes closed as she explains that big wholesalers usually take around 8 to 10%, but since this is Jinwoo she is dealing with, she will lower it. She lifts one hand into the air, spreading her fingers clearly as she prepares to name her price. Ajin holds up 5 fingers and says she will only take 5%, then asks him how that sounds. Jinwoo closes his eyes with a small smile and asks what she means by 5%, adding that this is between the two of them. Ajin looks down with a bead of sweat on her cheek, silently reacting to his words as uncertainty starts creeping across her face. A hand rises into view with 2 fingers held up, and Jinwoo begins again, saying then. Ajin stands there staring forward in confusion, unable to tell what number he is about to suggest. Jinwoo stands there with a bright, easygoing smile, holding up 2 fingers as if the number is nothing special, and tells Ajin that he will generously give her 20%, so she should put in her best effort and sell everything properly. Ajin freezes on the spot, her eyes stretching wide and her mouth falling open, and all she can do is stammer back in disbelief, 20%. Jinwoo stands behind her with his eyes closed and a relaxed smile, playfully repeating that this is between them, while Ajin reaches forward in shock and shouts that he is really giving her that much. He turns away and starts walking off, raising one hand casually over his shoulder as he says he will give her plenty more good runes later, so she should get ready to be busy, while Ajin stands behind him sweating, stunned by the words later on, realizing this is not just a one-time job but something ongoing. Ajin leans forward with her face flushed and her expression frozen in shock, thinking about the sheer volume of items she will be selling and the fact that she will receive a 20% commission from all of it. She clasps both hands tightly in front of her chest, gripping them together as if trying to hold back the overwhelming emotions rising inside her. Ajin stands still with her head lowered, watching Jinwoo's back as he walks away, and quietly says that from now on, rune farming will not even be necessary anymore. Jinwoo keeps walking forward with a faint smile on his face, while behind him, Ajin lifts her sleeve and wipes at her eyes, unable to hide how deeply the opportunity has moved her. With tears shining in her eyes, Ajin breaks into a bright, determined smile and declares that she is going to become a professional merchant. Later, blazing fire twists into a spinning vortex with Pokryong at the center, while Jinwoo stands safely inside a protective barrier, having entrusted all of his dungeon rewards to Ajin so he can now focus entirely on leveling up Pokryong. A staff is thrust forward with its glowing core shining brightly, and energy begins gathering around it, swelling as if the next attack is about to burst loose. A massive wave of fire, shaped like a roaring dragon, surges across the battlefield as Pokryong unleashes explosive dragon wave with full force. Inside the barrier, Jinwoo stands calmly and watches the flames rush past, a faint smile appearing on his face as he takes in Pokryong's progress. Pokryong grips her staff with both hands, her expression focused and serious, proving once again that for a strong player, having a strong damage dealer is absolutely essential. She steps forward with her staff still in hand, and Jinwoo looks at her with approval before saying she did a great job, Pokryong. Jinwoo reaches out and gently pats her on the head, making her flinch slightly from the sudden touch, while he praises her by saying she could clear a D-rank dungeon with her eyes closed now, and that it is honestly amazing. Pokryong's cheeks flush softly, and she gives him a gentle smile as she quietly thanks him. Jinwoo touches his chin in thought, realizing that it has already been quite a while since he started running dungeons with only Pokryong by his side. Ramba reaches forward in panic with tears in her eyes, but Jinwoo simply says Hongyo is probably training the others, then waves his hand and walks away without stopping. Meanwhile, Ramba ends up crushed beneath a large pot while the other summons stand nearby, since summons can roam around for a few hours without their player and can even reverse summon themselves when needed. Jinwoo and Pokryong walk side by side through a dim cave, their footsteps carrying deeper into the darkness, when he suddenly says, "Come to think of it, Pokryong," and she immediately answers, "Yes, Lord Jinwoo." As they continue deeper into the cave, Jinwoo asks if there is anything else she wants, while behind a nearby rock, a goblin quietly watches them from the shadows. The goblin suddenly leaps out with its mouth wide open, raising its weapon as it launches itself straight toward them in a surprise attack. Pokryong's eye snaps wide open the moment she senses the attack coming in. Without hesitation, Pokryong turns and swings her staff, sending a streak of fire burning across the ground until it slams directly into the charging goblin. They continue walking side by side afterward, and Pokryong looks up while repeating the idea of something she wants, as Jinwoo says yes, something like what Hongyo or Ramba have. Hongyo is shown lifting dumbbells with his usual blank expression, while Ramba hugs bread with pure happiness, and Jinwoo raises one finger with a smile as he uses them as examples. Pokryong holds her staff close to herself and hesitates for a moment, while Jinwoo encourages her by saying she can feel free to tell him anything. Pokryong closes her eyes with a soft, peaceful smile and says she is already satisfied just being useful to Lord Jinwoo, exactly the way she is now. Jinwoo places a hand over his chest with a deeply touched expression, visibly moved by how sincere her answer is. He smiles and pats her head again and again, urging her to tell him at least one thing she wants, even if it is just something she would like to eat. Leaning forward slightly with a calm smile, Jinwoo explains that summons normally do not need to eat regular meals. Still, he remembers eating with human-type summons plenty of times before, with Pokryong sitting at the table together with the others. Pokryong is shown biting into a slice of pizza beside Hongyo, and Jinwoo thinks that since Ramba loves cream bread so much, summons clearly do have a sense of taste. Holding a slice of pizza in his own hand, Jinwoo says he cannot just leave them alone and enjoy delicious food by himself. Back in the cave, Pokryong stands facing Jinwoo while he looks at her and wonders what the most delicious thing she has eaten so far might have been. A slice of strawberry cake appears in his thoughts, and Jinwoo guesses that because Pokryong is a little shy, maybe she likes sweet things like desserts. Jinwoo smiles at her, and when Pokryong says there is one thing, he immediately looks over and asks what it is. A plate of fried chicken appears beside a mug of beer, and Pokryong, still holding her staff, reacts with surprising excitement as she says, "Jamake." Jinwoo faces forward and accepts the answer right away, then asks Pokryong what the next skill she was planning to learn is. The stages of Explosive Dragon's secret arts appear in order: Link, Transform, Flame, and Destroy, while Pokryong points with her staff and answers that the next one is Dragon Mage secret arts, Link. Pokryong grips her staff with both hands and smiles brightly, and Jinwoo suggests that once she masters that skill, they should take a special break from training. Pokryong closes her eyes with an excited smile as Jinwoo tells her they will have a Jamake party with everyone that day, and she happily replies that she would love that, adding that she will work hard so she can rest. Two versions of Pokryong appear side by side as the comparison makes it clear that chicken matters less than rest, while Jinwoo watches with a sweat drop and realizes she is even more excited about resting than eating chicken. The cave is left empty with rays of light shining down inside, and Jinwoo decides that it does not really matter, because the important thing is having the motivation to work hard no matter what the goal is. The scene shifts to three people standing on dirt ground, staring toward an excavator and nearby buildings, and one of them can only let out an impressed, "Wow." Jie stands between two men with her arms crossed, and when Byungjin asks how she even found a place like this, she calmly explains that she bought it from her grandfather and plans to build the Yubik building right here. She points toward the construction site and lays out the plan, saying this part will become the office, while the area over there will be used for staff-only dorms and apartments. With her back turned beside Byungjin, Jie adds that she is going to build bunkers underneath all of the buildings, and when he repeats the word in confusion, she answers firmly that yes, she means bunkers. Jie remembers Jinwoo telling her to make sure his family is protected, and as that promise echoes in her mind, she thinks that she must keep it no matter what. Jie stands with one hand planted on her hip, her hair drifting in the wind as she looks over the open land with a firm, calculating gaze. The empty ground spreads wide beneath the open sky, and Jie thinks that since Jinwoo prefers spacious areas, placing the training ground over there would be the perfect choice. Byungjin turns his head slightly when Jie asks if he managed to get the summon she mentioned earlier, and he answers without hesitation that yes, he got it. A glowing wolf steps forward through swirling blue energy, its body taking shape in the light as Byungjin presents it as the shadow wolf she requested. Byungjin stands beside the seated wolf and looks at Jie with confusion, asking why she specifically wanted this summon, while the other two remain facing him. Jie folds her arms across her chest and smiles with quiet confidence, saying she already has someone in mind to give it to. The scene shifts to a busy restaurant, where several people sit around tables and enjoy the warm, lively atmosphere. Pieces of meat sizzle loudly on the grill, steam rising in thick waves from the hot surface, while someone calls out Ajin's name. Ajin smiles as the two girls beside her light up over the food, excitedly saying it tastes amazing and asking if it is really okay for her to treat them at a place like this, while Ajin calmly tells them of course, they can order as much as they want. Holding her chopsticks with a soft smile, Ajin listens as her friends say that top players really are built differently, clearly impressed by the scale of the meal. Ajin's eye comes into close view as she quietly says that all of this is thanks to her brother. Books, armor, potions, and other glowing items float through the space, showing just how many things her brother gives her to sell, and many of them come with powerful options attached. Customers crowd around her with cards held out, shouting that her items are the best and asking her to contact them first if a good rune drops, making it clear that thanks to Jinwoo, her customer base has been growing at an incredible speed. A hand holding chopstick suddenly stops in midair as someone at the table asks if they all know Baek Jinwoo. The blonde girl smiles and says of course they know him, since he has been going viral lately, and even adds that he broke his own records again, while Ajin stiffens nervously beside them. Ajin keeps her eyes closed and smiles while holding her chopsticks, thinking that her brother really is pretty amazing, as the others wonder if he might challenge the world records at this rate and say that it is truly incredible. Ajin's expression stays blank with her eyes closed, but then she hears someone add that Baek Jinwoo is also really handsome. Two girls lean forward excitedly with bright smiles, saying he definitely must have a girlfriend and that they are jealous of whoever she is, while Ajin freezes with wide, trembling eyes, thinking handsome her foot, and wondering if there is some other Baek Jinwoo she does not know about. One girl gestures as she asks if Baek Jinwoo has an Instar account, and another suggests that since he is under UGA's company, he might be in her following list, while Ajin looks down, sweating as she chews her food and tells them to go ahead. One girl's eye suddenly widens in surprise as she notices something unexpected on the screen. A phone screen is held up, showing a list of accounts, as someone points to one of them and says it is this account. The two girls lean over the phone with shocked expressions, pointing at the screen as they ask Ajin if that is not her account and why UGA is following her, while Ajin faces them with sweat on her face and blurts out, "What?" Ajin grips her phone tightly with both hands, her face tense and nervous, and tries to brush it off by saying maybe they just saw it wrong. The phone is held up again, clearly showing UGA's profile with the following status active, proving that she really is following Ajin. Ajin stares down at her phone with wide eyes, muttering that she only followed GA as a fan, and wondering when GA followed her back. Sweat runs down Ajin's face as she looks ahead, thinking that GA probably followed her because she is Jinwoo's family. Across the table, the two girls sit with excited smiles and clenched fists, staring straight at Ajin, while she sweats nervously in the foreground and stammers, "Well." The girls suddenly lean aggressively over the table toward Ajin, shouting for her to explain herself and asking whether she knows UGA personally and if they are close, while Ajin sits stiffly with a blank, trapped expression. A hand grips the phone upright as it suddenly vibrates with a sharp buzz, cutting through the chaos at the table. Ajin holds her phone with a tense, sweating face and tells them to wait a second, while the blonde girl beside her clenches her fists excitedly and urges her to tell them everything. Ajin stares blankly down at her phone as a new message from UGA appears on the screen. Her eye widens dramatically as she keeps staring at the phone, where another message from UGA asks if she happens to have time tomorrow. Ajin shoots up from her seat with one arm raised and shouts out loud, making the surrounding diners turn to look at her in surprise. Voices around her ask what is wrong, while a staff member quickly calls out to the customers, trying to calm the sudden commotion. A quiet city street stretches beneath the bright sky, calm and still after the noisy restaurant scene. A black sedan smoothly glides onto the road, its polished body moving through the street with quiet elegance. Ajin trembles with her hands clasped tightly together, frozen with nerves and excitement, as a familiar voice says it has been a while. UGA sits behind the wheel and gives her a playful wink, telling her to get in, and Ajin immediately blurts out with excited obedience, "Yes, ma'am." The black sedan pulls away from the curb and begins driving down the road, carrying the two of them toward Ajin's home. Inside the car, Ajin nervously fidgets with her fingers, glancing around before quietly starting to speak with a hesitant, "So." GA drives with a calm smile as Ajin stiffens beside her in shock, and when Ajin asks if she wanted to meet her family, GA answers that yes, Jinwoo has become quite busy these days. Still smiling softly while holding the wheel, GA explains that she first asked Jinwoo if she could send gifts under Yubik's name, then adds that he gave her permission. Ajin looks at her with sparkling eyes and asks in amazement if GA is really going to deliver the gifts personally, while GA answers calmly that yes, since she is the CEO. Ajin sits there quietly with a faint blush, thinking that ordinary delivery would have been more than enough, and wondering just how much GA cares about her brother to come in person. Ajin glares with jealous disbelief from the passenger seat, while GA keeps driving with a confused little smile, and Ajin thinks that seeing GA come personally like this honestly makes her envious. GA grips the steering wheel and asks if dropping by without proper notice will be all right with Ajin's parents. Ajin smiles brightly from the passenger seat and says it will be fine, because she already told them to stay home today since she had someone to introduce. She awkwardly remembers her parents constantly asking about Jinwoo, while she kept repeating that she knew nothing about what he was doing, even wondering whether he was at least still breathing. Ajin crosses her arms proudly and laughs, declaring that when it comes to being clueless, Jinwoo is probably number one in the entire world. The black sedan now sits parked beside a modest apartment building, resting under the bright afternoon sky. The elevator display flashes to life, stopping on the number 5 just as the doors slide open in front of them. Ajin steps up to the apartment door and pushes it open, casually motioning for Ga to come inside as she says, "This is our house." The moment she walks in, Ajin raises her voice toward the inside of the apartment and calls out, "Mom, Dad, I am home," while Ga trails behind her with a tense, uncertain look on her face. Ga quietly takes in the small living room around her, her eyes moving over the cramped space as the thought slips through her mind that it really is tiny. Her gaze then drifts toward the modest kitchen and the little dining area, carefully observing every plain, ordinary detail. As she looks around, a faint smile forms on her face, because despite how simple it is, the apartment has the warm, unmistakable feeling of a real home where people actually live. Ajin's parents appear in the doorway with stunned looks, clearly caught off guard, and her father blurts out that Ajin is back before his eyes shift to the unexpected guest beside her. Ga stands there with a graceful, composed smile and politely greets them, while Ajin's father can only stare in disbelief and ask whether Ajin had always had such a beautiful friend. Ga gently places one hand against her chest, keeping her posture elegant and respectful, and tells them that it is a pleasure to meet them. The moment Ga introduces herself as being from Ubik, Ajin's parents freeze completely, their faces going blank with shock as they repeat her name like they cannot believe what they just heard. Seeing how confused and overwhelmed they are, Ajin awkwardly pulls her parents closer and quickly says, "Mom, Dad, I will explain." Steam curls up from a cup of coffee sitting on the table, and in the heavy silence, a trembling voice asks whether everything they just heard is really true. Ajin's parents sit rigidly at the table, still unable to fully absorb the situation, as they realize that Jinwoo is actually a famous player and that the woman sitting before them is both the CEO of his company and connected to Disung Group. Across from them, Ga keeps her calm smile and says yes, explaining that she came to visit them personally as the CEO of Ubikwe as well. Ajin's parents immediately panic, their expressions turning almost helpless as they call Ga an incredibly precious guest to have in such a humble home, while Ajin quietly realizes that this must be how they had always viewed her too. When Ga formally addresses Ajin's father, he jolts upright in his seat like he has been called by someone far above him, then answers in a nervous, stiff voice. With a composed expression, Ga explains that under the terms of the contract, Ubik is obligated to take care of both him and his wife. Ajin's parents simply stare at her, their minds clearly lagging behind the words, before they repeat in disbelief, "Us." Ga then slides a thick Ubik document across the table toward them and politely asks them to read through it. As they open the document, the pages lay out an unbelievable list of support, including security services, a new home, living expenses, medical care, and full assistance from Ubik for anything they might need. The parents' eyes grow wider with every line they read, until one benefit stops them cold on the page: support for living expenses, 10 million won every month. Completely overwhelmed by the amount, they can barely make sense of the number and ask if this is actually real, while Ga smiles gently, gestures for them to relax, and tells them to accept it without hesitation as Ajin sits nearby looking just as stunned by the scale of what Ga is offering. Ga calmly tells Ajin's parents that compared to everything Baek Jinwoo has accomplished, this support package is actually only a very small matter. Then, with a bright smile, she adds that she also prepared a few small gifts for them, which only sends the already flustered parents into an even greater panic. A holographic inventory window appears in front of Ga, glowing in the air, as she explains that Jinwoo told her Ajin's father was especially fond of summons. Ajin's father looks embarrassed and awkwardly admits that it might be because of the pebble golem. Without missing a beat, Ga selects an item from the floating inventory and says that she prepared a golem for him as well. A burst of brilliant blue light suddenly fills the room, washing over everyone as the summon begins to take shape before their eyes. When the light fades, the creature standing there is revealed to be a diamond golem. Ga explains that it is a B-rank summon, roughly the same size as the pebble golem, but far more powerful. The cute little golem, covered in sparkling crystal-like surfaces, cheerfully strikes a pose in front of Ajin's stunned father, whose eyes practically light up as he emotionally thanks Ga and says he never imagined he would receive something like this because of his son. Ga then turns toward Ajin's mother and tells her that she prepared something for her as well, leaving the mother shocked that she is being given a gift too. Ga summons a tiny, glittering creature known as a rainbow snail, another B-rank summon, and explains that it is incredibly rare, with only around 100 in existence worldwide, while its slime is said to have remarkable skincare effects, helping whiten the skin and reduce wrinkles. Ajin's mother falls for the adorable little creature almost instantly, cradling it gently in both hands as her face turns soft and happy with a bright blush. Watching all of this unfold, Ajin can only stare in amazement before joking that their parents are unbelievably lucky. Then Ajin jolts in surprise when Ga calmly turns to her and says there is a gift prepared for her too. A massive white wolf emerges from a swirl of dark blue energy, its glowing eyes fixed forward with an intimidating, almost predatory stare. Ajin recoils on instinct, her hands trembling and her eyes stretched wide as she struggles to believe the creature in front of her is real. She screams in disbelief at the shadow wolf sitting before her, while Ga smiles calmly and says Jinwoo already knew she would love it. Ajin bursts into tears as she clings tightly to the shadow wolf, joking that she will ask for a refund later, while her stunned parents wonder whether they are really allowed to accept such gifts, and Ajin excitedly declares that she will tell her brother to treat them even better. Ga covers her mouth with one hand, smiling with graceful amusement as she softly calls Ajin sweet. Ajin's mother, still nervous from receiving so much, insists that they cannot keep accepting things like this and suggests they all share a meal instead, and Ga happily agrees while mentioning that she already has a restaurant in mind. Under the bright daylight, a traditional restaurant stands quietly, giving off a calm and welcoming atmosphere. Inside the restaurant, the family sits together around the table, and someone remarks that Jinwoo spent every day playing games instead of studying, but now all those years of gaming are finally paying off. Ajin's parents sit side by side with warm smiles, remembering how long Jinwoo had been playing games and how he always threw himself completely into anything he truly liked. Ajin laughs while eating, saying people are making way too big a deal out of her brother when he only achieved all this in a single year, as Ga quietly drinks beside her. At that, Ga's eye sharpens in sudden surprise as Jinwoo's father corrects Ajin, saying that Jinwoo has actually been playing for at least 10 years. Ga leans forward in shock and asks Ajin's father if Jinwoo really played for 10 years, while Ajin stares beside her, just as taken aback by the correction. Ajin's father folds his arms at the table, thinking back with some uncertainty, and says Jinwoo probably started playing sometime around middle school. Then his memory shifts to Jinwoo's dark room, where he once stood quietly while Jinwoo slept face down at his desk, remembering how he had secretly checked the game after seeing his son fall asleep while still playing. Jinwoo stays fast asleep beside his phone, completely unaware, while his father remembers that the game on the screen had been called Battle of Summoners. Late at night, Jinwoo sits with his eyes locked intensely on his device, still absorbed in the game, while his worried father watches from behind and recalls slowly realizing that his son kept playing it all the way through high school. Ajin turns sharply toward her father, unable to hide her disbelief, and loudly asks if everything he just said is really true, while Ga remains beside her, listening in tense silence. For a moment, both Ajin and Ga fall completely silent, because the same impossible thought settles over them at once: only one person could have spent 10 full years playing that game. The two of them sit frozen in their chairs, swallowed by the heavy silence, as the terrifying possibility echoes in their minds that Baek Jinwoo might truly be that legendary player. Behind Jinwoo, a hooded figure seems to loom through the rising swirl of energy, and in that tense moment of realization, the name God Jaina hangs over everything like a legend coming back to life. Morning light spreads across the apartment building, quiet and peaceful, while inside his room Jinwoo sits cross-legged on the floor with a large inventory window floating in the air before him. The glowing inventory is packed with leveled summons, including the Titanium Golem, Frost Cat, Horned Fairy, Wind Falcon, and even powerful lava drakes lined up among the options. Jinwoo rests one hand against his chin and studies the list carefully, wondering if the summons he has been raising through the daily dungeons are finally strong enough to take on the intermediate stages. After thinking it over, he reaches for his phone and decides that the first thing he should do is contact Ga. Jinwoo sends Ga a message saying he plans to challenge the intermediate dungeons next week, then asks whether they should start preparing to record the clears. Ga replies almost instantly, saying she has been waiting for this, and Jinwoo stares at the phone in surprise as the notification sound seems to vanish the moment it appears. With obvious excitement, Ga tells Jinwoo that all he needs to do is equip his gear and clear the dungeons the same way he did before, because the entire marketing strategy has already been prepared. A massive promotional ad appears, showing discounted dungeon clear videos and strategy guides, while Jinwoo looks at it blankly and wonders when Ga even had time to prepare all of this. In the end, he sends back a short message saying that it sounds good, then quietly accepts that the marketing side really is something Ga can handle on her own. Ajin happily hugs the wolf close to her chest, rambling to Jinwoo about how incredible it is and how Ga personally came over and gave it to her herself. As Ga smiles from across the table in his memory, Jinwoo recalls hearing from Ajin that Ga had even visited their house in person. Ajin clings tightly to the wolf with tears streaming down her face, overcome with joy, while their parents stand behind her in complete shock. A faint smile slowly spreads across Jinwoo's face as he realizes that this really is nothing like dealing with the government. Holding his phone in one hand, Jinwoo quietly concludes that choosing to join Ubik had been the right decision after all. 1 week later, flames and shattered debris explode across the battlefield as a massive enemy crashes down in front of Jinwoo and Pokryong. A system window appears in the air, announcing that the dungeon has been cleared with a completion time of 6 minutes and 27 seconds. Jinwoo folds his arms and smiles with quiet satisfaction, having finished yet another Monday intermediate dungeon clear. Soon, newspapers and online articles are flooded with reports asking who Jinwoo's backer really is, while stories about his shattered record spread everywhere, but Jinwoo himself says he does not care much about any of it. Instead, his expression sharpens in silence as his attention moves away from the public noise and settles on a different problem. Floating beside Jinwoo with her staff in hand, Pokryong admits with frustration that she still cannot properly get the hang of the link skill. Pokryong stares ahead with a confused look and asks why this keeps happening, while Jinwoo quietly notices that she has been acting strangely lately. Standing beneath the trees with his arms crossed, Hongyo bluntly says that Pokryong seems to be playing tricks. Jinwoo sits beside him with a puzzled expression and asks what he means, so Hongyo explains that Pokryong's mana and control ability should already be enough for her to use Link. Looking forward in silence, Hongyo says that if the skill still refuses to manifest, then Pokryong is most likely suppressing it on purpose. Still unable to fully understand, Jinwoo asks whether Pokryong would really have any reason to do something like that. The summon points out that lately, Jinwoo has only been taking Pokryong with him into the dungeons, and Jinwoo quietly admits that this is true. With Jinwoo staring at him in confusion, Hongyo guesses that Pokryong probably just enjoys receiving that special attention from him. A girl holds a small summon gently in her arms as Hongyo explains that every summon instinctively wants attention from its player. From a distance, Pokryong watches Jinwoo with quiet uncertainty, afraid that if she grows too quickly, the relationship between them might change. Clutching her clothes against her chest, Pokryong quietly fears that once she advances, she may no longer be able to go into dungeons alone with Jinwoo. Jinwoo stares ahead in silence for a moment, letting out a low, thoughtful hum as he processes what Hongyo just said. Then, laughing awkwardly beside Hongyo, Jinwoo admits that the whole situation is confusing, but also strangely touching in its own way. As leaves drift lazily through the air around them, Jinwoo asks what they should do next, and Hongyo suggests that they change Pokryong's training method. With a confident grin, Hongyo points forward and says that he has a good idea. Under the orange glow of the sunset sky, someone suddenly calls Jinwoo's name, making both him and Hongyo look over in surprise. Pokryong smiles brightly as she finally learns the Link skill, reaches level 42, and unlocks Explosive Dragon Secret Arts, Link, allowing her to accumulate explosive dragon waves. Jinwoo looks ahead in amazement and admits that he had his doubts at first, but Hongyo's plan actually worked. In a cute chibi-like moment, Hongyo tells Jinwoo to stop taking Pokryong into dungeons until she learns Link, while Jinwoo awkwardly wonders if a method like that could really be effective. Jinwoo smiles faintly as he admits that, one way or another, Hongyo's insight really is impressive. With the fairy resting comfortably on top of his head, Jinwoo quietly hums to himself. Jinwoo gently pats Pokryong on the head and praises her for working hard, and she beams happily as she thanks him. Looking down at Pokryong with a soft smile, Jinwoo admits that he could have scolded her for playing tricks on him. But as Pokryong smiles brightly back at him, Jinwoo realizes that what a summon wants is a lot like a quest, and there is no real harm in granting it. Laughing quietly to himself, Jinwoo says that Pokryong only wanted to spend more time with him, so he cannot really stay angry. Then he pulls out a black card and says, "All right." With a grin spreading across his face, Jinwoo raises the black card for everyone to see and announces that since Pokryong successfully learned her new skill, they are officially taking a break from training and throwing a Chimek party. Jinwoo clutches the card with obvious happiness and thanks Ms. Ga, especially after hearing her explain that the card is meant for living expenses and comes with an annual limit of 1 billion won. But then Jinwoo suddenly goes still, as the phrase "take a break from training" echoes through his head like it has triggered something unexpected. Hongyo stares straight ahead in complete shock, his face frozen stiff as the words "take a break" seem to hang heavily over him. Jinwoo silently looks over at the exhausted-looking summons nearby and finally realizes that Hongyo apparently cannot function without some kind of training. After clearing his throat, Jinwoo calmly says that from now on, it would be better for them to establish a clear rule. Pokryong and Ramba immediately brighten with excitement as Jinwoo declares that whenever someone learns a new skill, they will take that entire day off from training and celebrate with a party. Hongyo stares forward in panic, completely unable to accept it, while Pokryong and Ramba celebrate happily behind him, and he blurts out, "But my lord." Jinwoo turns to face Hongyo and reminds him that rest can also be considered a form of training, especially because building unity between them is important too. The moment he hears that, Hongyo's expression suddenly lights up with excitement, and he loudly agrees that unity itself is training, while Jinwoo quietly thinks that Hongyo is surprisingly easy to convince. Large beer mugs crash together with a loud, satisfying clink, and just like that, the celebration officially begins. The group gathers around a full spread of food and drinks, with Jinwoo standing close by as even the summons happily join in, eating and drinking together like part of the family. Pokryong stares wide-eyed at the fried chicken in her hand and calls it delicious, while Ramba sits beside Hongyo and happily takes little sips from a tiny mug. Jinwoo watches the lively gathering with a relaxed smile, then looks around and asks how the others are doing. One of the summons cheerfully gives him a thumbs up while eating, and Jinwoo quietly notes that everyone seems to be enjoying the party without any problems. Jinwoo then turns his gaze toward the sunset, thinking to himself that the minimum preparations have finally been completed. With his expression turning serious, Jinwoo decides that now is the time to head for the Tower of Trials. The Tower of Trials rises as the game's endgame content, a place overflowing with treasures, rare equipment, and rewards far beyond anything ordinary dungeons can offer, but all of that comes with a brutal price. The tower's difficulty is so merciless that countless players have lost their lives inside it, turning the place into a true graveyard for anyone reckless enough to challenge it. Inside a conference room, Jie sits across from Jinwoo and reacts with stunned surprise, unable to stop herself from blurting out, "What?" A bead of sweat slides down Jie's face as she asks if Jinwoo is already planning to enter the Tower of Trials. Jinwoo confirms it calmly, saying that for now, he only intends to challenge the tower up to the 10th floor. Jie hesitates as she remembers that even the nation's rankers have never reached that point, and she can only admit that what he said is technically true. Images of fallen players fill her mind as she explains that countless people were sacrificed just trying to reach that floor, and even the rankers who barely returned alive described the experience as hell. Facing Jinwoo across the table, Jie asks him one last time if he is truly sure about this, and he answers without hesitation that he had originally planned to start around this time anyway. As Jie watches Jinwoo sitting there so calmly, she thinks that anyone who can be this relaxed about entering such a deadly place must truly be God Jainu. Then she remembers that he once climbed all the way to the 100th floor, and realizes that to someone like him, the first floor of the Tower of Trials must feel almost trivial. A hooded figure stands back to back with Jinwoo in her memory, and the reminder echoes again that they agreed to pretend they knew nothing until Jinwoo chose to reveal the truth himself. Around a dining table, the group remembers that Jinwoo dislikes drawing attention to himself and even asked them to keep his secret hidden from his own family. In a comical moment, Jie enthusiastically declares that she will be waiting for Jinwoo, leaving him visibly confused by her sudden intensity. Jie looks surprised when Jinwoo tells her that he has no plans to wear any recording equipment this time. With his hands clasped together in front of him, Jinwoo listens as Jie asks about selling the information, but he firmly turns the idea down. The fairy mage and swordsman appear together, making it clear that EX-rank companions are obviously necessary for conquering the Tower of Trials, but beyond raw power, communication is just as critical. The mute fairy throws a dramatic tantrum in front of him, and Jinwoo sighs as he admits that if his companions cannot speak properly, their progress through the tower will inevitably slow down. Resting a hand against her chin, Jie decides that there are plenty of things they can sell besides information, and that Jinwoo's wishes should come first, so she agrees to let him proceed in whatever way makes him most comfortable, earning a grateful thanks from him. Jinwoo fidgets slightly with his hands and hesitantly says it may not be much of a replacement, but before he can finish, Jie leans forward from her chair and asks if she can request a favor from him as well. Jinwoo looks surprised from across the table and repeats her words, asking, "A favor," while Jie explains that the National Representative Selection Tournament will be held in 2 months. Jinwoo touches his chin thoughtfully as he realizes she is talking about that selection tournament. As images of combatants and monsters fill the scene, Jinwoo confirms that it is the tournament used to choose the national team for the World League. A shining shield appears alongside the announcement that those selected earn the right to compete in the league held at the end of the year. With his arms crossed, Jinwoo asks whether it is even possible to participate in the tournament without belonging to an official guild or headquarters. Jie smiles at him from across the table and explains that even though Yubik is not an official guild, participation becomes possible if they receive a recommendation from a council member. A cute chibi-like scene appears as she recalls Examiner Cheng Seok suggesting that Jinwoo should simply become a national representative. Jinwoo's expression turns serious as he says that he could probably pass the selection tournament without much difficulty. Dark silhouettes of powerful competitors surround the scene as Jinwoo notes that world rankers would still be difficult opponents for his current level of strength. But then a slight smile forms on his face as he quietly adds that this is only true for now. With Pokryong surrounded by blazing flames, Jinwoo points out that 8 months still remain before the end of the year, and if she learns predation during that time, she could even stand against world rankers. GA beams with excitement as she says that joining the national team would come with a tremendous amount of support. Jinwoo learns that the government spares no expense when it comes to top players, and after hearing that, he admits that he was already looking for money to obtain another EX rank anyway. As towering piles of summoning scrolls fill the scene in his mind, Jinwoo immediately asks how much support national representatives actually receive. Jinwoo's eyes widen the moment he hears that outstanding performers can even receive priceless supreme-grade summoning scrolls, and he leans across the table with sudden excitement. GA watches him carefully as he agrees to join the selection tournament almost immediately, leaving her stunned by how easily he accepts. Their hands clasp firmly across the table, sealing the agreement between them without any further hesitation. GA smiles brightly, her expression full of relief and gratitude, as she thanks Jinwoo for accepting her request. Still holding GA's hand, Jinwoo sits there in silence for a beat, while she continues smiling at him as if the handshake has not quite ended yet. Across the table, GA simply answers yes, and the two of them remain locked in that enthusiastic handshake for an awkwardly long moment. A flaming staff rises through a swirl of fire, its glowing red core burning intensely at the center like a condensed ember of raw power. 1 week later, Jinwoo and Pokryong stand together inside a scorched cavern, surrounded by blackened stone, lingering heat, and the burning remains left behind from battle. Standing behind her with a small smile, Jinwoo asks whether she has gotten used to using Link yet, while Pokryong hesitates for a moment before answering, yes. A close look at Pokryong's eye and the sweat beading on her face makes it clear that she is far more nervous than her answer suggests. With her back turned to Jinwoo and both hands gripping her staff, Pokryong nervously tells him that there is something she needs to say. Her fingers tighten around the staff, and after a brief, uneasy pause, she slowly begins to speak. Looking away in embarrassment, Pokryong finally admits the truth. She enjoyed going through dungeons with Jinwoo so much that she only pretended to struggle with learning Link. Then, with guilt weighing on her voice, she apologizes and says the others probably want to be with him too. Jinwoo remains quiet in the cavern, standing still as he listens to every word of Pokryong's confession. When Jinwoo sees the tears gathering in Pokryong's eyes, he realizes that rewarding her instead of scolding her must have made her feel even guiltier. He gently places his hand on top of her head and softly tells her, "No, Pokryong." With a warm smile, Jinwoo pats her head and tells her not to blame herself so much. Instead, he says he is actually grateful that she confessed first, and reminds her that right now, she is the one he needs most. Pokryong's eyes widen in surprise at his words, and she listens closely as Jinwoo explains that it is only natural for him to spend the most time with her. Standing face to face with him, Pokryong hesitantly asks if that is really true, and Jinwoo answers with an easy smile, "Yeah." Then, wearing a cheerful grin, Jinwoo begins explaining the reason in a way that makes it sound almost obvious. Pokryong clutches her staff tightly as Jinwoo reminds her that she is an EX rank summon. Jinwoo laughs as his other summons crowd around him, saying that of course he cherishes the daily dungeon group too, but even then, they cannot compare to an EX rank summon. Jinwoo forces a strained smile as the other summons eagerly gather around him and ask him to keep joining them in the dungeon too. He then asks Pokryong whether she has fully gotten used to Link, and this time she answers with confidence, saying it should be enough now. With a faint smile, Jinwoo says that is enough for today, then declares that tomorrow they will immediately challenge the Tower of Trials. A towering structure rises into the dark sky as Jinwoo announces their next destination, the Tower of Trials. Standing before the entrance of the tower and the swirling black portal beyond it, Jinwoo confirms that he is here as a participant in the Tower of Trials. When he is told that his identification needs to be checked, Jinwoo calmly holds out his ID card and hands it over. The official takes the ID card, verifies the details, and confirms Jinwoo's identity without delay. As the warning is explained, the Tower of Trials stands ominously nearby, alongside notices stating that anyone who fails to return within 1 week will be treated as missing. And if a full month passes without their return, that person will officially be declared dead. Jinwoo listens without flinching and quietly acknowledges the warning with a simple, "Understood." Facing the official outside the building, Jinwoo asks whether his participation will be kept away from the press, and the man assures him that it will be. The tower looms over the restricted area as the official explains that not only reporters, but even ordinary civilians are forbidden from entering the space in front of it. Jinwoo looks ahead in silence, then thanks them and says that more than anything else, he does not want his family to find out. A warm image of his smiling family fills his thoughts, and he knows they would definitely worry if they learned he was challenging the Tower of Trials. The dark portal twists and ripples before him as the officials grant him permission to enter and wish him a safe climb. Standing in front of the entrance, Jin Woo lifts his gaze toward the swirling portal and silently prepares himself. With two officials watching from nearby, Jin Woo steps straight into the black portal without looking back. A ruined town spreads out beneath a dark sky, its broken buildings standing in silence while smoke rises into the air from the damaged streets. Jin Woo's shoe lands on the stone-paved road as he arrives in this new and unfamiliar place. Jin Woo looks around with a bead of sweat sliding down his face and mutters under his breath, "Whoa." A skeletal ghoul with glowing green eyes looms ahead of him, and countless more fill the ruined street beyond it, making Jin Woo wonder if every monster here is a ghoul because there are far too many of them. A system message appears, stating that up to 3 parties can be deployed inside the Tower of Trials, then asks him to finalize his settings. As Jin Woo reviews his roster, he notes that the teams are already prepared and that everyone has been equipped with the best runes available. Golden energy gathers around Jin Woo as he activates his setup, and with a calm expression, he says, "All right." Jin Woo stands at the center of a massive gathering of allies and summons, then calls out to them, "Let's go, guys." A new objective appears before him, escape the ruined city of Chrome, now overrun by ghouls, while a curse prevents the use of aerial summons. Looking at 2 summon cards, Jin Woo points them out and decides that those 2 should be put away first. The White Whale and Wyvern summons vanish back into their cards, and Jin Woo notes that aerial summons are restricted here, while the lack of water makes the White Whale useless for now. With his entire group assembled behind him, Jin Woo gives the order for Hungyo and Ramba to begin the plan they discussed, and both of them immediately agree. Ramba immediately darts after Hungyo, her glowing wings fluttering fast as she chases him through the air and shouts for the others to wait for her. Watching the 2 of them rush off, Jin Woo lets out a small smirk and says he is not worried at all about those 2 getting caught by the ghouls. Hungyo races across the rooftops with green energy swirling around his body, while Jin Woo points out that the ghouls in the Tower of Trials are actually among the slowest monsters when it comes to both movement and attack speed. Below him, a ghoul looks up in confusion as loose debris begins breaking apart overhead, and Jin Woo notes that their sluggishness comes with one very dangerous trade-off. The ghoul crawls across the ruined street, dragging itself forward through the broken stones and scattered rubble. A massive chunk of stone crashes directly onto the ghoul's head, but the damage indicator still shows 0, proving Jin Woo's point about their absurd defense and terrifying attack power. One snarling ghoul raises its long, poisoned claws into the air, and Jin Woo warns that even a shallow scratch from these monsters could turn into a serious disaster. Jin Woo plants his foot firmly against the ground and judges the situation at a glance, realizing that trying to kill every ghoul in this place would only waste precious time. He breaks into a sprint through the ruined street with his summons following close behind, shouting for the guys to smash through the alleyway first. From behind, the group watches Jin Woo charge ahead as he warns them not to get dragged into fighting every monster and tells them to focus on hitting the ghouls' weak points instead. A fairy and a hooded mage begin channeling magic together, while a red dragon opens its jaws and unleashes a huge stream of fire straight down the ruined street. More dragons join the fight, flooding the battlefield with blazing breath attacks, and Jin Woo takes in the endless swarm ahead while noting just how overwhelming the number of enemies really is. Meanwhile running, Jin Woo keeps his expression calm and says the first floor is actually easy, as long as they know the correct route. A lone figure stands high on a rooftop in the distance, and Jin Woo thinks that it should be about time for them to come back. Hungyo holds up a rolled document with a bright, triumphant smile and excitedly calls out, "My lord, I found it." He leaps down toward the group, closing the distance quickly as the rolled map stays gripped tightly in his hand. Jin Woo praises Hungyo for the good work, and then Jin Woo, Pokryong, and Hungyo gather around the map together as Jin Woo says, "Let's see." Using the cathedral as their reference point, Jin Woo studies the layout of the ruined city and carefully works out exactly where they are. Then he points to a specific spot on the map and says that if the cathedral is there, then their current position must be right here. The map makes it clear that the exit is not far away, but there is one major problem. To reach it, they have to get past a giant ghoul boss. Hungyo smiles with full confidence and immediately volunteers to hold the giant ghoul back himself. Beside him, Ramba pokes Hungyo's cheek and complains that it hurts, then turns to Jin Woo and demands 100 cream breads once they get out, while Jin Woo tells her to hold on just a little longer. Jin Woo suddenly turns his head toward the path ahead, his focus sharpening as he repeats, "The giant ghoul." A distant glow shines somewhere beyond the ruined city, and Jin Woo says the giant ghoul should be somewhere around that area. The towering giant ghoul looms over the broken cityscape, and Jin Woo says that the standard strategy is usually to have 2 parties distract the boss. Behind the group, a portal opens as several survivors prepare to make their escape through it. But Jin Woo narrows his eyes and looks toward his summons, making it clear that the usual strategy is meant for people who do not have an EX rank summon on their side. He turns his attention to Pokryong and asks whether she is still building up her link stacks. Pokryong nods and confirms that she has already reached her 5th stack, crimson energy swirling around her staff as Jinwoo tells her to keep stacking them while they move. Surrounded by rising flames, Pokryong immediately agrees, while Ramba stands beside her and grumbles that the heat is getting unbearable. Far across the ruined city, the giant ghoul stands alone in the dust, and Jinwoo continues by saying that even a monster like that is no exception. A confident smile appears on Jinwoo's face as he declares that they can erase it in a single shot. A pack of ghouls suddenly surges forward, their jaws stretched wide as they rush in with hungry, savage momentum. Another pack charges straight toward the golem as it runs across the battlefield, closing in from the broken street ahead. Jinwoo points sharply down the road and shouts, "This way." The frost cat races along a path of ice, its paws skimming over the frozen trail as the giant stone golem pushes forward behind it. The frost cat lets out a sharp cry, and icy energy begins swirling around its body as the cold spreads through the battlefield. From a distance, the combat sheriff peers through a scope and takes aim at the massive wave of ghouls coming their way. The bullet strikes, and the frozen ghouls shatter apart in an instant, sending sharp icy fragments scattering through the air. Jinwoo grins and raises one hand in approval, praising them with a satisfied, "Nice job, Frost Cat and Combat Sheriff." But then Jinwoo suddenly freezes in place for a moment as his eyes lock onto something ahead. The boss monster rises among the ruined buildings, its huge mouth stretched open, while someone urgently warns that it has arrived. Standing on the titanium golem's hand, Jinwoo looks down and says, "I'll leave the rear to you, titanium golem." The titanium golem drops heavily in front of a crowd of ghouls, towering over them as the monsters stare up in startled silence. With one massive motion, the golem sweeps a swarm of ghouls into its enormous hand. Then it slams both fists together with crushing force, smashing the trapped ghouls between its hands. Jinwoo stands calmly beside Hongyo, keeping his eyes on the battle as he calls out to him. Hongyo turns toward Jinwoo and listens as he asks if he is ready, then answers without hesitation that he is. A faint smile crosses Jinwoo's face as he reminds himself there is no reason to feel nervous, not when this is only the first floor. Pointing forward, Jinwoo gives the order to clear this quickly, telling Ramba to keep the buffs going and Pokryong to prepare her explosive dragon wave, while both summons answer him at once. A vivid green light begins to gather around the fairy's staff, pulsing brighter with every second, as Jinwoo gives the order without hesitation. He tells Hongyo to drive the enemies together and force them into range. The fairy becomes wrapped in a swirl of emerald energy, the magic curling around her small body like wind made of light, growing thicker as the spell takes shape. With her eyes fixed forward, the fairy concentrates hard while Jinwoo makes it clear that every single hit from explosive dragon wave has to connect. Hongyo answers instantly, his voice firm as he shouts, "Yes, sir." Hongyo launches himself straight toward the towering boss monster, closing the distance head-on with his sword already drawn, his body low and ready to strike. The huge boss monster fills the reflection in Hongyo's eye, its massive form looming right in front of him, just as a blinding explosion bursts across the battlefield ahead. In one brutal slash, Hongyo's sword cuts deep through the boss monster's arm, sending blood and shattered debris flying outward from the force of the impact. After finishing the strike, Hongyo lands behind the giant boss monster, his feet touching down lightly while the massive creature is left reeling from the blow. Hongyo turns his gaze back toward the boss monster with an almost calm expression, as if the attack took no effort at all, and coldly calls it painfully slow. The giant boss monster lets out a furious roar, its glowing red eyes burning across the frame as its anger and pain erupt at once. Hongyo springs high into the air, rising above the monster's reach, while the towering boss stretches one massive hand upward, trying to grab him before he can move again. Blood streams down the boss monster's wounded arm in thick trails as its huge body finally gives way, collapsing heavily toward the ground. The boss monster's enormous knees crash into the earth with a violent impact, cracking the ground beneath them as the weight of its body slams down. Hongyo spins through the air, twisting his body with perfect control, then shouts Pokryong's name to signal the next attack. Pokryong stands ready with her staff lifted high, while blazing fire orbs circle around her in a burning ring, each one glowing hotter as the spell gathers. With a fierce, unwavering stare, Pokryong braces herself and declares, "Here I go," as the flames around her surge even brighter. Blazing fire coils around Pokryong in a violent spiral, and then she unleashes the spell with full force, sending out explosive dragon wave. A massive wave of fire crashes straight into the boss monster, swallowing its defenses in an instant. Watching the flames overwhelm it, Jinwoo declares that even the strongest defense is useless against that kind of attack. The boss monster stretches out its arm as if trying to withstand the blast, but the limb vanishes beneath the overwhelming torrent of flames. Completely engulfed by the blazing attack, the creature roars in agony while Jinwoo recognizes just how devastating the strike is, calling it overwhelmingly powerful. Hongyo tightens his hand around the hilt of his sword, his grip firming as he prepares for the next opening. The boss monster staggers back from the impact, its huge body recoiling under the force of the attack. A sharp red beam suddenly cuts across the monster's neck, slicing through the air in a clean, deadly line. Jinwoo watches the attack play out before him, and a faint smile begins to form on his face as everything falls into place. Standing on top of the fallen monster, Hongyo looks back toward the others, while Jinwoo praises the whole group with a satisfied smile and says, "Good job, guys." Jinwoo grins and clenches his fist, wondering if 10 minutes have already passed. With that confident look on his face, he boasts that if this were a Time Tower of Trials challenge, he would definitely take first place. As the ruined street finally settles into silence, Jinwoo urges everyone to keep moving forward, and the group answers in perfect unison, yes. A roaring torrent of fire blasts straight into a pack of ghouls, surging through them all at once and swallowing their bodies in flames. Hongyo and Jinwoo stand shoulder to shoulder, both focused as they study the map in front of them and check their next route. With a small smile, Jinwoo raises his hand and points toward a collapsed section of the wall, clearly spotting the path they need to take. Glowing green magic begins to swirl around the summons as the fairy and the priest channel their support spells, surrounding the entire group with steady protective energy. Hongyo stands at the front with his sword ready, while the other summons gather beside him, forming up as they prepare to push ahead together. A sudden explosion rips through the wall, blowing chunks of stone and debris into the air as the path bursts open. After leaving the ghoul-infested ruined city of Chrome behind, Jinwoo stands amid the rubble and says they managed to clear it smoothly. Beside him, Ramba complains that she can barely feel her arms anymore. A purple cube slowly descends through a column of glowing light, and a message appears to announce that the reward has arrived, granting a B-rank random fusion blueprint box. Jinwoo stares at the floating reward box in front of him, watching quietly as another message appears to congratulate him on the achievement. A notification announces that the first floor of the Tower of Trials has been conquered. At the same time, Hongyo holds the struggling fairy in place and threatens her with extra strength training, while the others panic and beg them not to start fighting. With the tiny fairy held beside him, Jinwoo turns toward the group and calls out to everyone, getting their attention. Smiling brightly with the reward box in his hand, Jinwoo praises everyone for their hard work and tells them it is finally time to head back. Hongyo, Ramba, and Pokryong all pause for a moment, the tense battlefield mood suddenly shifting into something much lighter and surprisingly cheerful. Their faces brighten at once, and with clear smiles, they answer together, yes. Outside a modern building, a black portal hangs open between two guards, its dark surface standing out sharply against the ordinary surroundings. One of the guards stares at the portal in confusion, wondering if someone is supposed to come out, only to realize that the name is not even on the list. Jinwoo steps out from the black portal, calm and composed, just as someone recognizes him and identifies him as player Baek Jinwoo. The guard holding the clipboard freezes in shock as Jinwoo casually praises them for their work. In his head, the guard can only think that it has not even been 20 minutes since Jinwoo entered. The two guards exchange stunned looks, unable to hide their disbelief. They insist that something like this should be impossible, saying they have never seen any player clear a trial that quickly, before asking how he managed to come out so fast. Jinwoo looks genuinely confused by their reaction and asks whether coming out that quickly is actually a problem. As Jinwoo begins to walk away, one of the guards quickly assures him that it is nothing like that. Hearing this, Jinwoo simply remarks that he is glad there are no problems. The two guards remain frozen in place while Jinwoo casually says he will be leaving now and adds that he plans to come back again tomorrow. The guards look at each other in complete disbelief, wondering if he really means to return the very next day and whether he is already planning to challenge the second floor. Jinwoo keeps walking away without a care, leaving the guards behind as they mutter that something insane seems to be happening, even though one of them insists it is only a feeling. A faint smile slowly appears on Jinwoo's face as he walks away, looking calm and almost amused, while a voice quietly points out that he is probably going to become someone very big very soon. Sunlight poured across the glass walls of a sleek modern office building, and the view slowly moved away from the tall tower, shifting the story toward what was happening inside. Inside that quiet office, Uga sat by herself at her desk, surrounded by the stillness of the workplace as she paused in the middle of her day. During that brief break from work, her thoughts suddenly drifted back to the rainbow snail, as if the memory had surfaced out of nowhere. Holding the B-rank rainbow snail carefully in both hands, she looked down at it and murmured that by now, it was probably already being used for something worthwhile. At the same time, Baek Jinwoo's mother was also holding the rainbow snail, smiling warmly as she remembered that it had originally been one of the summons collected as a potential business product. When Yu-Jie thought about it more carefully, she felt that giving up her share was still manageable, especially if it meant handing the rainbow snail over to Baek Jinwoo's mother. Even though the rainbow snail was classified as a B-rank summon, it had no real combat power at all. Because of that, most players barely paid attention to it, especially those who only cared about attack-type summons. Some even mocked it openly, saying a slimy summon that could not even fight had no reason to exist. But that dismissive attitude changed completely the moment the rainbow snail gently pressed one of its feelers against a woman's hand. The woman stiffened on the spot, her face freezing in disbelief, and it became clear that Desung Group had already discovered the hidden value of the rainbow snail's mucus long before the public caught on. As soft, water-like effects shimmered around the scene, the woman stared at her own hands in amazement. The skin that had been damaged through dungeon work had become smooth, soft, and firm again. Even more importantly, the company was already studying the mucus as the foundation for a premium skincare product. With a small smile forming on her face, Yu-Jie thought that once the business officially launched, the rainbow snail's rarity and market value would become almost impossible to calculate. Still, even as she accepted that decision, she had to admit that handing it away had cost her quite a lot. The scene then moved to Baek Jinwoo's home, where Yu-Jie reassured herself that it was fine, since the gift had gone to the mother of God Jinwoo. Suddenly, a loud shout rang through the house, startling everyone nearby, and a man hurried over in alarm to ask what had happened. Baek Jinwoo's mother stood in front of a mirror, staring at her reflection with wide eyes, unable to believe that the wrinkles where she had applied the mucus had vanished completely. Beside her, the rainbow snail stood there wearing sunglasses, looking absurdly proud of itself, as though it were showing off the result of its own masterpiece. Still holding the mirror, Baek Jinwoo's mother listened as her husband joked that she looked like she had gone all the way back to the prime of her youth. Even she could hardly process what she was seeing, because the effect had been this dramatic despite her using only the smallest amount. Looking down at the mucus that remained, she pointed out that ordinary mucus had never created any special effect before, making the tiny summon beside her react immediately. Then the exhausted rainbow snail collapsed flat on the table, right beside a notice stating that all of its mucus had been used up and that it would need 24 hours to recharge. From that, she finally understood the key difference: only mucus extracted directly by the summon itself carried the special effect. As she clenched her hand, she could not stop herself from imagining how incredible the results would be if the snail could produce that mucus consistently. Somewhere else, Yu-Jie raised her thumb with a bright, confident grin and proudly declared herself brilliant, while Baek Jinwoo's mother tearfully thanked her for such a precious gift. Not long after that, the story moved to a peaceful training ground, a quiet open space enclosed by rocky cliffs and thick green trees. Baek Jinwoo sat in front of a reward chest with his summons gathered around him, and with Ramba resting on top of his head, he grumbled that this game really was nothing but luck-based trash. He looked at the unopened chest with a doubtful expression, questioning whether this was seriously supposed to be the reward for clearing the first floor of the Tower of Trials. Ramba tried to keep the mood from sinking too much and encouraged him by saying that once he opened it, there would probably be something useful inside. A moment later, the chest burst open, sending several low-rank items floating up into the air. After seeing the disappointing haul, Baek Jinwoo dryly commented that luck-based rewards naturally came with a high chance of pulling duplicates. Since his expectations had already dropped, he figured a first-floor clear reward was probably never going to contain anything that impressive anyway. Just then, Hongyo calmly stepped in and suggested that they should focus on training first. Baek Jinwoo stared at him in complete confusion, while Ramba immediately objected, pointing out that they had only just finished clearing the Tower of Trials. Facing them both, Hongyo explained that they would soon be moving toward the 10th floor, but with their current fighting power, they were nowhere near ready to handle the 10th floor boss, One-Eyed. Without giving Ramba any chance to escape, he grabbed her and ordered her to stop thinking about rest and prepare for training, making her scream for Baek Jinwoo to save her. Baek Jinwoo watched the whole thing unfold with a faint smile, then pushed the disappointing rewards out of his mind and decided they were not worth stressing over. Now dressed like a harsh drill instructor, Hongyo declared that their light warm-up would begin with 100 push-ups. Seeing that, Baek Jinwoo reflected that what truly mattered most was the strength of his summons. At that exact moment, purple light suddenly erupted around the chest as Baek Jinwoo activated a random fusion blueprint box. A dazzling flash spread out from the box, and the hidden item inside was finally revealed in front of him. A system message appeared, announcing that Baek Jinwoo had obtained a B-rank guaranteed summoning scroll blueprint, and the unexpected reward left him completely stunned. Holding the blueprint in one hand, he stared closely at the information window, trying to understand what a guaranteed blueprint was actually supposed to mean. After reading through the details, he was shocked to learn that it could create a B-rank summoning scroll capable of guaranteeing the exact B-rank summon he wanted. The moment he understood that, a new idea immediately flashed through his mind. He began wondering whether this could somehow open a path to obtaining an EX rank summon as well. As he remembered that 2 of the 10 summons removed during the bug patch had originally been B-rank, shadowy images of Daldal, the Whirlwind Slayer, and Luan, the Rune Dwarf, appeared in his thoughts. Either one of those summons had enough potential to greatly raise the overall strength of his team. But even with that possibility in front of him, Baek Jin-woo quickly realized that the real problem was how the system currently classified their ranks. His grip tightened around the blueprint as he understood the risk. If those summons were now treated as EX rank, then this blueprint would not let him obtain them at all. Then, as he looked over at his exhausted summons, another possible angle began to take shape in his mind. While watching Hongyo push everyone through training, he remembered that those summons had originally come from lower-grade pulls, and he wondered whether that detail might still give him a chance. His mind drifted toward Daldal's overwhelming combat ability, then to Luan's extraordinary talent for crafting runes. In his imagination, a fantasy-like selection screen appeared, making him picture himself choosing between the two and gaining a huge advantage no matter which one he obtained. Unfortunately, that surge of excitement did not last very long. The instant he remembered the brutal list of materials required to craft the summoning scroll, reality came crashing back down on him. A system window suddenly lit up in front of him, and the special item named King's Proof stood out at once. The moment Baek Jin-woo saw it, his eyes locked onto the hardest condition on the list. In the next instant, the terrifying figure of the One-Eyed Tower of Trials boss flashed through his mind. He remembered clearly that King's Proof was not something ordinary enemies dropped. It could only be earned by defeating the boss that appeared once every 10 floors. And because King's Proof was a bound item, there was no way to buy it, borrow it, or trade for it from another player. If Baek Jin-woo wanted one, the answer was brutally simple. He had to enter the Tower of Trials and clear it with his own strength. A bitter memory immediately came back to him, filled with players grumbling in frustration. Even those who genuinely wanted to help could only complain helplessly, because no one was able to hand over a King's Proof to someone else. Baek Jin-woo sat quietly on the ground, his posture still and his gaze lowered, as if the noise around him had faded away. For a while, he simply stayed there, sinking deeper and deeper into thought. After a long pause, the hesitation in his eyes disappeared. A firm, determined expression settled across Baek Jin-woo's face as he rose to his feet, deciding that the matter of choosing a summon could be pushed aside for now. At that moment, only one goal truly mattered to him. Before anything else, he had to make his summons stronger, raise their combat power, and push his way through the Tower of Trials. Baek Jin-woo stretched one arm forward and called out to everyone, making his decision clear. Before worrying about anything else, they would all work together, train properly, and bring down the 10th floor boss, One-Eyed. The moment Hongyo heard those words, his face brightened with excitement, thrilled by the idea that Baek Jin-woo himself was joining the training. Off to the side, however, Pokryong was already sprawled out in exhaustion, weakly asking when they were finally going home. Baek Jin-woo answered with complete casualness, saying they could leave once Ramba had burned off every last calorie from the cream bread she had eaten that day. As soon as those words reached her ears, Ramba went completely stiff. Her whole body froze in place, and tears quickly welled up in her eyes as horror spread across her face. Not long after that, a piercing scream rang out through the city plaza, loud enough to cut across the entire open space.